Chapter 11. Lovers. As the floater rose, Hassan said, "I've a dozen things to tell you, Calde. I know there won't be time for all of them. It's only 4 streets. I know where it is," Silk snapped. "Hurry!" Ziphius laid a hand on his arm. "Easy, lad." Hassan glanced at the small mirror above his head, and his eyes met Silk's. "So I'm going to tell the most important one first. You think there won't be anybody at the Grand Mantian when High gets there, and you're afraid she'll leave. Yes, that's not right. I told you I had to talk to General Mint on your glass, and that was what made me late." Heeling like a close-hauled boat, the floater swerved around a gilded litter with 8 bearers. "I said we'd discuss it later." "Right. Only because of what she said, I thought it might be smart to have a look at the Grand Mantian. There's 3 augurs in there and a couple thousand people." "Did you see Hyacinth?" Hassan shook his head. "But I could have missed her pretty easily, Calde. She's not as tall as the redhead, and there was a bunch of women with animals." Orr muttered, "No cut." "She's probably still outside, Calde. If she was climbing the Palatine when Mucor said she was, she can't have gotten to the Grand Mantian yet." Ziphius asked, "Why is everybody there, lad?" "There's been another theophany. There must have been. Do you know about Pass appearing to his cognizance?" "No, lad, never heard about it." "I have," Hassan said. "There's a rumor, anyhow. Do you think that's brought them?" Silk shook his head. It was Malt's Day, and would be stale news now. Half to himself he added, "What does it mean when a dead god rises?" No one answered him. The floater sped on. A surging crowd filled Gold Street. "Stop!" Silk ordered Hassan. "No, higher if you can. I saw her. Turn around." "Near us, Calde." They rose, blowers racing. "Cat!" Orab exclaimed. "Cat! 2 or 3 streets down the slope. Turn!" The floater darted forward instead. "Your bird's right," Hassan told Silk. "It would take too long to get through that mob, but we can duck down here." He swerved onto a steep and narrow street bordered by high walls, and cut across to Gold so we come up behind her. We'll be moving with them, and that will make it a lot faster. Silk drew breath and exhaled. The aching weakness in his chest was fading, but it seemed to him that he had not filled his lungs properly for days. "You told Horton that your name was Willett. Also you found clothing somewhere in the Calde's palace, I suppose, similar to the waiters, so that you could help them serve." "I like to be useful, Calde." "I know you do, and it may be useful for you to tell me why you did those things before we locate Hyacinth, if we do. You say you have a dozen items to relate. That should be the next." Still steering their floater expertly, Hassan glanced over his shoulder at Ziphius. "If Master Ziphius and Mater Marble can't be trusted, no one can. If I explain your actions, I believe I can, you see, will you tell me whether I'm correct?" They spun around a corner as though it were an eddy. "I'm afraid not. General Mint says Sayus surrounded the Husgado. That's why I thought I ought to check on the Grand Mantian." "Where was she, and how did she learn of it?" "I don't know, Calde. She didn't say. And I didn't ask. She said one of Usyk's officers told her. Usyk had told him to try and get in touch with her." Ziphius said, "He left when Willett here was handing out those appetizers, lad. Another waiter fetched him, remember?" "Later than that. After I had asked Mucor to find out to which Mantian Hyacinth was bringing her offering." Their floater tacked on Gold, pushing through chattering pedestrians. "You know what she looks like," Silk muttered. "She had on a black coat and was carrying a large rabbit, I believe." "Cat talk," Orab informed him. "Talk bad." "The bird's right, lad. The skinny girl said it talks." Before Ziphius had finished speaking, their floater was slowing and stopping. The canopy slid into its back and sides. For the space of a breath, Silk thought there had been a mistake. The hurrying young woman, with something orange-furred tucked under her arm, seemed too tall and too slender until she turned with their cowling nudging her leg, and he saw her face. "Hyacinth!" He stood up by reflex, and for a moment he was half outside the floater, and she more than half in it, as they kissed. When that kiss ended, they lay face to face on the soft leather seat, She crowded against its back, and he practically falling off, with Xiphias standing over them and waving his saber to force passers-by to keep their distance. They sat up, but their hands would not part. "I was afraid you were dead," Silk confessed. "And Hyacinth, I shaggy near was, but I—" Her eyes swam with tears. "Can't we put up the top?" "I don't know how." "I do." She freed her hand, and with a flurry of skirt and ruffled underskirt, and a flash of legs and spike-heeled scarlet shoes, was in Hassan's seat. Xiphias ducked, and the canopy flowed up and darkened until it was nearly opaque. She wiped her eyes. "Now I'm coming back. Catch me." She rolled over the back of the front seat so that Silk had to, and lying in his arms, kissed him again. With no need of speech, her kiss said, "Beat me, shame and starve me, do as you want with me, but don't leave me." I'll never do those things, he thought, and tried to make his own kiss tell her so. When they parted, he gasped, "Where do we start?" She smiled. "That was the start. I love you. Let's start from there. I haven't felt this way since you jumped out my window." He laughed, and she turned to Xiphias. "This time I know you from a rat. You teach sword-fighting, and I want lessons. Do you always go around with him?" "Much as I can, lass." Silk asked her, "Where have you been? I've had people searching everywhere." "In a horrible old building in the area, with a soldier as big as this floater watching me for Orc. You must know Orc. He says he knows you. Tartarus turned me loose." Hyacinth grinned like a 12-year-old. "You believe in the gods, but you won't believe that. I don't, and I know what happened. Do you mind if I don't call you darling?" Silk shook his head. "Not in the least. I've called too many men that. I'll find something else, something good enough, but it may take a while." She turned back to Xiphias. "There's jump seats that fold down out of the back of that one. You'd be more comfortable." "Feel better outside, lass? Know how to get this plaguey door open?" She laid her hand on his. "You stay in here, or we'll get all naked and sweaty, and we ought to do that someplace nicer. Where's the driver?" "Hunting." Xiphias jerked down a seat, sat, and contrived to sheath his saber. "Hunting your cat with Silk's bird." "That's right. I dropped Tick, and he cost 5 cards. Silk said, 'When you got free, and I'll be grateful to Tartarus forever. You should have come to me.'" Hyacinth shook her head. "I understand. You didn't know where I was, either." "No, you don't. I did. I knew exactly where you were. At the Huskarda or the Kolde's palace. Everybody I asked wanted to talk about you, and everybody said one place or the other. But I looked, well, like every other slut in the area, only worse, and I stank. I couldn't wash, or only a little. I tried, but when the water's dirtier than your face, it doesn't help much. I wanted perfume and powder and a comb to hold my hair, except I had to wash it first and dry it. I tried to go back to Blood's. Do you know about Blood?" "About your trying to go back there? No. And clean clothes, clean underwear, and a bunch of other things. You know what I'd look like without all this stuff?" "Yes," Silk declared, "like Kypris herself." "Thanks. Like a boy, only with tits down to my waist. You saw me naked." Silk felt his face flush. They weren't, not nearly. "That's the trouble with big ones," Hyacinth explained to Xiphias. "The bigger they are, the lower they go, unless you've got something to hold them up. Will that make it hard for me to sword fight?" "Will if they bounce, lass. But there's ways. Think I don't know 'em, long as I've been at it?" "I put myself in your hands, Master Xiphias." She gave him a sly, sidelong smile, then brushed Silk's cheek with a kiss. "I was going to see about lessons that time I came to meet you. I mean, before I found out it was so bad here, before we left Blood's. When we got out of bed, I said, wouldn't I be a good sword fighter, and you said you'd back a Dell with shorter legs that wasn't so fond of her looks, or something like that. So I thought I'd learn and surprise you." He nodded, speechless. "I'm a good dancer, I really am, and I never had lessons, so I think with lessons I could learn. Only it's a long way to Blood's, and Orc took my money, and I looked like a slut, so I turned around and went to Orchid's. She loaned me gelt and let me wash and, fix up. But she says Blood's for ice. This was only about, before I went to the market. Did you know that Blood was dead? Since Fee's day, she says. Yes, I killed him. Hyacinth's eyes widened, and Silk felt pride coupled with a deep shame in it. I killed him with a sword Master Ziphius had loaned me, and destroyed the sword in the process. I'd rather not discuss the details. I understand why you wanted to return, or at least I believe. All my things are out there, my clothes, my jewelry, everything I've got. Also, you thought your driver would have gone back there, I'm certain. I also understand why you went to Orchids. You anticipated help from her, and you received it. I went there myself for the same reason a few days ago, and I was helped as well. I found Chenille there. Which brings me to a point I ought to have raised sooner. What was the soldier's name? The one who watched you for Orc? Hammerstone. 2 tiny lines had appeared on Hyacinth's forehead. It was Corporal Hammerstone, and he had stripes on his arm like a hoppy corporal, but painted on. All of a sudden you're worried. I can see it. What is it? It would take an hour to explain it all, Silk shrugged. I'll try to be brief. I love you very, very much. I love you, too. Because I do, I have something to lose. Someone. You. I must protect. Most men live their entire lives like this, I suppose, but I'm not accustomed to it. I'm sorry. I'll try to help. I really will. I know you will. You'll put yourself at risk, and that worries me more than anything else. There was a tap on the canopy. You see, I've forgotten some of my obligations already. I promised Chenille I'd help her find Orc, and Orc took you from me. Do you know where he is, or where this corporal is? Pater Incus is anxious to locate him, I know. Ziphius interjected. Don't you think that's that Willard outside knocking, lad? Let him in, please. I don't know how to work this soggy door. Then that will give us a little more time. You'll solve it soon, I'm sure. Hyacinth giggled. You've been around people like me too much. That's what Orc says about houses. And I know where he is, too, or anyway, I know where he was, at a reedy old mantean on Sun Street. Was that yours? That's what somebody said when we were going over there. It was. Silk found that he was smiling. It's old and run down, just as you say. But I used to love it, or thought I did. In a way, I suppose I still do. Scarcely visible on the other side of the darkened canopy, Hosan tapped again. This time his taps were followed by a series of sharper ones. That's where Cyprus came to your window? Orchid told me. It was at Orpin's funeral, she said. I knew Orpin, and I wish I'd been there. I've got a shrine for Cyprus. Hyacinth paused, teeth nibbling her full lower lip. Or I did. Is the house really wrecked? That's what Orchid said. Silk recalled Blood's villa as he had seen it during his rescue. It's badly damaged, certainly. If it was just damaged, we've got to go there. He gestured toward the canopy. Even with Willard outside knocking? Willard used to be one of Blood's drivers. You must know him. He drove you to the city so that you could meet me at Ermin's. That's wonderful. He can take us. Ziphius exclaimed. Think I've got it. Want me to let him in, lad? Silk nodded, and the door opened. Hosan reached through it to unlatch the one in front, and Orib shot past him to land upon Silk's shoulder, aflutter with excitement and indignation. Bad cat! Cut cat! Hosan slid into the driver's seat as the orange and white animal he held spat. Add word. He led us quite a chase, Hosan said, but we got him in the alley trying to wriggle through a hole. You're bleeding. He put up a fight. If somebody else will hold him, I'll get out the aid kit. Add word. The little orange and white catacrest reiterated. Pack, itty laddie, please done lit, I'm kilt May. She won't, for an hour or two at least, Silk told him. Willard, I want you to take us out to Blood's and help us collect Hyacinth's belongings. For a moment Silk paused to gaze upon Hyacinth, then to the Prolocutor's palace. As the floater slid forward, he added, We may well need weapons, but we'd have to go back to the Calde's palace, and we can't afford that. I'd never get away. Ziphius accepted the small catacrest from Hosan. I've my sword, lad. Silk nodded absently as the song of the blowers strengthened to a muted roar. Let's hope it will suffice. We might have these drinks, I wish, in the bar, perhaps, Sayuf told Chenille. But in my lodging would be more nice, do you not think also? I had 3 with dinner. By intent, Chenille spoke too loudly. If I'm going to start falling down and taking off my clothes, I'd a whole lot rather do it in private. She looked around Ermin's solaria with interest. Only we've got to get a room, don't you? My staff has arranged this for me while I watch our parade with your friend the Chaldee. Sayuf stopped a liveried waiter. My lodging will be up the big stairs, I think. Number 79? He shook his head. We don't have a room 79 in Ermin's, General. Generalissimo. Wait, I will show you. While Chenille smiled and strove to appear innocent, Sayuf fished a key from her pocket. Ah, the waiter nodded. Number 79. That's a double room. We call it the Lyricord room, Generalissimo. On your right at the top of the grand staircase. You can't miss it. A room, you say? More, I understood. The waiter lowered his voice confidentially. Our suites are 4, 5, or 6 rooms, depending. We call them rooms for convenience. Your room, the Lyricord room, on account of the instrument in the music room, is a double suite with 11 rooms and 3 baths, besides balconies and so forth. 3 bedrooms, solaria, senaciancula, for formal dining, breakfast, cozy, drawing room. She waved him to silence. You have here a wine waiter, one good and knowing? The sommelier, Generalissimo. He's at the Chaldee's palace just now, I believe. I come from there. He too, I think. Send him to me when he arrive. Sayuf turned away, motioning to Chenille. Men are so stupid. Do you think also? It is what renders them less than attractive, even the most fine. One thing, better I had say, one thing from many. Men are duty, so we are taught in my home. Girls are pleasure. Chenille nodded meekly, blinking to show that she was assimilating this information. In Trivigante, you mean? That's where your home is? I still can't get used to liking somebody from some place so far away. This is natural. I have a house there bigger than this ermine of your Virons, the house which was my mother's. Also outside our city a farmhouse made large for rest and educating my horses. For the hunt 2 houses also, one in a cave where is more cool. Do you perhaps hunt? I will show it to you. You will be very delighted, I think, but there are places where you could not stand so straight, perhaps. I'd like to learn. Only I thought all of you were east of here. The Chaldee, I call him Paterer, said something about tents out there. Anyway, it's really nice you've got this suite, too, only I never would have guessed. Arms linked, they started up the broad staircase. I have my tent outside your city, and my headquarters, which I bring closer soon. Also, this is convenient, as we see. I have good hunting there, so perhaps I will not have to take you home to teach. Already we killed 3 winged people and catch 1 also. 4 flyers? In her astonishment, Chenille forgot to sound admiring. I didn't think anybody could. Sayuf laughed. 9 years in Trivigante, another kill a winged person, but she does not catch the round thing on the back that push forward. I forget this word. I have no idea. By this we put wings on my terror troopers. This time it is me that kill, and I have catch the things that push also, but he does not yet tell me how it go. Sayuf moistened her lips, and for the first time Chenille felt frightened. Not yet he will not tell, but soon. He is like all men, stupid, and not fine even, but small and thin. We take his clothes and do other things until he is our friend. This is not confusing to you, I hope? I think I get it. We take the clothes, and look, he is nothing. I have 5 husbands, all are more fine. Perhaps you would like him? When we have finished, I will give him to you. Oh, no, I don't want him, Sayuf. Good. I really don't like men at all, except Paterer and 1 other one. They had reached the top of Ermin's sweeping and richly carpeted grand staircase. Sayuf glanced to her right and down at her key. My husbands I like sometimes, but so one like a hound. For me, tall girls and strong over all else. I enjoy, you see, at first a certain resistance. Maitre Marble paused to stare at the strange procession crossing Mantian Street. Although it was some distance away, Maitre Rose's legacy had improved her eyes out of reckoning. In the streetlight's glow she saw a large and rough-looking man, accompanied by a smaller man, so thin that he seemed a mere assemblage of sticks. After them, 3 soldiers, large and handsome like all soldiers, 2 of whom appeared to be carrying a 4th. Behind the soldiers, a tall augur and... Sib! Oh, Sib! General Mint, it's me, Sib! In her joy, Maitre Marble actually sprang into the air. The diminutive Sybil walking beside the tall augur looked around, and her mouth dropped open. Maitra's eyes were not the only things Maitre Rose's legacy had improved. Maitre Marble dashed up Mantian Street as though winged, and Oreb himself could not have covered the distance more rapidly. Her good hand clutching her coif, she shot between the rough men, collided with the leading soldier with a clang and a fluster of elided apologies, and threw her arms about Maitre Mint. "It's you, it's really you. We've been so worried. You don't know. You can't, and when Pater said you were all right, I thought that's just when it happens, when everyone's saying the danger's over, that's when they get killed, and oh, Hyrax, oh, Scylla, oh, Thelxia, I simply couldn't stand it. You were the light of my existence, Sib. I know I never told you, but you were. If I'd had to live by myself in the Cenobie with just Maitre Rose and that Chem, I couldn't have stood it. We'd have gone mad." Maitre Mint was laughing and hugging her and trying to lift her off the ground, which was so ridiculous that Maitre Marble exclaimed, "Stop, Sib, before you hurt yourself." But it really did not matter at all. Maitre Mint was right there, laughing, and was the same dear Maitre Mint, but better, because she was the Maitre Mint who had come back from Tartarus knew where, and there was no mother and daughter, no grandmother and granddaughter half so close as they, and no child or grandchild half so dear. "I'm happy to be back, Maitre Mint declared when she could stop laughing. "I hadn't really known how happy till now." "Where have you been, dear Sib, dear girl?" Pater said. "They'd got you. They had you in some horrible place under the city, and then they didn't. You were with soldiers, but the Generalissimo, not the fat one, the other one, said you were dead, and... Oh, Sib, I missed you so much. I wanted you to meet Chenille. I still do, because Chenille's been a second granddaughter to me, but nobody in the whole Whorl can ever mean as much to me as you." The tall augur said, "The, old Viren feels as you do, eh, Maitre? Just look at them." Already heads were turning and people pointing. "You, speak to them, General, or, I myself—" Maitre Mint waved both hands and blew the onlookers 6 kisses. Then the silver trumpet sounded, the trumpet that Maitre Marble had heard in Sun Street on that never-to-be-forgotten Hyrax day when the Queen of the Whorl had manifested during her final sacrifice, ringing from every wall and cobble like a call to battle, "I am General Mint. His Eminence and I have been down in the tunnels where the Ayuntamiento's hiding, and Paz himself has given us instructions. We're going to the Grand Mantian. All of you are going there too, aren't you?" She pointed with a wide gesture that was like the unsheathing of a sword. There were cheers, and several voices shouted, "Yes!" "Lord Paz's prophet, Orc, will be there. We know because Lord Paz told us. Please, do any of you know him?" A giant, taller even than Remora, waved. He held a ram under his left arm, and a tame baboon trotted after him as he pushed through the crowd. Maitre Marble thought that she had never seen so big a bio nearly as big as a soldier. "I do!" His voice was like the thudding of a bass drum. "I know you too, General. Know you a dog's right anyhow, but me and Orcs are old knot." Legs like 2 pillars devoured the distance between them with swinging strides. For a second time, Maitre Mint's small face went blank with surprise. "Gib, you're Gib. We charged the floaters on Cage Street together." "Pure quill, General." The giant dropped to one knee, eliciting an enraged bleat from the ram. "I'm Gib from the Cock, and I was trying to stick by you, but that sham horse couldn't keep up. Too much weight's what King Cup says. Then he took a slug, and down we went." He held up his free arm to show a cast, then touched the ridge above his eyes with the fingertips protruding from it. "So I can't salute like I'd like to, but Bongo here can. Salute the General, Lady Bongo. Salute." The baboon rose on his hind legs, his forepaw seeming to shade his startlingly human eyes. Mater Mint demanded, "But you know Orc, Gib? I mean Parse's prophet named Orc?" Mater Marble sensed her uncertainty. "She knows a man called Orc who went to our palestra, but I don't believe she's sure he's the one Parse told you about this Orc, Sib?" "Yes." Mater Mint nodded so hard her short brown hair danced. "Just now, a few minutes ago, down in a chapel under the palace. He came to the window there, Mater, and all of us could see him, even Spider and Eland. It was wonderful." The soldier carrying the feet of the fourth soldier said, "He talked about our sergeant. We gave him to Parse." The third soldier objected. "He gave himself, that's how it was. Now Parse wants him fixed, not 'cause he don't want him, but 'cause we need him. Parse don't want to scrap him." The augur tossed back a lock of lank black hair. Gave. Sense of the word, hey? I myself—" Mater Mint was not to be distracted. "Do you know Orc the Prophet, Gib? Yes or no?" "Sure do, General." "Describe him." "He's part owner in my place. He's maybe forgot, but he is. Pretty big cully." Gib waved his cast toward the larger of the rough-looking men. "'Bout like him, only not so old. Got more hair than he needs, and ears that stick out of it anyhow." A strong, forthright jaw. She was fairly dancing with anxiety and impatience. "That's him, General. You could hang your washing on it." Gib chuckled, the laughter of a happy ogre hiding in his barreled chest. "I was wanting to say he looks like Bongo here. Ox my old knot, and wouldn't mind. Maybe you would have, though, and maybe the god that's tapped him. Tartarus is what he says." "This, hiatus, General—" Mater Mint nodded vigorously. "He's right, Gib. Stand up. You needn't address me as if I were a child, just because I'm not tall." She trotted forward, drawing the giant behind her like a magnet. "Let's see. You don't know anybody here except me. Neither does poor Mater, whom I ought to have introduced. Or have you been introduced to His Eminence, Mater? Your Eminence, this is my senior and my dearest friend, Mater Marble. Mater, this is His Eminence, the Coadjutor, Pater Remora." Mater Marble, hurrying after them, paused long enough to bow in approved fashion. "An honor, eh? For me, Mater, for me, very much so. Privilege. We begin our acquaintance under the most, propitious circumstances. You, concur?" "Decidedly, Your Eminence." Mater Mint never broke stride. "This is Gib, as you heard, a friend of Orc's and a comrade-in-arms of mine. The soldier with his slug gun pointed at our prisoners. Slate, you really don't need to do that. They're not going to run." She glanced back at Mater Marble. "Where was I? Oh, yes, that's Acting Corporal Slate. I've put him in charge of his fellow soldiers till Great Parse, as he promised, restores Sergeant Sand to us by Orc's agency." Catching up to her, Mater Marble ventured, "That must be poor Sergeant Sand they're carrying?" "That's right, and Schist and Shale are carrying him. Our prisoners, they're friends now, friends of mine at least, and His Eminence's too, I'd say, are Spider and Eland." She had reached the milling crowd before the Grand Mantian and stood on tiptoe in the hope of catching a glimpse of Orc. Xiphias had found a candle and lit it. Silk drew Hassan away from its light and out into the darkness of the corridor. "Master Xiphias can help her look, hold the light at least, which is all she needs. You and I have things to talk about." "Good man," Oreb assured Silk. "I employed you, knowing you were an agent of the Ronnies, because you Trivagontes are our allies. You realize that, I'm sure." "Certainly, Calde. You owe nothing to Viren and nothing to me. But if you want to remain, you'll have to be more forthcoming than you've been thus far." "Only because the old man was listening, Calde. I know you trust him, and you probably can. But I'm not you. I try not to trust anybody more than I've got to." "I understand. Do they trust you? I mean the officials to whom you report?" There was a momentary silence. It was too dark for Silk to see Hassan's face, but he sensed that it would have done little good. Then Hassan said, "No more than they have to, Calde. I don't mind, though. I'm used to it." "I'm not. No doubt I must become used to it, too, but I'm finding that difficult. You're deceiving them. That was the reason you had Horn, and others, no doubt, call you Willett, the name you had used here. That was also why you helped serve dinner. You wanted to show someone at my table that you had penetrated my household, someone who would recognize you at once. Isn't that correct? Hassan's only answer was an eerie silence. On Silk's shoulder, Oreb croaked and fluttered uneasily. That person will assume, of course, that I am not aware you're a Krivigonti. Let's not dodge words, Calday. I'm a spy. I know it, and you've known it since you spotted me on the boat. You will be applauded and rewarded. Hassan started to speak, but Silk cut him off. I'm not finished. While you took us out here, I was thinking about your deception and your position as my driver. Please don't tell me that your lie is essentially the truth because I'm the only one who knows, and you intend to inform your superiors that I do. It would only be a further lie. All right, I won't. Then I say this. You may tell your superiors everything you learn. I've assumed that you would from the start, and since I haven't the least intention of betraying the Rani, it can do Viren no harm. But you must afford me the same courtesy Dr. Crane did. You must tell me everything I want to know about what you're doing and reporting. In return, I'll keep your secret. A second crept by, then two. All right, Calday. But I've always been willing to tell you whatever you needed to know. Thank you. Earlier I asked whether Generalissimo Sayuf or General Saber knew you by sight. You said neither did, and I believed you. For a moment it seemed to Silk that something stealthy moved through the darkness. He paused to listen, but heard only the sudden flapping of wings as Oreb launched himself from his shoulder. I ask again, was it the truth? Does either know you? It is, Calday. I've never spoken with them, and I doubt that they know what I look like, either one of them. There was someone at my dinner who does. Who was it? Colonel Abanha. Didn't you ask what she does on Sayuf's staff? She intelligence officer. Do you report to her? I will now, probably. You still don't see... Soft candlelight had appeared in Hyacinth's doorway. Oreb announced, Cat, come! From Ziphius's shoulder. Silk asked, How are you faring, Master Ziphius? The old man shook his head. Not a thing, lad. Want a bit of silver chain? Ring worth half a card? No, thank you. Me neither, but we found him. Think she'd keep him? Threw him on the floor. Fact. Oreb confided. Girl cry. You shouldn't have left her in the dark, Silk muttered. Chased me out, lad. Candle and all. Feeling the pressure of Hassan's hand on his back, Silk said, You're right, of course, Willett. I must go into her. I don't know that I can help, but I must try. Alone, he walked down the dark corridor and turned into the darker doorway of what had been Hyacinth's suite. Here there had been a dressing-table inlaid with gold and ivory, wardrobes crammed with expensive gowns and coats, and a summonable glass. Only darkness remained, and the melancholy sweetness of spilled perfume. One door had led to Hyacinth's balneum, Silk reminded himself, another to her bedchamber. In vain he tried to recall which was to the left and which to the right, although with her sobs to guide him he did not really need to know. By touch he located the correct door and found that it was open. After that there was nothing for it but to walk in with the ghost of the paterous Silk that he had been. Halt! The voice was male, accompanied by the rattle of sling swivels and the click of the safety. Sayuf's intelligence officer raised her hands while trying to make out the sentry in the cloud-dimmed skylight. I am Colonel Abanha, in the Rani's service. Whispering, there were two or more sentries clearly. Advance and give the password. Abanha moved forward slowly, hands still in the air. If these nervous men were from the Calde's guard, they were, or at least ought to be, disciplined troopers. If they were General Mint's volunteers, they might fire without warning. Halt in the name of the Rani! Abanha stopped again, and identified herself a second time. Somewhere behind her a voice hissed, They're shaggy, shook-up, lady. I wouldn't stand between 'em. Thank you, she murmured. That's good advice, I'm sure. A lanky trooper of the companion cavalry stepped from a shadow. Abanha was happy to see that the muzzle of her slug gun was lowered. "You must give to me our password also, Colonel." Boraz. Now she would see whether this trooper's lack of familiarity with the common tongue, with its implication of aristocracy, was real or feigned. "You can't pass, sir." Feigned. "Halt!" It was the Colday's men again. Abanha said, "I've already halted for you once. Do you have our password?" Inwardly she sighed. "I didn't know one was required. I have to speak with the officer in charge of our detachment." "You can't go in the Husgada without our password." "Then you must give it to me." Another whispered conference. "It's against regulations, Colonel." Her eyes were adapting to the darkness. Both male sentries were visible to her now, skylight gleaming on their waxed armor. "If it's against regulations to give it to me, you can't expect me to know it." She spoke to the cavalry trooper. "Go get her. You have my permission to leave your post." Too softly for the men to overhear, the voice behind Abanha hissed, "There's a nice place, Trotters. The street down and turn west. We can have a drink. Tell these hoppies to send her when she comes." Abanha shook her head. "Lady, you need me worse than I need you." Without looking around, Abanha murmured, "Do I? I hadn't realized it. I could have got you in without a hitch. Shag, I still will. Tell him charter. This is for free." "Sentry," Abanha called, "I remember your password now. Your Calday told me at dinner." Both advanced with leveled slug guns. "Give it." She smiled. "Unless someone's changed it without notifying your Calday, it's charter." "Pass, friend." "Thank you again," Abanha murmured. The hiss was scarcely audible. "Back room. Name's Eurus." All gone. Slowly Hyacinth's sobs had subsided into sniffles. All the times, all that smiling, cream and lotion, beggar's root and rust, do this and do that, nothing left. The sobs returned. "Oh, Cyprus, have pity." Sylph muttered, "I think perhaps she already has." "Bake here shop." It was the catacrest. "Cas. He did, kissing Hyacinth's ear and the nape of her neck, and when she raised her face to his, her lips. "Nis mokas." The little catacrest attempted a smacking that emerged between the intended kiss and a squall. The third cuss was not yet over. When it was, Hyacinth said, "Wipe your face. I got snot all over you." Tears. Silk took out his handkerchief. For both. I was crying so hard my nose ran. Don't think I can't cry pretty when I want to. "Itty laddie, done, sharp." I've got certain things I think about, and here it comes. Know what I had when I left home? He shook his head, then said, "What was it?" realizing that she could not have seen the motion. "2 gowns mother made and her umbrella. She didn't have anything else to give me, so she gave me that. A big green umbrella. I kept it for years, and I don't know what happened to it. Here's what I've got now. The clothes I've got on, and a gown Orchid promised to get cleaned. Tick here, and 1 card. But I owe her 7. That's way too much for what I got, but what could I say?" Silk stood. "That you'll repay her later. You can say that again, too." You know—" A stifled sob. "You're learning, you really are. Listen, I'm not through crying about all this yet. I'll cry more. Cry some more. Sharp! Tonight, before I go to sleep. I just about always cry then, and when I'm asleep, too, sometimes. Well, by Thelks." "What is it?" Silk inquired. "Go stand in the doorway. Shut it behind you. Don't ask. Do it quick." He did, and heard voices in the dark. "Tick, Tick, are you still in here?" "Tuck, tuck, ape, no." "All right, quit pulling my skirt." "Nod heavy." "Did I say why I got him?" "You can open the door again. I was going to give him to Cyprus and ask her to give me you." Once more Silk was speechless. The market was closed, but some animal culls are always in there, and I gave the watchman a card to let me in and got tick. The cull said talking animals are the best. So I've been told, by the same seller, I'm sure. I had a string around his neck, and I held it while I was looking for my things. Sometimes I held it in my teeth. When I got to crying, I put my foot on it, but he got it off, untied it or got it up where he could bite it, I guess. Lord, Rum. No, you didn't run, and I know you knew what I was going to do, 'cause you kept on begging me not to. To Silk, Hyacinth added, then everybody was going to that big Mantian uphill, so I did too. I understand. But when he got loose, he didn't beat hoof. Why not, Tick? Say, Whorl, laddie. I guess. Abandoning Tick, she addressed Silk. What I'm trying to say is I know you're really religious. I'm not, but you could teach me. He could not escape the thought that it would be better if she taught him. I'm far from being the best possible teacher, but I'll try if you wish it. You said we'd go to the Prolocutors when we were done here. If it was for me, we don't have to. He smiled. You're not going to offer Tick? I will if you want me to. Tick protested. No. I see no point in it. Something large and soft pressed Silk's leg. He groped for it in the dark, but there was nothing there. You want me to teach you? The gods, this is what I found, aren't greatly influenced by our gifts. When they give us what we ask, the soft pressure resumed, practically pushing him off his feet. What is it? That's what I was wondering myself, but now I believe I know. Oreb tried to tell me out in the hall, and I should have guessed when he flew the first time I heard it. Mucor calls them lynxes. There's one in the room with us. Are they like bats? Hyacinth sounded alarmed. They're cats. Have something touched me, as big as a big dog? That's it. But there's no point in my describing them when you could see this one for yourself. Silk raised his voice. Master Ziphius, bring your candle, please. Are they the big cats the Talus used to let out at night? Hyacinth sounded more frightened than ever. Mucor controls them to her benefit and ours. Silk tried to sound reassuring. I'd imagine that this one would like us to bring it to the Calde's palace, where she is. There was a muted yowl, far too deep and reverberant to have proceeded from Tick. Abanha glanced around Trotter's, which seemed deserted except for an old man asleep at a table and a fat man washing earthenware mugs. Barman? Yes, sister, you need a drink. She shook her head. I'm addressed as Colonel. Since I want something, you may call me sister. When you want something from me, call me Colonel. You might get it if you do. The fat man looked up. Hey, I'll call you Colonel right now, sister. Though I don't think so. You have a patron named Eurus. Couple, anyhow, the fat man said. 3 I can lay hand to, only one got the pits. Eurus is in your back room, and he's expecting me. Show me what it is. Nobody's in my back room, sister. And I'll wait there for him. That yellow bottle, she pointed. I take it that's Sauterne? The fat man shrugged. Supposed to be. Bring it, and 2 clean glasses. I got some that's better, only it's 27 bits. That up there's 16. Bring it. You keep accounts for patrons? Start one from me. My name is Abanha. You mean you'll pay later? Sister, I don't... Put that thing away. You men. Abanha smiled as she stepped behind the bar. How are you to face lancers if one small needler terrifies you? Get the good Sauterne and the glasses. Are you going to send for the Calde's guard when you leave me? They won't arrest an officer of the Ranes, but I don't think my friend Eurus will like it. I never do that, sister. Then it won't be necessary for me to have you arrested when they come, nor will I have to shoot you. I admit I had thought about it. Abanha smiled more broadly, amused by the clinking of the glasses in the fat man's hand. Lead the way. If you don't misbehave, you have no reason to be frightened. With her needler in his back, he pushed aside the dirty green curtain that had concealed the entrance to a dark and narrow hall. She said, "You know, I think I understand this Trotters of yours. Are you Trotter?" He nodded. "Your courts meet in the Husgado, and this is where the accused drink before they go there, or if they're discharged. It's empty because your courts are not in session." The back room's empty, too. Trotter had stopped before a door. He gulped. "You can wait if you want to, only I close." She shook her head. "When you leave. After that, all right. If anybody called Eurus comes in, I'll tell him you're here." Trotter opened the door and gaped at the filthy, bearded man at the table inside. With exaggerated politeness, Eurus rose and pulled out a chair for Abanha. As she sat, Trotter mumbled, "I forgot the Calday let him out. A lot can't hardly walk." "I sprung myself," Eurus told him. "Get me something to eat. Put it on her tab." Still smiling, Abanha nodded. When the door had closed behind Trotter, Eurus said, "Thanks for getting the bottle and standing me a meal. You're the dimber-damber lady." His voice became confidential. "What I got to tell you is I'm all right, too. You treat Eurus brick, and he'll treat you stone. Ain't you going to put your barker up?" "No. Trotter didn't know you were in here." "He'd have wanted me to drink, and I didn't have the gelt. Lily with you, see? Yeah, I've been in the pits. I just got out. Yeah, I'm flat. Only you need me, lady, so you're going to give me 10 cards. She laughed. "'Cause I'm going to tell you a lot. And I'm going to find out a lot more, and you and me'll knot up again, see?" "Open that and pour yourself as much as you want," she told him. "I feel sorry for you, so I'm giving you a drink and food if the barman has any." "You know who Spider is?" "Should I?" "Shag, yes. You got spies here. Spider knows 'em all. He knows me, too, only he don't know I'm working for you." "You aren't? Not yet? To whom does this Spider report, assuming that he exists?" "Counselor Potto. He's Potto's right hand. You ever hear of Guan? How about Hyrax, Sewellel, Parka?" Abanha looked thoughtful. "Some of those names may be familiar to me." "They're dead, all of 'em, and I know what happened to 'em. Spider was their jefe, and he ain't. I know where he is and what he's doing. I could bring you. I don't scabby you'd want me to, only I could. You twig they nabbed General Mint?" "She's free now." Abanha holstered her needler. "That's what I've been told." "You don't cap to it." "I believe what I see." Eurus grinned. "Pure keg, lady. All right, it's the Lily. She's loose. I could show her to you and throw in Spider, 'cause they're together. Only I'm like you, see, and what I want to see's gelt." Abanha took a card from her card case and pushed it toward Eurus, across the stained and splintered old table. With a furtive glance into the next room, Chenille tapped the surface of the glass with her forefinger. A floating gray face appeared. "Yes, madam." "Keep your voice down, all right?" Chenille herself was whispering. "There's somebody asleep in the big bed." "Generalissimo Sayouf, madam. She is well within my field of view." "That's right, and you wouldn't want to wake her up, would you? So keep it down." "I shall, madam. I suggest, however, that you close the door. It would provide additional security, madam." Chenille shook her head, her raspberry curls bobbing. "I got to know if she's waking up. Pay attention. You know the Calday's palace?" "Certainly, madam." "I've asked 3 or 4 times on the glass there, see? He let me, the Calday did. I'm a friend of his. What I want to know is, are you the same one? The monitor I talked to there?" "No, madam. Each glass has its own, madam, though I can utilize others and consult their monitors if need be." "That's good, 'cause he couldn't find Orc for me, ever. And I saw this glass of yours when me and Generalissimo Sayouf came in, and I've been wanting to try it ever since, only not where she could hear, 'cause I'm looking for Orc. I know there's a lot of Orcs. You don't have to tell me that. The one I want's the one that lives in the Aurea, the one they call Orc the Prophet now. Real big, not too bad looking. Broken nose?" "Yes, madam. I have located him. It was a matter of no difficulty, the word prophet being a sufficient clue. Do you wish to speak with him?" Wait. If I speak to him, He can see me, right?" Like a floating bottle disturbed by a ripple, the grey face bobbed in nothingness. "You might postpone your conversation until you are dressed, madam, if you prefer." "That's all right. Just tell me where he is." "In the Grand Mantian, madam. It is 2 streets north and 1 west, or so I am informed." "Yeah, I know. Listen, he's there now? Ock's there right now in the Grand Mantian?" "Correct, madam." "Is he all right? He's not dead or anything?" "He appears somewhat fatigued, madam. Otherwise I judge him in excellent health. You do not care to converse?" "I think it would be better if he didn't know about me and the Generalissimo. Better if I don't shove it at him, anyhow, and even if I close the door, he's bound to want to know what I'm doing here." The grey face nodded sagely. "Prudent, madam." "Yeah, I think so. Wait up, I got to think." "Gladly, madam." For nearly a minute there was no sound in the lyricord room save Sayuf's hoarse respiration. At last Chenille announced, "This is going to be one tough job for you, Monitor." "We thrive upon adversity, madam." "Good, I've got some for you. I want to get word to a lady named Orchid. Get her or get anybody that might be able to get a message to her. What time is it?" 2:21, madam. It is feast day morning, madam. Shade-up is less than 4 hours distant." "That's what I was afraid of. If you can't do it, just tell me. I won't blame you a bit." "I shall make the utmost effort, madam, but Orchid is also a widely employed appellation. Additional information may be of assistance." "Sure. This Orchid's got a yellow house. It's on Lamp Street. Music runs right in back, and there's a pastry shop across the street. Across Lamp Street, I mean. She's a big, fat woman, I guess 40 or 45. "That is sufficient, madam. I have identified her. There is a glass in her private apartments, and she is preparing for bed in the room beyond. Shall I summon her to her glass?" "I know that glass, and it doesn't work." "To the contrary, madam. It is fully operational, though it was out of service for 18 years. Would you care to speak with Orchid?" Chenille nodded, and in half a minute saw Orchid standing in front of her own glass in lacy black pantaloons and a hastily assumed peignoir. "Shen, how'd you get this thing turned on?" "Never mind, it just is. Orchid, I need a favor, only there'll be something for you. Maybe a card, maybe more." Orchid, who had been eyeing the rich furnishings of the lyricord room, nodded. "I got my ears up." "All right. You see the Mort in Doss in the next room? She's the Trivagonti's Generalissimo. Her name's Sayuf." "You always were lucky, Shen." "Maybe. The thing is, I got to beat the hoof. Is Violet riding pretty light?" Orchid shrugged, plump shoulders rising and falling like pans of dough. "Pretty much. You know how it is, Shen." "Where are you?" "Erman's. This is room 7 and 9, get it? It's a double room, so 7 and 9, too. Right at the top of the big stairs. Sayuf likes tall dells. She would have given me 5 easy. 5's nothing to her. Violet ought to get more if she soaps her. Tell her to come uphill and play spoons. Tell Sayuf she's my pal, and I told her what a nice time I'd had, so she thought she'd drop by and party. I'll leave the door unlocked when I go out." Chenille's voice hardened. "Only I get half. Don't think you're going to wash me down." "Sure thing, Shen." "The way I'm set with the Calde." Groping the carpet at her feet, Chenille found her bandeau. "I ought to be able to throw something your way pretty often. Only don't try to wash me, Orchid. The word from me could shut you down." Under her breath, Hyacinth asked, "Do you really want to go through with this?" It seemed too foolish to require a reply, but Sylph nodded. "Your cognizance, you and His Eminence, with Pater Jerboa and Pater Shell, are more than sufficient, surely." From Echidna's dark chapel behind the ambulatory, Mater Marble called, "Just one moment more, please, Pater. Pater Incus is working as quickly as he can, and—" Like a rumble of thunder, Hammerstone's deeper voice added, "She wants to be there, and there's another reason. Hold on, Calde. Pater is about finished." Hyacinth whispered, "We really don't have to." We could just go somewhere and do it all night. It doesn't matter to me, honest." Tick added, "Goo-no," from her arms. "I've revoked your vow of chastity," Quetzal said. It was impossible to say whether he had overheard her. "You're still an augur. Is that clear?" "Perfectly, your cognizance." Remora smiled in a way he meant to be reassuring. "Can't, eh? Not even Quetzal. Indelible, eh?" The prolocutor himself nodded. "I could enjoin you from augural duties, but you'd still be an augur, Pater Alcalde." "I understand your cognizance." "I'm not doing it. You're relieved of the requirements. You need not say the office unsacrificed, but you can if you want to. You can and should wear the robe. Our citizens have chosen an augur, believing the gods chose for them. We must keep it so. We must sustain their faith. If necessary, we must justify it." He glanced at Mater Mint, who said, "Your cognizance is wondering whether I retain mine after Pos failed to appear." "I don't know, and it may be weeks before I do. Years, even. I wish Bison were here." Spider nodded. "Me too." Spokesman for his master, Orub croaked, "Do now!" Hoping his bird had been understood, Silk said, "You told me what took place, General, but I'm afraid I wasn't listening as closely as I should have been. I couldn't think beyond my need to obtain his cognizance's permission and persuade Hyacinth to accept me. Did Pos actually say that he would grant you a second theophany when you got here?" Mater Mint sighed, her face in her hands. "To tell you the truth, I don't remember. I thought so." Slate put in, "No, he didn't, sir. He said you'd take the Sarge to the Grand Mantian 'cause my prophet Ock's there, and I mean to tell him how to fix him up. He didn't say nothing about right away." Remora nodded. Orc said, "He told me he'd teach me, and he will, only he ain't yet." Orc cleared his throat. "This was as queer for me as for Mater, worse, when I had to watch what it did to her. Pos had us fetch Pater Jerboa there. That's Hammerstone and me and Pater Incus. All right we did, only nothing's happened yet. I had all my people up here, and they're not here any more, so I guess you know what they think about me after this." Orub sympathized. "Poor man." "Only that don't matter." Defiantly, Orc looked around at the rest of the impromptu wedding party. "They still think more of me than what I do myself. It's what they think about the plan, and that's what's hardest. Harder even than Mater. But I'm sticking. If everybody goes, that's all right, only not me. I'm here, like Pos said, and I'm sticking." From deep within the vast nave, far from the light of the dying altar fire, a voice rumbled, "This is my fault, Calde." A man taller even than Orc rose, and as he did, a misshapen figure sprang to the top of the pew before him. From his position behind and to the right of Quetzal and Remora, old Pater Jerboa quavered, "My son." "Probably you don't remember me, Calde, only I gave you one on the house once, 'cause you said Pos for Kalen. I'm Gib from the Cock." Silk nodded and smiled. "Of course I remember you, Gib. Though I admit I didn't expect to meet you here, and I thought we'd met everyone. Have you been praying?" "Trying, anyhow." Gib strode down a side aisle, his tame baboon leaping from one pew to the next. Orc said, "Muzzle it, Gib, you didn't do anything." Silk nodded again. "If by fault you mean this delay, the fault certainly isn't yours, Gib. If anyone is at fault, I am the person. I should have acted much more expeditiously to have Mater's hand repaired." Tick said, "Hail, rat, nod rung." And Hyacinth, "You always blame yourself. Do you really think you're the only one in the Whorl that makes mistakes?" "I tagged along after Ock when he went to your place over on Sun," Gib explained. "Me and him's a old knot. I'd got Bongo here when I broke my flipper, see, Calde? I can't pluck proper. He'll do for anybody I say. I figured to sell him when it was fixed." "I believe I'm beginning to understand," Silk said. "Then Ock says to fetch animals, so I fetched him. Bongo here, that is. Then coming up here, I thought maybe—" Jerboa's trembling hand motioned him to silence. "It was I, Calde. I—" His thin old voice trembled and broke. "Have an aversion to offering them. Just an old fool." "It isn't Peter," said a sibyl who seemed at least as old. "Calde, they remind him of children. I don't feel that way, but I know how he feels. We've talked about it." Peter Shell stepped forward. "Someone brought one once for Thelxiopea, Calde, a little black monkey with a white head. Peter had me offer it." Silk cleared his throat. "In your youth, I understand, Peter Jerboa. Or at least I believe I do. Let us say that I understand as much as I need to. You dissuaded Gib." "While we were walking," Jerboa coughed. "It's a long, long way. He helped me along. He's a kind man, Calde, a good man, though he doesn't look it. I asked him to refrain for my sake. He said he would and left us to buy a ram. I offered it for him tonight." Gib said, "Only I think that's why Pa's won't come. They kill stuff at weddings, don't they? So you—" "Och!" Silk recognized Chenille's voice before he saw her. "Och, is this a wedding?" Holding up her skirt, she sprinted down an aisle. "Hello, Peter. Hi. Congrats. Are you going to marry them, your cognizance?" Quetzal did not reply, smiling at Hammerstone and Mater Marble as they emerged from Echidna's chapel. She knelt before him. "I begged your predecessor, your cognizance." Quetzal's hairless head bobbed upon his long, wrinkled neck. "My predecessor no longer holds the baculus, Mater." "I begged him to. I implored him, but he wouldn't. I should tell you that." Mater Mint looked down at her in amazement. "Your Eminence, you said a moment ago, I overheard you, that not even his cognizance can unmake an augur. It's true, I know, but— Their vow, eh?" Remora spoke to Silk. "Not indelible, eh? Not serious?" Quetzal inquired, "Do you want me to free you from your vow, Mater? Yes or no will suffice." "Yes, but I really ought—" "To explain. You're right. For your own peace of mind you must. You've good sense, Mater, I've seen that. Doesn't your good sense tell you I'm not the one to whom you owe your explanation? Stand, please. Tell your Sib Mater Mint, also Mater Wood and her Sibs. Be brief." As Mater Marble got to her feet, Hammerstone said, "We knew each other a long time ago. You remember, Calde? I told you before you gave me the slip. Her name was Molly then." Mater Marble spoke to Mater Mint and the other sibyls in a voice so soft that Silk could scarcely hear her. "I was the maid, the sibyl's maid, when the first Bios moved into the city. I got Arsenope ready for them, and in those days I used to look like— Dahlia, I nearly said, Sib, but you never knew Dahlia. Like Teasel, a little." She laughed nervously. "Can you imagine me looking like Teasel? But I did then." Still staring, Mater Mint managed to nod. "There were 6 then. 6 sibyls on Sun Street. I didn't have a room, you see. I don't really need one. But there were never more than 6. And as time went on, fewer. 5, and then 4, then 3, and then only 2, as it was with us, dear, dear Sib, after I died." The youngest sibyl from Brick Street started to object, glanced around at the others, and thought better of it. Mater Marble displayed a string of yellowed prayer beads. "Just Mater Beetle and I. These were hers. They are ivory." She lifted her head, a smile and a plea. "The chain is silver. She was a fine, fine woman." "Girl, cry," Orab informed Silk, although no tears streaked Mater Marble's smooth metal face. "We couldn't do it all. There was just the 2 of us and young Pater Pike, and ever so many children, and so Mater called upon—" Hammerstone exclaimed, "She drafted Molly." "Upon me. I knew arithmetic. You've got to keep any sort of house. How much to buy for so many, and how much you can spend, that sort of thing. I kept a diary, I suppose you call it, to practice my hand, which was really quite good, so I could teach the youngest their sums and letters, and I did. Some parents complained, and there wasn't any reason not to. I put my hand on the writings and promised, and Mater Rose witnessed it and kissed me, and then I got new clothes. She looked at Hammerstone, begging his understanding. A new name, too. I couldn't be Molly any more once I was a Sybil, or even Mater Molybdenum. We all take new names, and you were gone. I hadn't seen you in years and years. He slept, Incas told her. He was so ordered. Yeah, I did, Hammerstone confirmed. For me, a order's a order. Always has been. Only now Paterer says it's all right. If he'd have said no— Slate slapped him on the back plate, the clang of his hand startlingly loud in the religious hush of the Grand Mantian. Xiphias nudged Silk. Double wedding, lad. Your cognizance must think this terribly strange, Mater Marble ventured. Perfectly natural, Quetzal assured her. We're not like bios about this. It matters terribly to you how old somebody is. I know, I've seen it. Her and me are really about the same age, Hammerstone confided. Only I slept so much. What matters to us is whether we can. Mater Marble raised her right hand to show Quetzal the weld that had reattached it, and moved her fingers. My hand's well again, and I've got a lot of replacement parts, and I can. So we're going to, or at least we want to, if your cognizance— You are released, Quetzal told her. You are a lay woman again, Molybdenum. Like a story, right, lass? Xiphias edged toward Hyacinth and spoke in a tone he intended as confidential. Must be the end. Everybody getting married. Need another ring. Chapter 12. I'm Orc. It was, Silk thought, no time to be wakeful. Or more persuasively, no time to sleep. Careful not to awaken Hyacinth, he rolled onto his back and put his hands behind his head. How many times had he daydreamed of a night like this, and thrust the dream away, telling himself that its reality could never be his. Now. No, it was no time to sleep. As quietly as he could, he slipped from their bed to bathe and relieve himself. Hyacinth, who wept before sleep, had wept that night. He had wept too, had wept in joy and pain, and in joy at his pain. When tears were done and their heads rested on one pillow, she had said that no man had ever wept with her before. 2 floors below them, their reflected images knelt in the fish-pond at Felsiapia's feet, subsistent but invisible. There she would weep for him longer than they lived. He lowered his naked body into a rising pool, warm and scarcely less romantic. Ermine's, Silk discovered when he rose from it, provided everything. Not merely soap, water, towels, and an array of perfumes and scented powders, but thick woolly robes, one pale and possibly cream or pale yellow, and a longer, darker one that might have been blue had he dared clap and rouse the dim sparks that circled one another on the ceiling. After drying himself, he put on the longer robe and tied its belt, returned to their bedroom, and covered Hyacinth's perfect naked body with infinite gentleness. Then, standing outside upon air, watched himself do it, a darker shadow with tousled hair pulling up sheet and blanket to veil his sleeping wife's long, softly rounded legs and swelling hips. Horn and Nettle huddled in a musty bed in a small, chill room in the Chaldee's palace. Pater Pike cutting the throat of a speckled rabbit he himself had bought. A ragged child weeping on a mattress of straw. A blind god metamorphosized from a blind man who remained a blind man still and was struck. A man scarcely larger than the child lying naked on the ground, his stark ribs and emaciated face black with bruises, his arms chained around a tent pole. A madman among tombs, howling that the sun would die. Violet embraced by Syoph in the room below. Orc asleep on his back before the smoking, unpurified altar of the Grand Mantian. Orc! Orc! He sat up, blinking, and rubbed his eyes. Chenille slept at his side, her head pillowed on muscular arms, her skirt hiked to her knees. Sergeant Sand slept in death at the foot of the sacred window. About him lay Pateras, Jerboa, Incus, and Shell, Incus face up and snoring. On the farther side of the lofty marble ambion, Spider and Eland slept as well, watched by 3 soldiers. Slate nodded in friendly fashion and touched his forehead. In the 3rd row of pews, Mater Mint knelt in prayer. "Somebody call me?" Orc asked Slate softly. Slate's big steel head swung from side to side. "I'd have heard. Must have been a dream. I guess." Orc lay down again. He was as tired as he could ever remember being, and it was good not to have been called. Sciatham soared above a leafless plain at sunset. Far ahead, air flew a little higher and a little faster. He called to her aloud, knowing somehow that her helm-comm was out or had been turned off. She looked back, and he glimpsed her smile, the roses in her cheeks, and a tendril of flaxen hair that had escaped her helmet. "Air," he called, "air, come back." But she did not look back at him again, and his PM was overheating. Moment by moment, over a long hour of flight, he watched her dwindle into the dark sky ahead. "Orc! Orc!" He sat up stiffly, conscious that he had slept for hours. The great arched windows of the Grand Mantian, which had been featureless sheets of black by night, showed vague tracings now, gods, animals, and past prolocutors half visible. He stood, and Mater Mint looked up from her vigil at the scrape of his boots on the floor. Leaving the sanctuary, he knelt beside her. "Did you call me? I thought I heard you." "No, Orc." He considered that, rubbing his chin. "You've been awake all this time, Mother?" "Yes, Orc." A tiny spark of happiness appeared in her red-rimmed eyes. It warmed him like a blaze. "You see, Orc, I swore I would wait here in prayer until Pass came, or Shade Up. I'm keeping that vow." "You've kept it already, Mother. Look at those windows." He gestured. "I was so tired I lay down with my boots on, see? I bet you were just as tired, but you haven't slept a wink. You know what I'm going to do?" "No, Orc, how could I?" "I'm going to lay down again and sleep some more. Only first I'm going to take off my boots. Now you lay down and sleep too, or I'm going to make a fuss and wake up everybody. The job's done. You did it just like you promised." Hyacinth woke and went to the open window to examine her ring in the faint grey light of morning, a tarnished silver ring like a rose with a woman's tiny face at its heart, framed by petals. She had bought it because a clerk at Sard's had said it resembled her, never guessing that she was buying her own wedding ring. She had worn it once or twice, tossed it into a drawer, and forgotten it. It didn't really look like her at all, she decided. The woman in the rose was older, at once more come-on and more— She groped for a word, not just pretty. Though Silk thought her beautiful, or said he did. She kissed him as he slept, went into the dressing-room, and tapped the glass. "Yes, madam. Show me exactly the way I look right now." "Oh, gods!" Her own face, puffy-eyed and retaining traces of smeared cosmetics, said, "You are actually quite attractive, madam. If I might suggest—" She waved the suggestion away. "Now look at this face in my ring. See it? Make me look just a tiny little like that." For a few seconds she studied the result, turning her head left, then right. "Yes, that's good. Hold that." She picked up the hairbrush and began a process that Tick the catacrest watched approvingly. "Orc! Orc!" He sat up and stared at the sacred window. The voice had come from there. This time he was certain of it. He got up, grasping his hanger to keep the brass tip of the scabbard from rattling on the floor, and padded across the sanctuary. Shell and Incus were clearly sound asleep, but Jerboa's eyes were not quite closed. Old people didn't need much sleep, Orc reminded himself. He squatted beside Jerboa. "It's all right. I wasn't going to nip your case or anything, Patera. Is that what you thought? Anything you got, you can keep. Jerboa did not reply. "Only somebody over here's been calling me. Was that you? Like when you were dreaming, maybe?" Shell grunted something unintelligible and turned his head away, but Jerboa did not stir. Suddenly suspicious, Orc picked up Jerboa's left hand, then slid his own under Jerboa's tunic. He rose, wiping his hands absently on his thighs. It would be well, certainly, to move the old man's body to some private spot. The Sybils were sleeping in the sacristy. That, at least, was where Mater Mint had gone when he had persuaded her to lie down for an hour or two, and Orc thought he recalled old Mater Wood and the others, Sybils whose names he had not learned, going in there at about the time he had stretched himself on the terrazzo floor. Squatting again, he picked up the old augur's body and carried it to the ambulatory. Schist straightened up as they came into view. "He dead?" "Yeah," Orc whispered. "How'd you know?" Schist's steel shoulders rose and fell with a soft clank. "He looks dead, that's all." Shale asked, "How's Pa supposed to get his part back if he's dead?" Without answering, Orc carried the body into the chapel of Hierarchs and laid it on the altar there. Slate inquired, "You going back to sleep?" "Shag, I don't know." Orc discovered that he was wiping his hands again and made himself stop. "I think maybe I'll fetch my boots and walk around outside a little." "I thought maybe you could wake the rest of 'em up." Slate waited longer for his reply than a bio would have, then asked, "What you looking at over there? Must be shaggy interesting." "Him." Slowly Slate clambered to his feet. "Who?" "Him." Orc turned away impatiently, striding toward the sacred window. "This soldier. He got it in the auto-function coprocessor, see?" Orc knelt beside Sergeant Sand. "Only his central could handle that stuff if it had to. There's lots of redundancy there. His voluntary coprocessor could even." He fumbled for his boot knife, discovered that he was not wearing his boots, and got it. "Look alive, Pedro!" He shook Incas's shoulder. "I need that gadget you got." "Up!" A boot prodded the captive flyer's ribs. "Reveille an hour ago. Didn't you hear it?" Blinking and shivering, Scythian sat up. "You speak the common tongue well," the uniformed woman looming over him said. "Answer me." "Better than most of us, yes." Scythian paused, struggling to clear his brain of sleep. "I did not hear it, that word you used. I know I did not, since I heard nothing. But if I heard it, I would not know what it was." The woman nodded. "I did that to establish a point. Any question I ask, you are to answer. If you do, and I like your answer, you may get clothes or something to eat. If you don't, or I don't, you'll wish you'd been killed too." She clapped. "Sentry!" A younger and even taller woman ducked through the door of the tent and stood stiffly erect, her gun held vertically before her left shoulder. "Sir!" The first woman gestured. "Get him off that pole and lock the chain again. I'm taking him to the city." As the younger woman slung her gun to fumble for the key, the elder asked, "Do you know my name? What is it?" He shook his head. A smile might have helped, but he could not summon one. "My name is Scythian. I am a flyer." "Who questioned you yesterday, Scythian?" "First Circa." His hands were free. He held them out so that the younger woman could refasten his manacles. "After that?" "Generalissimo." "Generalissimo Sayuf," the older woman corrected him. "I was there. Do you remember me?" He nodded. "You did not speak to me, sometimes to her." "Why did your people attack Major Circa's troopers?" Here it was again. "We did not." She struck his ear with her fist. "You tried to take their weapons. 1 escaped, 3 were killed, and you were captured. Why did you break your wings?" "It is what we do." "How did you disable your propulsion module?" He shrugged, and she struck him on the mouth. He said, "We cannot do it. Mechanisms have been proposed, but would increase weight." She smiled, surprising him. "Aren't you going to lick that? My rings tore your lip." He shrugged again. "If you want me to." "Get him a rag he can tie around his waist," she ordered the taller, younger woman. Turning back to him, she said, "I'm Colonel Abanha. Why did you attack Circus troopers?" "Because they were shooting at us." He could not actually remember that, but it seemed plausible. "I made a face. I do not know why." Did you now? For a fraction of a second, Abanha's eyes widened. What kind of face? He was able to smile when he reflected that this was vastly preferable to talking about the propulsion modules. With lips back. You don't know why you did that. Perhaps I do. Are you saying we shot your people because you grimaced? You yourself weren't shot at all. Eyre saw it and screamed. They shot her then. We tried to take their guns so they could not shoot. Abanha stepped closer, peering down at him. She screamed because you made a face? Most people wouldn't believe that, but I might, and perhaps Generalissimo Sayuf might. Let's see you make a face like that for me. I will try, he said, and did. The click of booted heels announced the younger woman's return. When Abanha turned toward her, she held up a scrap of cotton sheeting that had been used to clean something greasy. Will this do, sir? Abanha shook her head. Get the coveralls he was wearing. Bring a winter undershirt and a blanket, and tell the cooks to give you something he can eat on horseback. She returned to Sayathan. Stop grinning, it's making your lip bleed. You came here looking for a Vironese, a man. That's what Circa told us. You gave his name, and it was one I think I heard last night. Say it again for me. Orc, Sayathan said. His name is Orc. Sergeant Sand's arm stirred, then struck the floor of the Grand Mantian hard enough to crack it. Chenille shouted a warning. Don't worry, Orc told her. Just a little static, like I got it fixed already. Behind him, a voice he did not recognize said, I only wish Pater Shell could watch. He'll be so disheartened when we tell him what he missed. So will His Eminence, Mater Mint murmured. But it's his fault for going back to the palace, if that can be called a fault. We're certainly not going to wait to carry out Pass's instructions, nor would His Eminence want us to. You didn't see Pass, Orc? Are you certain? No, Mater, I ain't. Orc squinted, still bent over his work. 'Cause he must have showed me this stuff some way after I talked to you, probably. Inspiration struck. Want to know what I think, Mater? Yes, very much. I think it was you keeping your promise the way you did that swung it. I think he was asking himself if we were worth all the trouble he was taking till then. Wait a minute. I got to tie in his voluntary. Orc made the last connection and leaned back, easing aching muscles. Think you could fetch one of those holy lamps over here, Pater? I'm going to need more light. Incus scurried away. Pater Shell is hoping to engage a dead coach to return Pater's body to Armantian. The owner of the unknown voice proved to be a young and pretty Sibyl. Mater said nothing would be open, but he said they would be by the time he got there, or if they weren't, he'd wait. It was a great temptation, Mater admitted this to me, to ask his cognizance to permit Pater's final sacrifice to take place right here in the Grand Mantian, since he ascended to Mainframe from here. But the faithful of our quarter would never— Incus, returning, knelt beside Orc. Is this sufficient? I can pull up the wick, should more light be needed. He held up a flame-topped globe of cut crystal. That's dimber, Orc told him. I can see the place and the register, and that's all I got to see. Delicately he eased the point of his knife into Sand's cranium. Muzzle it, everybody, I got to think. He counted under his breath. And Sand spoke, making Mater Mint start. V58-0, V58-1, V59-0, V59-1. Those are voluntary coprocessor inputs, Incus explained in an awed whisper. He's enabling them. When Orc showed no sign of having heard, the young Sibyl from Brick Street whispered, I simply can't believe that your Mater— She was, I mean. That molybdenum and that soldier are going to do all this, and where are they going to buy these coprocessor things? They must make them, Mater, Incus explained, and I shall assist them. Mater Mint shushed him. Orc returned his knife to his boot. Don't froth, Mater. He's all right. You just don't know it yet. As if on cue, Sand raised his head and stared around him. Hold that right there, Orc told him. I got to put your skull plate back. How was Mainframe? The crack, crack, crack of a needler was followed by a savage snarl, more shots, and the boom of a slug gun. In the choir, high above them, a nephrite image of Tartarus fell with a crash. "Is that warm?" Abanha asked as she watched Scyathan pull on his flight suit. Smiling was easy now. "Not as warm as I wish sometimes." "Then you better put the undershirt over it. It's wool and should be a lot warmer than that thing. Once you're on your horse, you can wrap the blanket around you." She fingered the needler in her holster. "Can you ride?" "I never have." "That's good," Abanha told him. "It may save your life." In the cutting wind outside, 2 bearded men held a pair of restive horses. Abanha said, "That's mine," and to Scyathan's relief pointed to the larger. "The other one's yours. Let's see you mount." She watched him for 5 minutes while the bearded men struggled to contain their mirth. At last she said, "You really can't ride, or you're a marvelous actor," and ordered them to help him. As they lifted him into the seat, she swung herself up and onto her own tall horse with a practiced motion that seemed almost miraculous. "Now let me explain something." She levelled her index finger. "It's 2 leagues to the city, and when we're halfway, you're liable to think that all you've got to do to get away is clap your heels to that horse." He shook his head. "I will not. I could chain you to your saddle like you were chained to that pole, but if you fell, you'd probably be dragged to death, and I don't want to lose you. So listen. If you start that horse galloping, you're going to fall, and you could be killed. If you're not, I'll catch you, and I'll make you wish you'd died. Don't say I didn't warn you." She slapped her horse with its own control straps, and it stalked away a great deal faster than Scyathan had ever wanted a horse to go. "I will not ride quicker than you," he promised. For a moment it appeared he would not ride at all. Then one of the bearded men shouted, "Hup!" and struck the horse with something that made a popping sound, and he felt that he was being blown about by the wildest gale in the Whorl. Abanha pulled up and looked back at him. "Another thing. This is a good horse. Yours isn't. Yours is old, a common remount nobody wants. Your horse couldn't gallop as fast as mine if a lion were after it." Shaken too hard to nod, he clutched his blanket. "If you're fooling me, if you really can ride and you gallop off when you see your chance, I'll shoot your horse. It's not easy to bring down an animal as big as a horse with a needler, but 6 ought to do it. I'll try not to hit you, but I can't promise." He gasped. "You are a kind woman." "Don't count on it." After a moment she laughed. "It's just that you may be useful. Certainly it will be useful for you to show Sayuf what you showed me. I take it women aren't kind among your people." "Oh, no." He hoped his shock showed in his face. "Our women are very kind." "That heir who screamed, wasn't that a woman? You said her. Stand in the stirrups if you're getting bounced." He tried. "Yes, a woman, a kind woman." "You loved her." There was a note in Abanha's voice he had not heard before. "Very much. If I may say this, Mir loved Sumer also. In the tent last night I thought about them, how stupid I was. I did not know they loved until they died." "Mir, was that the woman who killed the troopers?" For the first time since his capture, Scyathan felt like laughing. Mir is a man's name. It was Sumer who killed the women with guns, and they killed her. Just trying to take away their weapons. Eyre had been shot before Sumer killed the troopers, but arguing would be worse than useless. Scyathan remained silent. "She was your leader?" Abanha slowed her horse. "Thank you." He was genuinely grateful. "We do not fly like that. Each flies for himself. Sumer was the best at Gliakayocht, the best at fighting with hands and feet. I do not know your word." "I saw her body," Abanha told him, "but I didn't measure it. I wish I had." "The blonde?" By now Scyathan was able to shake his head. "Dark hair, like yours." "The little one?" He nodded, recalling how cheerful Sumer had always been, most cheerful when storms roared up and down the hold. When Mainframe had needed information and not excuses, it had sent Sumer. It would send her no more. "Answer me!" "I am sorry, I did not intend to be rude." Unconsciously, Scyathan looked down the unpaved track and over the wind-scoured fields, seeking something that would render his loss bearable. The small one, yes, smaller than air, but taller than you. He looked at Abanha in some astonishment. Was she smaller? Yes, much, he considered. The top of Air's head came to my eyes. I think the top of Sumer's head would have come to Air's eyes, or lower, to my mouth or chin. Yet she killed troopers a long cubit taller. She was a fine fighter, one who taught others when she was not flying. Abanha looked thoughtful. What about you? Do you know this kind of fighting? I forget the word you used. Lea Kayocht. I know something, but I am not as quick and skilful as Sumer was. Few are. When Abanha said nothing, he added, We all learn it. We cannot carry weapons as you do. Even a small knife would be too heavy. Now that he was no longer being shaken so much, he had begun to feel the cold. He shook out the rough blanket he had held onto so desperately and wrapped himself in it, as she had suggested, contriving a hood for his head and neck. In that case you can't carry food or water, can you? No, only our instruments. He had been on the point of saying, and our PMs. He substituted, and ourselves. Have you seen our terror troopers? Troopers with wings who fly out of the airship? I have not seen these. I was told, and I have seen your airship, if it is what I think. You can see it now, Abanha pointed. That brown thing catching the sun above the housetops. Our terror troopers carry slug guns and 20 rounds, but no rations or water. We tried field packs, but they left them behind whenever they could. Yes, Sciathan said. You would too, you mean? So would I suppose, though I have never flown. I doubt that our wings are much better than yours, and they may not be as good. I hadn't thought about how you'd fight, but I should have. Do you have to break your wings if you're forced down? You said that. He nodded. We must. The others didn't. We've got them. Sayoth is sending a pair back to Trivagonte for study. The blonde woman's wings and her propulsion module. Is that what you call it? In the common tongue? Yes. What about in your language? He shrugged. It does not matter. Abanha stopped her horse and drew her weapon. It does to you, mannequin, because I'll shoot if you don't answer. What do you call it? He chose the least revealing word. Canna. Canna. You don't know how they work, you say. I do not. Shoot me and end it. Again her smile surprised him. Shoot you? I've hardly started on you. Who makes them? Our scientists. I do not know the names. You have scientists. That may not be the correct term. He had said too much and knew it. Makers. Mechanics. Is that not what it means? Scientists, Abanha said firmly, then changed the subject with an abruptness that startled him. You loved air. Were you planning to be married? No, she was a flyer. Flyers don't marry? Here, the holy women don't, which seems pointless to us. Marriage is so that there shall be children, new flyers in the next generation. He was floundering. I do not talk of you, or, he pointed, people in the house upon this small hill, but for us, for crew, it is for children. A flyer woman cannot because she could not fly. She may when she no longer flies. Some give up wings for marriage. He hesitated, remembering. They are not happy soon. But you can marry, are you? Yes, one wife. If he had succeeded in this, he would have been given one more at least, and perhaps as many as 4. He thrust the thought aside. But you loved air. She must have been handsome when she was alive, I could see that. Did she love you? He nodded slowly. When she was alive, I wondered. She did not like to say. She is dead, and I know she did. I know this must mean a whole lot to you, Petra, and I really am sorry. Chenille's face, framed by the metal margins of the glass, was almost comically apologetic. Why? Silk seated himself in the low-backed chair facing it. Because my egg will get cold? The kitchen here will send up another if I want it, I feel sure. We all got together. Chenille drew breath, her formidable breasts heaving like capsized boats. That's Orc and me and General Mint and Sandy and the other soldiers and Spider and Pater Incus and those Sibyls. Mater of Wood and Mater of Maple and the rest of them. I don't remember who most of them are. I doubt that it matters, Silk told her. What were you getting together about? Everything, but especially the shooting. So much has been... Oh, hi. I'm sorry about this. Truly I am. Only Pater said you were finished and having breakfast. Bird eat, Orab announced from Hyacinth's shoulder. Tick countered with, Ma durst du add word. She hushed them, setting Silk's plate on the toast rack before him. Hyacinth, did you and Orc get married too? We talked about it, but we want Pater to do it, so just Molly and her soldier. I know that soldier. Hyacinth positioned Silk's egg cup. And I know your Orc, too. Kypris has kindness on both of you. You're going to need it. Orc's all right, Chenille winked. You've got to know how to handle him. Silk cleared his throat. You mentioned shooting, and that sounds very serious. Who was shot? Eland, only I'd better start at the beginning, Pater. He raised his hand. One question more before you do. Who is Eland? This cull General Mint nabbed when she was down in the tunnels where me and Orc were. Orab whistled. Bird see! Yeah, Orab, too. She had these culls, Spider and Eland, and the soldiers were watching them for her. Spider's the fat cull, and the skinny one was Eland, only he's dead. Silk's forefinger drew small circles on his cheek. I said I would ask only one question, but I'd like a point verified as well. When you listed those who participated in your impromptu conference, did you include Sergeant Sand? That's the pure quill, Pater. Orc brought him back, just like General Mint says Pass said he would. I see. I ought to have had more faith in Pass, though at the time it appeared to me that Mater Mint had originally had more than enough for both of us, and had been disappointed. Yeah, Orc was, too. He got all these culls sold on him and said Pass would come, so after the animals were used up and Pass never did, they cleared out, except Gib. Then when you and High went, and Molly and Hammerstone, Gib did too. I said I'd start at the beginning. I guess I have already. Silk nodded. Tell me everything, please. When you and High went, the old man sort of followed you. Master Ziphius, only I don't think he went home. I think he's probably hanging around there to watch out for you. Then his cognizance and the augur that talked to us that time in your manse left. Maybe it would be easier if I said who didn't, who was still there. Go ahead. I'll try not to make it so long. Orc stuck, so I did too. We slept on the floor and didn't do anything. Everybody from Brick Street stayed, and Pater Incas, like I said, and General Mint and the soldiers. Only Sandy was dead, and those culls the soldiers were watching. I think that's everybody. It was a soldier shooting that woke me up. Slate, his name is. There was somebody way up on the balcony, and he'd shot Eland. Pater Incas said pass for him. Slate saw him up there and took a shot at him, only he doesn't think he got him. He broke a beautiful statue, was all. Orc went up there with him to look, and they brought back a great big dead cat. I thought it was Gibb's baboon at first, but it wasn't. It was spotted, sort of like a big house cat, only with a little beard and a little short tail. Hyacinth said, we brought it in the floater, to which Tick added, "Ad caught." I was sort of scared of it, Hyacinth continued, but Silk said it wouldn't hurt us, and it didn't. He put down his cup. His name was Lion, and he belonged to Mucor. We stopped at the Calde's palace and let him out, thinking he would go to her. It's only a few streets from the Grand Mantian, of course. Am I to take it that Lion was with the person who shot Eland, and that this Slate hit Lion when he fired at Eland's murderer? Chenille shook her head, her raspberry curls dancing. It wasn't a slug gun that did for it, it was a needler. We think when it saw this cully shoot Eland, it went for him, and he shot it too. Orc says he heard it before Slate shot, and a needler shooting 4 or 5 times up there. That's what got everybody worked up mostly. That and Pass, only nobody saw him, and Orc bringing back Sandy. Only Sandy's kind of mixed up on account of being dead. I would like to speak to him, Silk said. I will at the first opportunity. Before you proceed, did you know Eland other than as a prisoner of Mater Mint's? Did you, Hyacinth? Both said they had not. Since Maitre Mint captured him, I assume he was one of our citizens who remained loyal to the Ayuntamiento. If that's the case, he may have been shot by someone who considered that treachery. But there are a dozen other possibilities. What took place after that? Did I tell you the old augur from Brick Street's dead? He'd gone to Mainframe when I woke up, only he wasn't shot or anything. It looked like he'd just gone to sleep. When Pass came, Silk murmured. I guess it could have been, yeah. Ock says Pass showed him that stuff about Sandy, only he doesn't remember seeing him. Silk broke the corner of a slice of toast and dipped it into his egg. Others have been visited by gods, though they did not see them. Pater Jerboa was safeguarding a fragment of Pass, or so Hyacinth and I were told. Hyacinth said, Something's bothering you. What is it? Much as Scyathan was just then shrugging in response to a question from Abanha, Silk shrugged. I was thinking that the fragment of Pass which Pater Jerboa was safeguarding may have been responsible for his long life, and that its retrieval may have been responsible in his death, not because Pass willed it, but simply because that fragment of Pass was no longer present to maintain him in life. Silk put the egg-soaked toast into his mouth, chewed it reflectively, and swallowed. When neither woman spoke, he said, After that, logically enough, I began to wonder which god it is who maintains the rest of us. I believe I can guess, but we have other things to talk about. Naturally, you were agitated, Chenille. No doubt all of you were. That's right, and General Mint said we ought to find you and tell you, only we thought you'd come here. The Sybils from Brick Street. Wait, you're at the Calde's palace? Right. We thought you and High probably came here, so we walked over, except the Sybils. They stayed to watch the old man's body, and there's a dead coach supposed to come. Only you and High weren't here. I went in here where this glass is because I thought the monitor would probably know where you went. Hyacinth exclaimed, It couldn't. Last night, Hyacinth instructed our monitor not to reveal our whereabouts to anyone, Silk explained. He looked to her for confirmation, and she nodded vigorously. It didn't. Violet told me. See, the one here couldn't find you, so I tried to figure out where you'd go, you and High. You're not going to like this, Pater. I won't be angry, I promise. The first place I thought of was back to Sun Street, that little three-cornered house where I waited for you. Only the monitor where the Sybils live didn't think you were around. Chenille hesitated, unwilling to meet Silk's eyes. So then I thought, where could they have gone? It was still pretty early. It was about the time the market opens when we came over here. He said, I can think of one other place, though I can't imagine why you suppose I might be insulted because you thought of it as well. My room's in the Husgado. I slept there before we reopened the Calde's palace. Chenille shook her head again, the dance of her fiery hair wilder than ever. I knew you wouldn't go there, Pater. You wouldn't want somebody bothering you like I am now, so it would be the very last place. Only I thought maybe orchids, and it couldn't hurt to try. I figured she'd be asleep, but I could ask the monitor and maybe go down there and get something at the little bakery across the street and wait for you and High to come out. So I tried, only Orchid was awake. You remember Violet? Of course. She sort of spent some time with Generalissimo Sayuf last night. Not at Orchid's, but up there at Ermin's. Orchid was kind of lathered about that, because it was Sayuf, so she got up and waited for Violet to hear how it went. Hyacinth put in, and would she want somebody for tonight? Maybe somebody new, and did she have any friends who might want somebody, and did you remember to tell her we're available for private parties? I can imagine. Yeah, all that stuff. Well, I sort of thought, hey, this is interesting, so I talked to Violet some myself. Chenille sounded apologetic. Sure, Hyacinth said. Why shouldn't you? So it pops out that the Trivagontes caught a flyer. Maybe you don't know about this, High, but I do, because I was there when Pater found out. Remember, Pater? Silk smiled ruefully. Yes, it was something that I had hoped to discuss with Generalissimo Sayuf over dinner. Only you didn't know they killed 3, did you? 3 flyers. That's what Sayuf said, Violet says. No, Silk pursed his lips. I certainly did not know that. I thought only one had landed, for whatever reason, and the Trivagontes had him. You're correct, Chenille. This is serious as well as unpleasant. I haven't even gotten to the worst stuff yet, Pater. Violet figured it might be good to know where this flyer was. You know, something somebody might pay to know. She'll be rewarded if she's entitled to it, and it sounds to me as though she is. Only she told Orchid, and Orchid didn't try to hold out for money. She just wanted me to tell you and say where I got it. Then Violet lets out she spotted you and High at Erman's. It was when she'd just got there herself, and that's how I knew where to find you. That's not so bad, surely. It's where they put this flyer, Pater. Chenille gulped. He's in our Huscado, and Sayuf's moving her headquarters there. They're taking it. Silk sat in stunned silence, and Violet spilled something about me and Orc, Pater, just making conversation, she says, with Sayuf. She says as soon as she said Orc's name, Sayuf wanted to know all about him. I think maybe that was why she was so nice to me last night at dinner. Violet thinks Orc's mixed up with this flyer somehow, and now the Trivagontes are looking for him. The formidable breasts heaved again. So the Huscado's the main thing for you, Pater, but Orc's the main thing for me, and I'm scared. Not for me, but for him. The little catacrest sprang onto the dressing-table for a better view of Hyacinth. "Sharpity, laddie, why's wrong?" She wiped her eyes. It was just such a short honeymoon, that's all, Tick. Sayathan opened his eyes as the keys squealed in the lock, then resolutely closed them. The newcomer was twice his height and 3 or 4 times his weight, brawny, dirty, and bearded. This freezing cell had been a haven of peace for the past few hours, Sayathan reflected. The interlude was over, and troubles of a new kind had begun. Outside, the warder said, "I can get you clean sheets if you want 'em." "Fetch my prog," the newcomer rumbled, as the iron door swung inward. "You upstairs, you hungry?" "I am not." Sayathan turned his face to the shiprock wall. "Thank you very much." "I am." The newcomer seated himself heavily on the lower bunk. "Shaggy hungry and shaggy tired. I've been hungry so long I forgot I'm hungry. I'm just sort of empty. I was up shaggy late last night and up shaggy early this morning, and between times I slept on the floor. It was a stone floor, too, but I was so shaggy tired it felt better than this." He lay down, his position attested by the creaking of the bunk straps. "This is the easiest I've had it all week." "A pleasant sleep to you," Sayathan suggested politely. "Oh, I ain't going to sleep. I slept on the floor anyhow, like I said, and I got eating to do." The newcomer chuckled. "How about you? Have a good night?" Sayathan risked a quick look over the side at the big man below. "I have rested more comfortably." "Somebody's been dusting your dial, too, so I'm better off than you." 10 minutes or more crawled by until curiosity tweaked Sayathan. "You are Vironese? You are of this city?" "Born on Wine Street," the newcomer declared sleepily. "You're scared I'm Trivagonte, I guess. Been 3 or 4 days since I shaved is all. I've been too busy." "I myself am a stranger here," Sayathan ventured. "Yeah, Peeper told me." At once Sayathan was on guard. "Who is Peeper?" "Out there with the keys. He's sort of a friend of mine. I've been in a couple times, and it helps. I got gelt, too. That always helps. We're not going to pluck, anyhow." "I understand you," Sayathan said, and fell silent. "People think it's a nickname, like, 'cause he looks in to make sure we're not chilling each other." The newcomer yawned. "But it's his right tag. A peeper's a kind of a little frog. There are frogs mostly in his family, I guess, and toads and such. Twig him coming? Smells dimber." Sayathan sniffed. "It smells good, the first good odor I have smelled in this place." "Beef, brisket, and noodles. They got some kind of a sour cream sauce they put on it. Sour cream and red peppers dried and pounded up, butter, and some other stuff, I guess." The warder's keys rattled against the cell door. Outside it, the warder himself said, "Here's your lunch." "My breakfast," the newcomer told him. "I ate something sometime yesterday, some kind of a fruit, I forget what." The keys squeaked in the lock, and the newcomer chuckled as though the squeak amused him. "I did the best I could with what you give me," the warder declared. "I said who it was for, and you were real hungry and half a card, but make it good. I've seen you eat, only I doubt you can wrap yourself around all this." "I mean to try." The newcomer sat up. "This big one here." A faint chime sounded as the warder lifted the lid from a covered dish. Scythen, watching from the corner of his eye, saw a cloud of fragrant steam waft toward the ceiling. "Your beef brisket and the noodles enough for 3's what he said. Then this little one's extra sauce." There was a somewhat softer chime, followed by an aroma indescribably delicious. Scythen sat up in time to see the warder lift the lid from a third dish. "This here's pickled cabbage. He says you'll like it." The newcomer rubbed his big hands together. "Yeah, I do. Good and hot, he says, and it'll stay hot a long time, only it's about as good cold, so if you can't finish you can keep it to eat later." The warder paused. "Hoppies didn't rough you up much?" "You're a hoppy yourself," the newcomer told him. "They don't think so." "Sure you are. You just don't get the green clothes." The newcomer craned his neck to look up at Scythen. "Remember what I said about his name? It's 'cause his whole family's hoppies, just about. They want their sprats to be hoppies, too, so they give 'em those names, Peeper and like that." The warder said, "I got a brother named Buffo, and he's a hoppy all right, but not me." "Pardon." Scythen leaned over the edge of the upper bunk to look at the laden tray that held the newcomer's meal. "I do not understand." "He's foreign," the warder informed the newcomer. "They got queer ways in Urbs and places like that." The newcomer was unwrapping napkins to reveal a loaf as long as Scythen's arm. "What's itching you upstairs? You figure they don't feed everybody this good?" The warder laughed. "Your food was not prepared here." The newcomer shook his head. "There's a place over on the other side of Cage Street. Peeper went over there for me and told him what I wanted. And after he locked me up, he went back and got it. I fronted him a card, and he gets half for doing it for me. That's how we do here." "You have just arrived," Scythen objected. "There could not be time to prepare so much." "He was in the hot room," the warder explained. "Only they made it easy for him, it looks like, and they let me come in to see if he wanted anything." "They know me, too," the newcomer said. Scythen glanced at the snowflakes drifting down beyond the small barred window and drew his blanket about his shoulders. "It is warmer in there?" Both big men laughed, and the newcomer said, "It's where they ask you questions, only they're pretty easy on everybody today, I figure." "On myself as well. It may be so. It will be worse the next time, I am sure." The newcomer was spreading butter over a quarter of the long loaf. He said, "They have you in the hot room today?" The warder shook his head. "I do not think the hot room. I was questioned on a horse by Abanha, which was not as bad as I feared. Afterward here by Sayuf, Abanha, and others whose names are not known to me. It was worse then. Sayuf is a hard woman." "That's this Triviganti that's taking over," the warder explained to the newcomer. "Generalissimo Sayuf, and she's got the Calde doing everything she says." "They're supposed to be here helping us out," the newcomer protested. "They're helping themselves, if you ask me." The newcomer raised his buttered quarter loaf. "Here, try some upstairs. You hear what we just said?" "Thank you. I could not fail to do so." "Well, that's why the Hoppies made it easy for me. They ain't sure where they stand yet." "This is your police? Vironese police?" "Yeah, only all of a sudden they're working for the Rani, maybe. They don't know, and neither do we." The warder cleared his throat. "Anyhow, it's all here. Red in the bottle, and here's your tumbler on top. There's pig's feet, too, in the square dish, and lots of other stuff. Yell if you want anything." "I sure will," the newcomer told him, and chuckled as the iron door closed behind him. "Keep a sharp eye on me, Peeper. Make sure I don't get out." "This is good bread," Scythen said. "Very good. I thank you for it." "Sure." The newcomer was heaping noodles and brisket onto his plate. "I wish that I could repay you. I have no means." The newcomer looked up at him. "You been in Clink before?" "Last night. My arms were chained about a pole, and I was made to sleep upon the ground. There was grass, not as hard as your floor, I am certain." "Only a lot colder, had to be. I was pretty warm, even on the floor." "Cold, yes." Scythen took another bite of bread. It was soft and white, with a thick brown crust that required chewing. "I had my Mort with me, too, and she kept me warm. You say you ate already?" It was a moment before Scythen was able to swallow. "On a horse, a slice of grey meat between bread. Bread not as good as this." We had spoken about the common tongue, Abana and I, this language in which you and I converse. She said that my meat was also common tongue, which she thought amusing. Wait a minute. The newcomer poured the extra sauce from its small side dish into his plate. Want me to put you some noodles in here? You'll have to eat 'em with your fingers. We only got the one fork. I should not. Scythen wrestled against temptation. I must tell you there have been many, many days on which I have eaten less than the grey meat. Always we eat little, and often we do not eat at all. He swallowed again, this time only his own saliva. But yes, I would like these noodles very much, and it will not trouble me to eat them with my fingers. You got it. The newcomer forked noodles into the sauce dish. You know, I've been wondering why you're so weedy, and I hear the rice is bad in Palustria. You come looking for food? Eating makes one heavy. The concept was so simple and so basic that Scythen had trouble formulating it. One no longer flies well. I am a flyer. That is your term. The newcomer gave him a skeptical look. They don't never come down, and they're spies anyhow, everybody says. I am not a spy. Even Sayuf does not think that. Then you better muzzle that clatter about being a flyer. Somebody might believe you. The newcomer passed the sauce dish up to Scythen. I put a little bit of smoked turtle on top there for you. They give me a little bit of that, too, smoked turtle and onions. If it makes you too thirsty, we can get Peeper to fetch water. I have never eaten this. Scythen dipped up the brown concoction with 2 fingers and tasted it. It is delicious. Maybe I ought to try some myself. I have spoken of becoming heavy, Scythen muttered. But why should I not? My wings will not fly again. The newcomer peered at him. You really are a flyer, huh? They go up in the big airship and catch you? Sighing, Scythen shook his head. We landed to question them. I knew that it would be hazardous. More swiftly than a conjurer's transformation, his wizened face twisted to display a corpse's rictus. Hello, Orc. Aye. You really can do this. Jugs and Paterus swore you could, but I guess I didn't believe 'em. Do you need help? Nah. Finding the empty stare that had become Scythen's unsettling, the newcomer returned to his plate. Tell 'em it's going fine, and I'll give a signal when I know which one. He mopped up sauce with a piece of beef, hoping she would be gone before he finished. I'll send Peeper to fetch something, too. Be better to get him out of the way. So hungry, this tiny man. The newcomer chewed brisket into submission. He's got more meat on him than you. I'd like some soup. I'll ask Grandmother. Do that, the newcomer said. Scythen blinked and grabbed, discovering that the sauce dish was about to slide off his lap. He made himself breathe deeply. This is not expected. The newcomer nodded without looking up. What's that? When one flies too high, one grows faint. Now, too, I felt faintness. Could your food be drugged? No, the newcomer said. You spoke to me several times. I replied, but I do not recall what you said or what I said. Doesn't matter. Scythen finished his smoked turtle and started in on his noodles. I have no reason to trust you. You might be a spy. Sure. I have received good food from you, for which I thank you very much. It is better to be spied upon than beaten. You can say that again. There is nothing I know that I have not told Sayuf and Abana. Why am I confined? The newcomer lifted the lid of another dish. You like cheese? He gave me some of that, too. I have eaten more than suffices already. I have not even finished the bread you gave. Here, the newcomer offered a blue-streaked, whitish lump. Try some of this with it. Thank you. We make good cheese in my home, but I have not eaten any in a long while. Now you listen up upstairs. The newcomer poured 4 fingers of brandy into his tumbler. These Trivagantes you talk about, Abana and Sayuf, I never seen either one of 'em. I don't know 'em from dirt, but I know about this place here, and the hot room, and the courts and beaks and all that. If you want to tell me what you did and what's going on with you, I just might be able to scabby you a couple answers. If you don't want to, dimber here. Only don't ask me stuff I don't know, why I'm confined and that clatter. You desire to know my crime. I have done nothing wrong. And if they're keeping you here, it's 'cause they're afraid of what you'd do if you got out. What's that? I would resume my searching for the man called Orc. That is all. They know this. You going to chill him when you find him? Scythen leaned over the side of his bunk to look down at the newcomer. Is this equivalent to kill? The softer sound instead of the hard sound at the top of the mouth? Yeah, it's what this holy Sybil that taught us would say was an alternate pronunciation. No, I would not chill him. I would tell the masters of the airship above this city that they must take me with this man Orc and those he chooses to Mainframe. Wait up. The newcomer cleaned his ear with the nail of one forefinger. To Mainframe? I ain't sure I heard you right. Say it again. I am from Mainframe. This is where we live, we crew. It is our director. It shelters us, and we repair it as it directs when repairs are needed. A real place. The newcomer sipped brandy. Mainframe is where we live. Byron is where you live. If you live there, why are you shaggy flying over here all the time, making it rain? Because Mainframe directs it. It is the director of the Whorl, not ours alone. If rain did not fall, you cargo would perish. Or if too much falls, Mainframe has many sources of data. We are one, not the least. You want some red? The newcomer offered his tumbler. You still feel like fainting. It might be good for you. No, thank you. All right, what's this about cargo? Like on a boat? You people, the animals and the plants. It is the same as a boat, yes, because we are in a boat. We as well as you. We're the cargo? Staring up at Scythen, the newcomer tapped his own chest. Me? And everybody I know? That is it, with precision. Scythen nodded emphatically. Abana and Sayuf also. So you see that I would not chill Orc. It is our duty to preserve the cargo, not to chill it. Mainframe told you to do this? To preserve the cargo? Yes, always. Scythen's voice dropped. It is increasingly difficult. The sun no longer responds well, not even so well as in my father's day. Heat accumulates, another difficulty, because the cooling no longer functions efficiently. Mainframe may be compelled to blow out the sun. Is that how you say it? Interrupt its energy. It has warned us, and we have done what we can to be ready. The newcomer put down his tumbler. You're getting me dizzy enough without this. He rose, stepping to the small barred opening in the iron door. Hey, peeper! You think that I am deceiving you. You will seek to have me removed. The newcomer turned to face him. Cost me 2 cards to get this pad, and now I scabber your cank. It's getting too hot, you said. The whole Whorl's getting too hot. Scythen nodded. There are other difficulties, but that is worst. So you're going to shut off the cooling? No, no, the sun. Until the Whorl can be cooled. I will not do this, you must understand. I could not. Mainframe must, if it must be done. It will be a terrible darkness. 'Cause the Whorl's getting too hot. The newcomer strode to the window. You take a look out there. That's snow. You will not credit me. Scythen sighed, studying the newcomer's coarse, bearded face for some sign of belief. I cannot condemn you, but you have fed me and been kind. I would not deceive you. It was difficult to make the winter this year. Mainframe struggled, and we flew many sorties. It had to make winter. Mainframe had to make it? The newcomer pointed to the window. I always figured winter was just natural. Nature is a useful term for processes that one does not understand, Scythen told him wearily. Once already the sun has blown out because Mainframe was trying to make this winter. This was not intended. Yeah, I heard about that. The newcomer sounded less argumentative. Then the sun came back only real bright for a minute. It set fire to some trees and stuff. A cull I know asked Pater about it. Called they Silk. He said it was another god talking, and he knew which one, only he didn't say. It was not a god, Scythen asserted. It was the sun's restarting. Restarting must be at maximum energy. Anyhow, that's not why you're here. The newcomer pulled his tunic over his head, revealing a red wool undershirt that he removed as well. Mainframe told you to find this cully Orc. The warder's face appeared in the opening in the door. What do you need? I want you to go to Trotter's for me, the newcomer told him, and handed him 2 cards. You tell him any friends of mine that come in, the first one's on me. Have him tell him I'll be back real soon, and I'll see him at the Cock. You got it? You got to go straight away. Sure. You too hot in there? I got a itch is all. You tell Trotter, then maybe I'll have another little job for you. When the warder had gone, Scythen began, Is it known here? I do not wish to offend religious sensibilities. You won't, the newcomer told him, 'cause I ain't got any. I got religion, and that's different. Is it known that all the gods are Mainframe? Scythen awaited an explosion with some anxiety. When it did not come, he added, Equally is Mainframe all gods. Mainframe, in its aspect of darkness, which in this tongue is termed Tartarus, issued my instructions. After knotting its sleeves around one of the bars, the newcomer pushed his undershirt out the window. You know, I wish you'd told me that sooner, upstairs. He picked up his fork, bending its tines with powerful fingers. What's your right tag, anyhow? I am Scythen. And you? I ain't going to tell you, Scythen. Later I will, only not now, 'cause I scabby it might slow us down. You know where the keyhole is in this door? About where it is, anyhow? Scythen nodded. Dimber, look here. See how I twisted the one funny and bent the other 2 up out of the way? I want you to stick your arm through the peephole there. I could maybe do it if I was to rub butter on my arm, but you can do it easy. Sort of feel around for the keyhole with your Kate. That's the funny-looking one. When you find it, stick your Kate in and twist. Scythen accepted the fork. You are saying this will open the door? You cannot know it. Sure I do. I seen the key when he was letting me in, and I know how these locks work. I know how everything works soon as I see it, so get cracking. I don't want to keep 'em waiting outside. Slowly Scythen nodded again. Then you will be free, and I free to pursue my search for Orc, but clothed as I am, and ignorant of the customs of this city. We're going to take care of you, the newcomer told him briskly. Clothes and everything, and we'll teach you how to act, all right? Do it. Standing on tiptoe, he was able to thrust his arm through the space between 2 bars. The strangely bent tine scratched the door for the lock plate, then scratched the lock plate for the keyhole. I am fearful that I may drop it, he told the newcomer. But I will try to— He had felt the bolt retract. It is unlock. Sure. As Scythen withdrew his arm, the newcomer pushed the door open. Come on! There's a couple more troopers on the outside door already, so we best bing. Wrap that blanket so they can't see your kicks. He led Scythen along the corridor and down a stair to a massive iron door. They ought to have had 'em inside, too, he whispered, only they figured it was all rufflers and upright men, so nothing would happen. It don't matter what's afoot. It gets queered when some cully figures nothing is going to happen. I understand this, Scythen told him, and wanted to add, Yesterday that was I. Only that's the way I'm figuring, too, 'cause I got to. They'll have slug guns out there, and if we beat Hoof, they'll pot us sure. So we're going to walk easy going out and just keep going till we're across the street, and maybe nothing will happen. If they holler or say something, don't you stop or even look back at 'em. You got it? I will try, yes. Dimber. The newcomer pressed his ear to the iron door. Long as you do, you don't have to worry. We'll take care of the rest. There followed a lengthy silence. At last the newcomer said, Pretty quiet out there. Get set. The motion of the door seemed much too quick as Scythen stepped, half-blinded by winter sunlight, through the doorway at the newcomer's side. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed the towering woman whose thick, sand-colored greatcoat his blanket brushed. The wide street was freezing mud, rutted by the wheels of carts and wagons, and almost empty. Snowflakes whirled before his eyes, a few sticking to their lashes. You too! A woman's voice bawled. Halt! So fast that it seemed sure to strike them, a black vehicle swooped toward them, roaring like a storm. He was airborne once more, out of control and without wings. For an instant he saw the startled face of a man in black with whom he collided full tilt, after which something huge and heavy struck his back. A bang, like a slamming door, and the roar mounted to a deafening crescendo. Acceleration pushed him backward into two obstacles he did not at first realize were the shins of the man in black. As though by some mysterious device of Mainframe's, the roar was muffled. Above and behind him the newcomer growled, "Just the one shot, pretty good." A new voice, that of the man in black, said, "Even one is too many." And then, as the pale hands of the man in black and the muscular hands of the newcomer lifted him onto a padded seat, "Welcome to our holy city of Viren, and the names of its people, its patroness, the outsider, and all the other gods. I'm sorry we couldn't do this with less violence and more ceremony. Are you hurt? I'm Calde's Silk." Scyathan wiped his mouth with his fingers, finding to his surprise that it was not bleeding. "I am somewhat bruised, but from blows, and not from this escaping. I am Scyathan." Beyond their enchanted tranquillity, snow swirled, and homely, blank-faced buildings raced like camels. He blinked, looking from this pale cargo to the newcomer and back. "Are we safe?" "For the time being, at least," the pale cargo called Calde's Silk assured him. "I am your prisoner instead of that of the tall women?" Calde's Silk shook his head. "Of course not. You may come and go as you wish." The newcomer added, "Anyhow, we like you." Scyathan smiled. It was very good now to smile, he found. "Then I am free to search again?" "Yeah," the newcomer told him. "Only it ain't going to take you long. I'm Orc." Chapter 13. Making Peace. "Good man," Orab assured everyone at the table. "This is Scyathan," Silk indicated the tiny man on his left. "Scyathan landed near the Trivagonti camp on Thelkstay with 4 of his fellow flyers, I believe while the parade was still in progress. The Trivagontis shot 3 of them and captured him. 1 escaped." Potto nodded, his round, cheerful face mirrored in the waxed and polished wood. "And he escaped yesterday with your help. I won't congratulate you on that operation, just on its success. We could have managed it much better." Halfway down the table, Spider concurred. "Shag, yes." "It was hastily improvised," Silk admitted. "We knew only that Scyathan had come to find Orc. We couldn't even guess why he wanted him. Fortunately, Generalissimo Usyk was able to get through to the guardsman on duty in the Huscardo." Loris interrupted. "They've been replaced." "That's good. I'm glad nothing worse was done to them. On Generalissimo Usyk's instructions, they pretended that they had arrested Orc, and he was able to bribe a turnkey to put him in Scyathan's cell. Quite frankly, we thought it likely that Orc would leave him there after he had talked to him, at least for the time being. We were extremely reluctant to worsen our relations with the Trivagontis." Silk scanned the faces beyond Hyacinth's. Mater Mint looked angry. Bison, beside her, angrier still. Usyk, eager and expectant, a slug gun across his lap. He had wanted both councillors killed, and might conceivably have a subordinate stationed somewhere to kill them. "If things had gone as we expected," Silk continued, "the rest would have been easy. Orc would have been escorted out by guardsmen, and Sayuf's sentries would have assumed that he had been questioned and was being released." Orc himself said, "Only I couldn't. We got to get to Mainframe. That's him and me and everybody that's going with me." He glanced at Quetzal and Remora, seeking support. Potto smiled more broadly than ever. "I congratulate you again on the outcome. It was all we could wish for, and more. Just the same, our enemies retain 4 propulsion modules and 3 undamaged pairs of wings." Hyacinth said loudly, "You're the enemy." Mater Mint shook her head. "They were the enemy up to Thelkstay night. Now we've been betrayed, and we're no longer sure. I doubt that the Trivagontis are either. We're all Vironese here, everybody except the flyer. If Councillor Loris is really here to make peace, we ought to welcome it." She closed her eyes. "I do. Echidna, forgive me." On the other side of the table, Remora nodded emphatically. Silk asked, "Have you come to make peace, Councillor Loris? Councillor Potto?" "Our Azoths have been confiscated," Potto giggled. "I was searched. Me. It was absolutely hilarious, but calling this a peace conference is funnier." I didn't say it was a peace conference, Mainframe Mint snapped. I implied it could become one. It should, if there's any chance for peace. As for taking your weapons, His Eminence and I went to parley without any, and you know what you did to us. Because of that, this parley is being held on our ground, with us armed and you disarmed. I will insist upon the same arrangements for any future parleys as well. Loris snarled. Your troops are melting away as we speak, to which Potto added, It was worth it to see your face, my dear young general, when I threatened you with the teapot. I'll do it again, just for that. But you have no right— Usyk interrupted him, drawing his needler and holding it up. Here is one of my weapons. It will kill me or General Mint or even Calde Silk. Do you want it? He laid it on the polished tabletop between them and gave it a push that sent it past the middle of the table. While Silk counted 3 beatings of his heart, no one spoke. Potto stared at the needler before him and at last shook his head. Then do not complain to us about your weapons, Usyk told him. Silk rapped for order. Like you, Generalissimo, I do not believe that Councillor Potto is entitled to complain about the loss of his weapons. We are entitled to complain about the projected loss of ours, however, and I'm not at all sure that Councillor Potto, although he is inclined to be proud of his information, knows about that. Councillor Loris seems to be less than current with regard to General Mint's volunteers. He addressed Potto directly. Councillor Loris said they were melting away. Colonel Bison reports that they've melted altogether. We had to hurry it, and hurry it we did. Do you know why? Loris said, He doesn't, but he'll never admit it. I'm not so pig-headed. Why, Calde? Silk nodded to Bison, who said, Generalissimo Sayuf has ordered the guard to collect our people's slug guns and store them in the Husgado. Bison leaned forward, his eyes on Loris and his face tense. It was exactly the right order to split the guard on our people, and she didn't even try to rout it through Generalissimo Usyk. She sent it to the individual officers in command of the brigades. Potto put in, except Brigadier Ern. Except for Ern, that's right. We were lucky in that the brigadiers wanted to clear those orders with Generalissimo Usyk. He countermanded them, naturally. Now we've dispersed our people so that it will be impossible for the Tribagontes to disarm them themselves. Potto's giggle mounted to a shrill laugh. He slapped his thigh. You can't use them against us unless you call them up again. And you won't dare call them up because your friends from Tribagonte will disarm them. You're in a pickle. Mainframe Mint told him, Yours is worse. She glanced at Silk, who told Potto, We have a strategy, you see. One that you cannot frustrate. The Tribagontes are preparing to mount a vigorous offensive against you. You know that, I'm sure. Loris nodded. I listened to Generalissimo Sayuf outline her plans last night, and I've been thinking about our options all day. In order to win, all that we have to do now is sit back and let them carry out those plans. She is a rigid disciplinarian, and she's never been down in those tunnels. Furthermore, she's not greatly concerned about the lives of her troops, especially her infantry, which consists largely of conscripts. Silk leaned back, his fingers joined in a pointed tower. As I said, all we have to do is to let her do as she plans. There will be a terrible war of attrition, fought underneath the city between foreigners and soldiers most of the men and women who live in it have scarcely seen. In the end, one side or the other will triumph, and it won't make much difference which it is, since the winner will be too weak to resist General Mint's horde when we reassemble it. Either way, we'll be masters of the city, and either way you will both be dead. Potto sneered. Loris said smoothly, A few minutes ago, somebody was saying we're all Vironese here, with a single exception. Was it you, General? You, whose troops are to complete the destruction once Viron's army has defeated the Tribagontes for you? Yes, she told him. It was. Silk said, There are at least 3 major objections to the strategy I've just outlined, Councillor, though I do not doubt that it would succeed. That it will, if we choose to employ it. You voiced the first yourself. It entails the destruction of Viron's army. The second is that it will take at least half a year, and very possibly several years. Either would be too long, as we'll explain in a moment. The third is that there is one part of Sayu's force that we must have, and it is exactly the part that will almost certainly escape us. I refer to General Saber's airship. Sayathan, will you please tell these councillors what you told me? The flyer nodded, his small, pinched face solemn. We of Mainframe, we crew, were visited by the god you call Tartarus. It was the morning of the day on which I was captured. Orc put in, right after he left me, see? His instructions were urgent. We were to find this man, Orc. Sayathan pointed, and bring him and his followers to Mainframe so that they can leave the Whorl to journey to a short sun sphere outside. Sayathan turned to Silk. They do not believe me. They need only believe that I believe you, Silk told him, as I do. Continue. This very wise man Calde Silk has spoken to you of the airship, the great vessel that flies without wings, stirring the air with wooden arms. The god also spoke to us of this airship. We were to employ it to carry back this man who is my friend now, and those who wish to accompany him. Profound conviction lent intensity to Sayathan's voice. It cannot be accomplished otherwise. No, not though a god should demand it. He cannot fly as we do, nor can the others who wish to accompany him. For them to walk or ride animals would consume many months. There are mountains and deserts and many swift rivers. We'd need enough bucks with slug guns and launchers to fight our way past anybody that tried to stop us, Orc added. We ain't got them. Seeing Chenille enter with a tray, he inquired, What you got there, Jugs? Tea and cookies? She nodded. Matera thought you might like something. She's busy with Stony and Patera, so Nettle and I baked. There is too much eating here, Sayathan protested in a whisper. Also, too much drinking. Behold that one. He indicated Potter with a nod. I agree, Silk said, accepting a cup of tea. But we must consider hospitality. In short, Loris was saying, you want us to help you take over the airship. I won't argue about your reason for wanting it, though I might if I thought we could do it. I doubt that we can. Potto rocked from side to side, bubbling with mirth. I might. Yes, I might. Silk, I'll make you an offer on behalf of my cousins and myself, but you'll have to trust me. Matera Mint shook her head, but Silk told her, this is progress, whether we accept it or not. Let's hear it. I'll seize the airship for you within a month, capturing as many of the technicians who operate it as possible. I'll turn them over to you after they've agreed to cooperate with you in every way. He tittered. They will, I promise you, when I've had them for a few days. Ask the general there. He turned to Chenille, who was serving Remora. May I have a cup of your tea, my dear? I can't drink it, but I like the smell. Matera Mint snorted. I do, my dear young general. You think I'm mocking you, and I'm simply indulging the only pleasure of the flesh left to me. As Chenille poured, he added, Thank you very, very much. 5 bits, would that be acceptable? Chenille stared. Is this... I don't... Silk said, Councillor Potter was merely using you to make a point, Chenille. He prefers to make his points in the most objectionable way possible, as General Mint and I can testify. What is it, Councillor? That even trivial things are seldom free, Potto smiled. That there is a price to pay even when it's a trivial price. Want to hear mine for the airship? Silk nodded, feeling Hyacinth's hand tighten about his. Laura said, I've no idea what he has in mind, but I'm going to attach one of my own first. You're to do nothing to interfere with us during the month specified. No attacks on any position of ours, including urns. Silk said, We wouldn't, of course, if we accepted. But it's your cousin's price that concerns me. 2 men, Potto held up 2 fingers. I want to borrow one and keep the other. Can't you guess which they are? I believe so. Perhaps I should have made it clear that I haven't the least intention of accepting. Even if you had offered to do it for nothing as a gesture of goodwill, I still could not have accepted. Orc started to protest, but Silk cut him off. Let me say this once and for all, not just to you, Orc, and not just to these councillors. but to everyone present. Trivagonte is our ally. There has been friction between us, true. I dare say that there is always friction in every alliance, even the small and simple alliance of husband with wife. Hyacinth's lips brushed his cheek. I did not ask the Rani to send us help, but I welcomed it with open arms when she did. I have no intention of turning against her and her people now because of a little friction. Mater Marble often tells me things she's learned from watching children's games, and I received the greatest lesson of my life during one such game. Now I want to propose a game for us. Let us pretend for a few minutes that I'm General Isamo Sayuf. Will all of you accept that for the sake of the game?" His eyes went from face to face. "Very well, I am Sayuf. I understand that some of you are nursing grievances in spite of my long and swift march to your rescue, and in spite of the aid I brought you. Let me hear them now. There is not one I cannot dispose of." Loris said, "I hope you're not so deep in your part as to shoot me." Silk smiled and shook his head. "Very well, then, Generalissimo Sayuf. I have a complaint exactly as you said. I'm speaking as the presiding officer of the Ayuntamiento, the legitimate government of this city. You and your troops are interfering in our internal affairs. That is an act of war." Silk heaved a sigh, and his gaze strayed to Chenille, who was pouring tea for Maître Mint. "Councillor, your government was never legitimate because it was established by murdering your lawful Calde. I can't say which of you ordered his murder, or whether you acted jointly. For the purposes of discussion, let's assume it was Councillor Lemur, and that he acted alone. You, nevertheless—" "I didn't intend to get into this," Loris protested. His craggy face was grim. "You introduced the subject yourself when you referred to yours as the legitimate government, Councillor. I was about to say that though you searched for the adopted son Calde Tussa had named as his successor, as your duty required, you did not hold elections for new councillors, as your charter demands. My ally Calde Silk governs because the people of your city wish it, and so his claim is better than yours. Aid given by a friendly power is not an act of war. How could it be? Are you saying that we of Trivagonte attacked your city? It welcomed us with a parade." Silk waited for a response. When none came, he said, "You have already heard that I know the contents of your previous Calde's will. I found a copy in your Huscado. Let me say, too, that in my opinion the adopted son you searched for with so much diligence did not exist. Calde Tussa invented this son to draw your attention from another child, an illegitimate child who may or may not have been born before his death. If she had already been born, referring to an adopted son was doubly misleading, as he doubtless intended it to be." Silk sipped his tea. "Don't go, Chenille." Otto sprang to his feet. "You!" "Did you kill my father, Councillor?" Chenille's dark eyes flashed. "The real one? I don't know, but I don't think it was really Councillor Lemur. I think it was you." Usyk raised his slug gun, telling Potto to sit down. "If you did, and evidence can be found," Silk continued, "you will have to stand trial. So far we have none." "Are you Silk or Sayuf?" Potto demanded. "Silk at present." "I'll resume the game in a moment. Your cognizance, will you speak? I ask it as a favour." Upon Silk's shoulder, Orib fluttered uneasily. "If you want me to, Pater Calde." Quetzal's glittering gaze was fixed on Potto. "Not many of us knew Tussa. Pater Remera did, and Loris. Did you, Generalissimo?" Usyk shook his head. 20 years ago I was a captain. I saw him several times, but I doubt that he knew my name." "He knew mine, eh?" Remera cleared his throat. "I was coadjutor in those, happier days. Mother still living, eh, General? It, sufficient in itself, eh? Though there were other favourable circumstances." Chenille, who had stopped pouring tea, murmured, "I wish I knew more about him." "I, disliked him, I confess," Remera told him. "Not hatred, you understand, and there were times, eh? But I was, substantially alone in it. Wrong, too, eh? Wrong. I, concede it now. Loud, brawling, vigorous, and I was, determined, quite determined, secretly to be offended, But he put the city first, always did, and I accorded insufficient weight to it. He wouldn't flatter my then coadjutor, Pater Acalde, Quetzal explained. He flattered me, however. He flattered me by confiding in me. He never married. Are you both aware of that? Silk and Chenille nodded. Clergy take a vow of chastity. Even with its support, chastity is too severe for many. He confided to me as one friend to another that his housekeeper was his mistress. Not, under the seal, eh? Quetzal's hairless head swayed on its long neck. I don't and won't speak of shriving, though I shrove him once or twice. This was at dinner, one at which only he and I were present. If he were alive, I wouldn't speak of it. He's dead and can't speak for himself. He introduced the woman to me. He asked me to take care of her should he die. Chenille said, If that was my mother, you didn't. I did not. I couldn't find her. Though she was good-looking in her way, she was an ignorant woman of the servant class. I know she disliked me, and I think she was afraid of me. She was guilty of adultery weakly, and unable to imagine forgiveness for it. Silk said, You searched for her as soon as you heard Calde Tussa was dead? I did, Pater Acalde. Not as thoroughly as I should, since she was alive, and I failed to find her. Laura said, I remember her now. The gardener's wife. She oversaw the kitchen and the laundry. A virago. Quetzal nodded frigidly. She was the type he admired, and he was the type she did. Orc began, This gardener, Cully, a marriage of convenience performed by my prothonotary in 5 minutes. There would have been talk if Tussa had a single woman in this palace. His gardener wasn't intelligent, though a good man and a hard worker. He was proud to be seen as married, as a man who'd won the love of an attractive woman. I imagine she dominated him completely. I thought they would look for new employment when Tussa died, and I planned to make places for them on our staff. They didn't. I know now, thanks to Pater Acalde, that they became beggars. At the time, I assumed they'd known something about Tussa's death and had been silenced. Chenille said, We sold watercress, but if somebody wanted to give us money, we took it. I used to ask for money, too, and run errands, do little jobs. She swallowed. After a while, I found out there were things men would give me half a card for. It was a fortune to us, enough food for a week. She stared at her listeners, challenging them. Laura smiled. Blood will tell, they say. Blood won't, Silk declared. Blood's dead. I killed him. But if Blood were alive, he might tell you that it was good business to give rust at first to the young women at Orchids and to sell it to them afterward. To keep them in constant need of money and thus keep them there for as long as he and Orchid let them stay. The Ayuntamiento let him bring rust and other drugs into our city in return for what I must call criminal services. Hyacinth said, I use it sometimes, and I've been telling myself that if Shen can kick it, so can I, and I hope it's true. But it's hard. Don't ever believe anybody who says it's not. Quetzal gave Loris a lipless smile. Blood does tell, my son. Watch out, Oreb advised. It was not clear to which he spoke. Mater Amint asked, Do you know why they didn't try to find another situation, Calde? I don't, but I believe I can guess. Chenille's mother had recently given birth to the Calde's child, or if she had not, she was carrying that child, and it was her child, too. She must have guessed or known that the Calde had been murdered. At that time, the Ayuntamiento was searching everywhere for the adopted son mentioned in the Calde's will, and she would have supposed, as I believe most people did, that it would kill him if it found him. She needn't have been an educated woman, or an imaginative one, to guess what would happen to another child of the Calde's if it learned that she existed. Silk filled his lungs, feeling a twinge from his wounded chest. We've gotten far off the subject, but since we're here, let's finish what we've begun. Calde Tussa left a substantial estate. I have it now as trustee for his daughter. I'll turn it over to Chenille as soon as she reaches 20, the legal age of maturity. Good girl, Oreb assured everyone. Loris told Silk, that will have to be adjudicated by the courts, I'm afraid. He shook his head. Our government is sorely in need of funds, Councillor. We have a war to prosecute, in addition to all the usual civic expenses. And we gave each of General Mint's troopers 2 cards, as well as his or her weapon, before we sent them home. Loris said, You're generous with the taxpayers' money. In order to do it, we've taken control of the fisc. The city assumes responsibility for inactive accounts and for the accounts in trust, such as Calde Tussa's. We've sequestered the accounts of the members of the Ayuntamiento, as you know. Do you want to talk about it now? Scythen said, We must speak more of the airship. It is urgent. This Potto says he will get it, but in 1 month. We have a few days at most, not more. Why? Hyacinth asked him, speaking across Silk. Orc told him, Let 'em jaw about the money first. If you don't, they'll keep going back to it. Wise man, Oreb exclaimed. Silk rapped the table. Which will it be, the airship or your accounts? Personally, I prefer to deal with Generalissimo Usik's complaints against Generalissimo Sayuf and General Mint and Colonel Bison's. It's usually best, I've found, to consider minor matters first and get them out of the way. Otherwise they cloud everyone's thinking, as Orc says. We knew you'd stolen our money, Loris told him, but we also knew it would be useless to protest the theft. Mater Mint declared, You want to make peace after all. Hardly. But we're prepared to offer you new terms of surrender, much more liberal terms than those I proposed at Blood's, which were intended merely as an opening point for negotiations. You said at the time that they were not negotiable, Silk reminded him. Certainly, one always does. You were willing to listen to Potto's proposal. Will you hear ours as well? Our joint proposal? Of course. Then let me first explain why you should accept it. You assert that you have a strategy that will assure your victory, though you are loath to follow it. You are mistaken, but we are not. We have a strategy of our own, one that will assure your defeat in under a year. Usik said, Clearly you do not, or you would follow it. And Silk nodded. You have been assisting us with it, Loris continued, smiling, for which we are appropriately grateful. Potto grinned. We're giving away slug guns, too. We are, Loris confirmed, and other weapons as well, needlers mostly. We still have access to several stores of weapons. I hope you will excuse my keeping their locations confidential. Giving them to who? Bison inquired. In a moment. Some preparation is necessary. You were underground not long ago, Colonel. The tunnels are extensive. Are you aware of it? You saw not 1,000th part of them. I've been told the Calde went into them from a shrine by the lake, and the General Mint went in from a house north of the city and came out on the Palatine. If those she saw and those he saw belong to the same complex, it's pretty large. Mater Mint told him much larger than that, according to what I've learned from Spider. I want him, Potto put in. I want him and the flyer. I offered the airship and you refused it. Name your price. Silk sighed. I said that trivial points tend to obscure discussions. This is just such a point, so let's dispose of it. Spider is our prisoner. We will exchange him for one of equal value during this truce or another. Have you a prisoner to offer us? Who is it? Potto shook his head. I will have soon. Give him back, and you'll get double value as soon as I have it. No! Mater Mint struck the table with her small fist, and Hyacinth's catacrest thrust his furry little head above the tabletop, saying, Dan be saw made, laddie. Of course not, Silk told Potto. But may I propose an alternative I believe workable? Let's hear it. In a moment. You also want Scythen. Only temporarily, Potto giggled. I'll pay you a fine for every day I keep him over a fortnight. How's that? Like a library book. I still have a lot more money than you stole. Orc declared, I heard about you from Matera, and you ain't taking him. Orc speaks for me as well, Silk said, and for all of us. Scythen is a free individual. A free man, Loris amended. Precisely. He is not mine to give or keep. He is here in this palace as my guest, and nothing more. Nothing less, I ought to say. If you believe he's under restraint, ask him. Remora tossed back his lank black hair. Sacred unto pass are the life and property of the stranger you welcome. Furthermore, he would disappoint you. He's been beaten and interrogated already by Generalissimo Sayuf, who hoped to learn how the flyer's propulsion modules operate. Councillor Lemur killed Iolar, who was another flyer, for the same reason. I shrove Iolar before he died. Since Lemur himself died soon after, you may not be aware of it. Are you? Loris shrugged. We were aware of his capture, of course. But Lemur learned from him, died with Lemur, unfortunately. Lemur learned nothing from him. That was why Lemur killed him. I discussed the propulsion modules with Sayathan today. He freely conceded that their principle is important. That it would be valuable to our city or any other is obvious, but he doesn't have it, and neither did Iolar. The scientists who make them remain in Mainframe, safe from capture. The flyers who use them are kept ignorant of the principle, for reasons they understand and approve. It's an elementary precaution, one that you and your fellow councillors ought to have anticipated. It would have been anticipated, surely, by anyone not blinded by the itch for power. If you want to find out how they operate, you might capture one of those the Trivagontes have and take it apart. But I doubt that I could tell leaf from root. Naturally you couldn't, Potto giggled. Have you got one? Name your price for Spider. 100 cards? I want to hear it, and the price of the propulsion module, too, if you've got one. We don't. Councillor Loris. Councillor Lemur told me that he was a bio, not a chem. Are you? Certainly. Despite the marble bookend you crushed at Bloods. This is not my natural body. Physically, I'm on our boat, well out of your reach. This body, Loris touched his black velvet tunic, is a chem, if you like. To simplify matters, I won't object to your calling it that. I manipulate it from my bed, making it move and speak as I did when I was younger. Mater Mint told Silk. I explained all this, I think. Yes, you did, Mater. I'm very grateful. Spider should be grateful as well. If it gets me loose, Spider grunted. It very well may. From what General Mint has reported, counterintelligence has been your chief concern. I'm not so naive as to think that your organization, what remains of it, could not be put to other uses, however. And I noticed that Councillor Potto wanted you back when he was planning to seize control of General Saber's airship. Potto said, I do anyhow. He's valuable to us. Clearly. Primarily in frustrating spies? Loris said, Primarily, yes. Spider, General Mint says you're a decent man, a patriot in your way. If I were to release you to Councillor Potto as you wish, would you be willing to give me your solemn promise that insofar as our forces are concerned, you would confine your activities entirely to counterintelligence? By our forces, I intend those headed by Generalissimo Usyk and Ork. Not only the Guard, but General Mint's volunteers, including those commanded by her through Colonel Bison. Spider licked his lips. If Councillor Potto don't tell me I can't, yeah, I will. Potto raised a hand. Wait! I think I heard something funny. Does your friend Ork have a private horde now? Ork grinned. The best thieves in the whole city, the ones that's going with me and Sayathan. A month for the airship, you said. I figure we might nab it a whole lot sooner. Sayathan stood up. We must. If the cargo will not leave the Whorl, Pass will drive everyone out as one drives a bear from a cave. He will starve and afflict crew and cargo until we go. Loris's icy blue eyes twinkled. A rain of blood. The Krasmologic writings speak of such things, I'm told. Remora nodded solemnly. Ah, worse, Councillor. Plagues, eh? Famine, likewise. Listen to me, Sayathan's excited tenor cracked. If a landing craft leaves, even one Pass will wait for more. But if none leave, everyone will be driven out. Do you understand now? We crew have a craft ready, but so much crew cannot be spared so early in the plan. For this reason Tartarus has readied Orc for us, and we must have them." "Me and my knot," Orc explicated. Chenille added, "That's me. I hope you don't mind that I stayed to listen, Paterer, but when Orc goes, I go too." "With my blessing," Potto chortled. "Oh, yes, very much so. I'll be delighted to lose my accuser and have the enemy lose its airship." He turned to Silk. "Will Spider be free to act in any way we choose against your cherished allies?" "That's what it sounded like. You didn't expect me to miss that, did you?" "No." Silk's expression was guarded. "But if you had, I would have mentioned it to him. You may not be aware of it, but Mater Mint left the tunnels with 2 other prisoners. One was a convict named Eland. Eland was murdered yesterday morning in the Grand Mantian." "A mystery!" Potto clapped his pudgy hands like a happy child. "I love them." "I don't. I try to clear them up when I can, and I've been trying to clear up this one. My first thought was that this man Eland had been killed by some old enemy, most plausibly someone who had attended the sacrifice there the previous night and had seen him. I asked Orc to find out who that enemy might be, and had one of the General Skate's officers inquire as well." Silk shifted his attention from Potto to Spider. The harder they looked, the less probable it appeared. Eland had not been a thief, as I had assumed, but a horse-trainer who had killed his employer in a fit of rage. Presumably there was some public sympathy for him, since he was not executed. Orc could find nobody who knew of anyone who bore him a murderous grudge. Mater Mint asked, "Did you consider Eurus, Calde?" "We did, but we quickly dismissed him. Eland had been a useful subordinate in the tunnels, where Eurus would have had any number of opportunities to kill him in complete safety. Why wait? Why run the risk of being shot by Acting Corporal Slate, as the killer very nearly was? Besides, I've gotten a sketchy description of the killer, and if it's even roughly correct, he was neither dirty nor dressed in rags. I'll tell you later how I obtained it." "Got to protect his sources," Spider explained. "That's how it is, Matera." "Most of Eland's friends and relatives had assumed he was dead long ago," Silk continued. "Yet someone with a needler had quite deliberately climbed into the choir of the Grand Mantian to shoot him. Why? After I'd turned over the question for an hour or two, it occurred to me that someone might have made a mistake, that he might have intended to shoot another person entirely, and mistaken Eland for that person. Chenille here was able to tell me in considerable detail how everyone present had been dressed, and Orc and Spider appeared to be the only possibilities." Eyeing Spider, Oreb whistled. "There were a number of Sibyls present. All wore habits and could be dismissed at once. So could Patera Incus and the body of Patera Jerboa. Both were robed in black, as I am. No one could mistake a man for Chenille, and so on. If an error had been made, the intended victim was clearly Orc or Spider." Orc said, "I don't think he was shooting at me." "Neither do I," Silk told him. "You were near the altar, and thus somewhat nearer the killer. Furthermore, you were in a relatively well-lit area. Spider and Eland were in a chapel behind the sanctuary, a more distant area, as well as a more dimly lit one. I would guess that the killer had been given a verbal description of Spider, and had been told that he was being guarded by soldiers." Silk turned back to Spider. "Were you and Eland awake when he was shot?" Spider nodded. "Were you standing up?" Spider shook his head. "We were sitting on the floor. That soldier wouldn't let us get up unless we had a reason." "There you have it," Silk shrugged. "At least you have as much as I do. Sitting would tend to conceal the difference in size. Slate was guarding both of you, and from what I've heard, neither of you had been given an opportunity to wash and change clothes, as General Mint and Patera Remora did. In the dim light of the chapel, the killer may not have seen you at all, or he may simply have felt that Eland corresponded more closely to the description he had been given. The question then became who would want to kill Spider. Plausibly, the Ayuntamiento or the Trivigontes. The first because he knows a great deal about its espionage and counter-espionage activities, and about the tunnels under the city, information that he might pass on to Generalissimo Usyk, to General Mint, or to me. "I'd know about it. I'd have ordered it," Potto giggled. "I didn't." Silk nodded. "And you could easily have found an assassin who knows Spider by sight, I would think. The Trivigontes are our allies, but they are Spider's enemies, and he is said to know a great deal about their spies in Viren." He fell silent. Mater Mint said, "You can't be sure this is true." "No, I can't, but I believe it very well may be. We stole a prisoner from Generalissimo Sayuf. Is it absurd to suppose that she might try to kill one we had? Since that may have been the case, it would be manifestly unjust to limit Spider's activities with regard to Sayuf and her horde." "They went after me so I can go after them," Spider said. "Exactly." Hyacinth touched Silk's arm. "I don't understand. Are we for them or against them?" Mater Mint was staring at Silk. "I feel this is almost ancient history, but before all this started, before poor Mater Rose passed on, I felt that I understood you, just as I felt I understood myself. In the past 10 days or so you've become somebody else, somebody I don't understand at all. And so have I. You're married now. I witnessed the ceremony, and I'm thinking about marrying too." A change in her expression told Silk that Bison's hand had found hers. After a moment of silence, she added, "You've lost your faith, or most of it, I think. What's happened to us?" Potto laughed loudly. Quetzal, seated between Usyk and Loris at the other end of the table, murmured, "Circumstances have changed, Mater. That's all, or nearly all. There is an essential core at the center of each man and woman that remains unaltered, no matter how life's externals may be transformed or recombined. But it's smaller than we think." Silk nodded his agreement. "If I, permitted—" Remora pushed back the errant lock of lank black hair. "The General and I were companions in, adversity. The, spirit, the inalterable core, as his cognizance has, finally, the spirit that survives even death. It grows when trod upon, like the dandelion. I have learned it, eh? So may you, if you, reflect." He stared down at his long, bony hands. "Wouldn't have killed Spider, hey, in those tunnels? Would have, failed? But I wish now I had tried, or very nearly. And here, eh? No longer coadjutor. Got my own Mantian, hey? After all these years. Moved in today." He spoke to Silk. Necessary that I talk to you about it, eh, Calde? Sun Street, accounts, and so on. When we've adjourned." Silk managed to say, "Gladly, Pater. Stripped of, power, that's the expression. Smaller outside, growing inside. I, feel it." He held up the Gamadian he wore. It was of plain iron. As much to cover his embarrassment as her own, Mater Mint asked Silk, "You said everything Sayuf's done since her horde arrived could be defended, and she's our ally, and yet you're letting Spider go? Free to attack her and the rest of the Trivigontes in any way Potto chooses." Potto rocked with merriment. "Be her again, Silken. You can shoot yourself." He shook his head. "I'm not being asked to defend Sayuf's actions now, but my own. I have changed, I suppose, General, as you say, but I don't think I've changed as much as you may imagine. The faith I had learned as one learns other lessons, from reading and lectures and my mother's example and conversation. I'm in the process, I believe, of replacing it with new faith gained from experience, from circumstances, as His Eminence says. You have to wreck the old structure, or so it seems to me, before you can build the new one. Otherwise, it's always getting in the way." He held out his hand to Hyacinth, who took it. "We're married, as you say. I don't believe my mother ever was. Did I tell you that?" Mater Mint shook her head. "I told Mater Marble, I'm sure. I know now, or think I know, how I came to be, as a result of something that happened to me in the tunnels, or at least underground. You don't understand me, I know." "Certainly I do. You don't have to talk about that, Calde, or anything. But I certainly wasn't asking about that." Silk shook his head. "You don't. You merely suppose you do. Councillor Potto, here's a mystery for you. Can you solve it?" "I've lied about it once already tonight, I warn you, and I'll lie again if I must." Mater Mint objected. "You don't tell lies, Pater." Silk shook his head. "We all do when we must. When we're asked about something we heard in Shriving, for example, we say we don't know. This is something I have to lie about, at least until it no longer matters, simply because everyone would think I lied if I told the truth." Maitre Marble's voice surprised him. "Not I, Pater." He turned in his chair to look at her. "Chenille brought in tea and cookies, the ones she and Nettle baked, and she never came back. Horn seems to have disappeared, too. I thought something might be wrong." "A great many things are, Molly," Silk told her. "But we're trying to set a few right. Do you remember what I told you about my enlightenment? I saw Pater Pike praying so very hard year after year for help for his Mantian, remember?" She nodded. "Until the outsider spoke in his heart, telling him his prayer was granted. When I had seen that, I waited full of expectation to see what help would be sent to him." Maitre Marble nodded. "I remember, Pater. It arrived, and it was me. That was all it was. Me. Laugh, Counselor." Potto did not oblige. "But for a moment, ever so briefly, I saw myself as Pater Pike had seen me then. It was a humbling experience. Better, it was a salutary one. I'm emboldened by the memory now when I find myself having to reckon with councillors and generalissimos, people whose company is alien to me and whose opposition I find terrifying." Maitre Marble nodded. "As they find yours, Pater." "I doubt it." Shaking his head, Silk addressed Loris. "We're prepared to offer you a very good bargain, Counselor, an exceptional one. Spider has promised he'll confine himself to counter-espionage as regards our forces if we will release him. We ask no oath on the writings, no ceremony of that kind. A man's word is good or it isn't, and General Mint has indicated that his is. In exchange, we ask only your present self. I emphasize present. The Councillor Loris here will us. You can divert your consciousness to another such body as soon as we're through conferring. And I assume that you will. It won't be a violation of our bargain. Do you agree to the exchange?" "No," Loris said. "I have no second body available." Potto exclaimed. "I will." "I'm afraid not, Counselor. When you have a prisoner of similar importance, an exchange can be effected. Until then, Spider must remain with us. Councillor Loris, are you certain you won't reconsider?" Loris shook his head, then stared at Remmerer, who was seated to Potto's right. Quetzal murmured, "He has these fits occasionally, poor fellow. I think Pater Acalde witnessed one last week." "I did, shortly before my bride and I were reunited at Ermin's." Longing to embrace her, Silk tore his gaze from Hyacinth's. "They are coming, Silk," Remmerer announced in a flattened voice. "A colonel and 100 cavalry troopers." Oreb whistled sharply. "Thank you. Orc, I'm afraid this means we have very little time. You and Scythen must leave at once by a side door. Your followers are meeting at the Cock. Warn them that Trivagonti patrols may search for them. Chenille had better go with you, otherwise they're liable to take her to get you." Loris stood. "We'd better leave, too." "Not with us," Orc snapped. "Out the front if you're going. Come on, upstairs. Come on, Jugs." Potto rose, giggling. "He doesn't share Silk's love for you, Cousin Loris." Silk motioned for both to sit again. "You have come under a flag of truce. They'll respect that, surely." "So did we," Maitre Mint told him. He ignored it. "You and Colonel Bison are affronted now because Generalissimo Sayuf wished to confiscate the weapons you gave your troopers. If she were here, she might explain that she acted in support of our government, the one opposed to the ayuntamiento that Echidna ordered you to establish and that you have established. She probably feels sure, as General Sabre and Chenille did Thelkstay night, that once freed of the restraint of discipline, your troopers will use their weapons to overturn it. Remember that when we talk to these Trivagontis." Silk addressed Usyk. "You, Generalissimo, are piqued because Generalissimo Sayuf bypassed you and Skate, issuing orders to the commanders of the brigades." Usyk nodded, his face grim. "Bear in mind that when she tried to collect those weapons, she was doing what you would have, had you not been restrained by my orders, and that she's shown clearly that she thinks it useless to try to suborn your loyalty. Remora gaped at Quetzal's vacated chair. His cognizance has left us, Silk explained. I suppose he went with Orc. You dozed off for a moment, I believe. Councillor Loris, Councillor Potto, you said you'd come to demand my surrender with new terms. Let's not trouble about the terms now. Explain briefly, if you will, how you know that we and our allies will be defeated. Loris nodded. Briefly, as you ask. Sayuf's been sending patrols into the countryside to forage for food. They take whatever our people have and leave promissory notes in which our people have no confidence. Notes that are almost certainly valueless, in fact. Our farmers have begun hiding what food they have and organizing bands to resist. Usyk interrupted him. You gave your permission, Calde, at the parade. I was thunderstruck. Hyacinth said, You think you're terribly clever, don't you, Usyk? What would you have done? Usyk started to speak, but thought better of it. He would have told Generalissimo Sayuf that she'd have to buy what our farmers brought her. Or so I imagine. Silk shrugged. They wouldn't have brought enough, or nearly enough, and they wouldn't have accepted promises to pay later. Soon she would have had to send out patrols, as she's doing now, or shut her eyes to the fact that unit commanders were foraging for themselves. In either case, we would have had to stop them, or anyway, we would have had to try. Within a short time, we'd have been fighting Trivagontes in the streets. I hoped to prevent that, or at least postpone it. I'm afraid that I gained very little time for us, and it may be that I gained none at all. We could have sent out foraging parties of our own, Bison suggested. Mater Mint shook her head. Then the farmers would have hated us instead of them. If they must hate somebody, it's far better that they hate Sayuf and her Trivagontes. The point, Loris interposed, is that they're beginning to resist. You've helped them, and we're helping them more. Potto grinned at Silk. Cementing their loyalty to us, you see. We're the government of the good old days, coming up out of the ground with armloads of slug guns and giving them away. He tittered. We get food aplenty for our bios. It's mostly chems with us down below, and they don't need it. We estimate that 15,000 of General Mint's 50,000-odd were country folk, Loris continued. They're armed now, thanks to you. We've armed another 4,000 thus far, and we continue to distribute arms. This Sybil— I'm a lay woman again, Mater Marble told him. This officious lay woman once boasted that though others might be tempted to lie, her figures were accurate. So are mine. Inside of 3 months, Sayuf will be unable to feed her troops, to say nothing of her horses, mules, and camels. Having no alternative, she'll return to Trivagonte. By then, half the city will have abandoned your rebellion. We came to inform you of that, and demand that you restore our personal accounts. And keep your hands off the Fisk, Potto subjoined. That will be guaranteed by their surrender. Loris looked around the table, a counselor so rich in wisdom and experience that even Mater Mint was inclined to accept everything that he said. Would you care to hear our terms? No. Silk paused, listening to the sounds of hurrying feet in the foyer. We haven't time. I accept. We surrender. We can discuss terms when we have more leisure. That was why I hoped you'd remain, Counselor. It would have facilitated— At that moment I burst into the room. They're coming, Calde, like you said, a couple of hundred, some on horses. Thank you, Horn. Silk smiled sadly. They'll knock, I believe. At least I hope they will. If they do, delay them as long as you can, please. Potto was on his feet again. We accept your surrender. Let's go, cousin. Mater Marble stepped into their path. Let me remind you of what I told you at my son's. Calde Silk's surrender is valid and binds everyone. Pater Silk's means nothing at all. Do you accept him as Calde? For life? The door to the kitchen flew open then, and Hassan strode in with a needler in each hand. Behind him came a dozen women brandishing slug guns. That life may be short, he told Silk. It will be unless you get your hands up. The rest of you, too. One by one, Hyacinth, Silk, Remora, Potto, Spider, and Horn complied. Mater Marble and Bison raising their hands last and together. Silk said, "You realize, I hope, that this is fundamentally a misunderstanding, a falling out among friends. It can be smoothed over, and soon will be." "Spread out," Hosan told the women who had entered with him. "Each cover a prisoner." He smiled at Silk, a smile that did not reach his hooded eyes. "I hope you're right, Calde. On the personal level, I like you and your wife. I'm carrying out Colonel Abanha's—" The crack of a needler cut him off. Ragged fire from the slug guns ended in a choking cloud of plaster dust and an ear-splitting roar as most of the west wall fell, severed from its foundations by the Azoth Silk had received from Dr. Crane and given to Mater Mint. Chapter 14. The Best Thieves in the Whorl. "Pater?" Horn inquired softly. "Calde?" Silk sat up. "What is it?" "Nettle's asleep. Just about everybody is, but I knew you weren't. I could see your eyes." Silk nodded, the motion almost invisible in the darkness of the freezing tent. "You're right, I wasn't. And you're afraid, as we all are, and want reassurance. I'll reassure you as much as I can, though that isn't very much. I have some questions, too." Silk smiled, his teeth flashing in the gloom. "So do I, but you can't answer mine. I may be able to answer a few of yours. I'll try." Nettle whispered, "I'm not asleep. Horn thought I was, but I was pretending so he'd sleep." Horn took her hand as she said, "I've got a question, too." "Reassurance first," Silk told them. "You may need it more than you realize. It's quite unlikely that Generalissimo Sayof will have you executed or even imprisoned. Hosan, that's Willett's real name. He's a Trivagonti. Knows that you and Horn were at the palace to help Molly. Besides, you're hardly more than children. Sayof's a harsh woman, but not a cruel one from what I've seen. She wouldn't command the loyalty she does if she were. I can only guess, but I believe that you and Horn will be questioned and released." Horn asked, "Is there anything you don't want us to tell?" "No. Tell them everything. Nothing you can say can harm Hyacinth, or Molly, or me, or Pater Remora, or Pater Incus, or even Spider. Nor can anything you say harm you. The better they understand your place in all this, the more likely it is that you'll be set free once they've learned all they can from you. Or so it seems to me." In a whisper, Nettle asked, "Does this mean we've failed, Pater?" "Of course not. I'm not sure what you're asking about. Whether you're afraid we've failed as human beings." "Failed the gods?" "No." There was resolution in Silk's voice. "How old are you?" 15. "I'm 8 years older. It seems an enormous separation to me, as no doubt it does to you. How does it appear to his cognizance, do you think?" Horn said, "Like nothing. His cognizance was an old, old man when we were born." "When I was, too. Consider, then, how young we must appear to Paths, who built the Whorl, or to the outsider who shaped our forebears from the mud of the short-sun Whorl." Silk fell silent, listening to the slow pacing of the sentries outside and Remora's soft snores. "Since the outsider began us, let us begin with him. I've never seen him except in a dream, and even then I couldn't see his face clearly. But he's seen me from the beginning, from before my own beginning, in fact. He knows me far better than I know myself, and he chose me to perform a small task for him. I was to save our Mantian from Blood. Blood is dead. Musk, who was the owner of Record, and who I once considered worse than Blood, is dead, too. Pater Remora over there is the new augur on Sun Street. I believe that may be the outsider's way of telling me the task is done. You both helped do it, and I'm sure he's grateful as I am." Horn muttered, "We didn't do anything, Pater." "Of course you did. But listen, I may be wrong about having saved our Mantian, and wrong about the sign. I may fail after all. I can't be sure. But I can be sure of this. He will forgive me if I fail, and he would surely forgive you. I know him more than well enough to be certain of that." Nettle said, "I was mostly thinking about Echidna. I saw her when she talked to Mater Mint. I was there." "So was I. Echidna told her to destroy the Alumbrera. It has been destroyed, and the convicts have been freed. I freed them. Yes, but Echidna also ordered the destruction of the Ayuntamiento. It is still in existence, if you like, but consider. Lemur, who headed it so long, is dead. So is Loris, who succeeded him. Mater says that wasn't really him, Nettle objected. She says Mater Mint said Potto just works the councillors that we see, like you'd work a puppet. Silk chuckled, a small, cheerful sound in the darkness, like the wooden man that Horn had when you were small. Yes, Pater, that's true, I'm sure. And I'm equally sure that at one time it was true of all 5 councillors. Before Dr. Crane killed Lemur, however, we learned that the real Lemur had died some time before, years before, probably. The manipulated body had become Lemur, the only Lemur in existence, though it thought itself still manipulated by the corpse in Lemur's bed. Do you follow this, Horn? Nettle? Nettle said, I think so, Pater. When I had time to think about that, which wasn't until Dr. Crane and I had been pulled out of the water. I wondered about the other councillors. If Councillor Loris had remained with us, as I asked, and if he had found it impossible to divert his consciousness to another chem, I would have known, and we would have held the presiding officer of the Ayuntamiento. As it was, I would guess that Loris himself knew before he came to treat with us. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have snatched up the needler Generalissimo Usyk offered to Councillor Potter and begun firing. He understood Generalissimo Sayuf well enough to realize that she would have him executed on some pretense, and knew he had his life to lose like any other man. In the event, he lost it sooner, but he had the satisfaction of a combatant's death, which may have meant something to him. One of those women shot him? Mater of Marble's voice reached them out of the darkness, spectrally reminiscent of old Mater of Rose's. Yes, I watched it. I saw him fall. Silk told her, I've been expecting you to join us, Molly. I would have invited you, but I wasn't sure where you were, and it wouldn't do to go stumbling around waking up people. Certainly not, Pater, Nettle said. I'm glad you're here, Mater. I want to ask something. Everybody says we run things in Trivigante. The Rani's a woman, and so's Generalissimo Sayuf. I saw her. So who were the women that Willett let in, the ones that shot Councillor Loris? Why did they take orders from him? Mater of Marble sniffed. You've a great deal to learn, Nettle. Doesn't Horn do what you tell him sometimes, even when he doesn't want to? I don't believe I can improve on that, Silk said, but I'll enlarge upon it a trifle. They are spies, of course, agents of the Ranis, as Hosan himself is. I'm reasonably sure that they're Vironese as well. Hosan has told me that he and Dr. Crane were the only Trivigontes in the ring they built up here, and I believe he was telling the truth. Horn began another question, but Silk stopped him. I ought to tell you that before I went into the tunnels by the lake, I saw someone ahead of me. Later I saw footprints, and still later I came across the body of someone who Hammerstone told me had been a woman. Don't even talk about that place, Nettle said. Every time I hear about it, it sounds so awful. It is. But if I may talk about the dead woman, I would imagine she travelled here from Trivigante from time to time, probably in the guise of a trader. Chenille carried messages to a woman in the market, and the dead woman I found may well have been the same person. Hosan wouldn't have counted her as a part of Dr. Crane's ring, since she wasn't subject to Dr. Crane's orders. I'd imagine she stayed here no more than a few weeks, a month at most, when she came. Does anybody know about him? Nettle inquired. About Hammerstone? Is he, all right? Mater of Marble murmured. You want to know if I'm a widow so soon? I don't know, but I doubt it. He was away searching for materials when Willett and his women came in, but he might have saved us all if he'd been there. He would certainly have saved Pater Incus and me and the daughter we had begun to build, if he could. Horn said, There were 200 Trivigontes coming, Mater. Pater had me out in the street watching for them. They would have killed Hammerstone unless he gave up. We'll never know. Mater of Marble seated herself beside Nettle. He may rescue you still, Silk told Mater of Marble. He may well rescue us all. From what I've seen of him, he will surely try, and that worries me. But I'd like to return to Nettle's question. Because women have more power than men in Trivagonte, Nettle. Most people would expect that most or all of the Ranie's agents would be women. That's as good a reason for employing men as I can think of. But it would be natural for male agents from Trivagonte to recruit women here. Women would be more sympathetic to their point of view. Hyacinth said something like that when we first met. And men from Trivagonte would naturally seek out courageous, assertive women like the ones among whom they had lived at home. We all tend to generalize too much, I'm afraid. If most augurs are pious and naive, for example, we imagine that every augur is. Though if we were to reflect, we would see immediately that it cannot be true. In the same way, there are bound to be bold men in Trivagonte and brave and forceful women here. In fact, there is a fine example of the latter sitting with us now. As for those women following Hassan's instructions, it really doesn't matter if they were Vironese or Trivagontes. If they wouldn't obey, they would have been of no value to Dr. Crane and Hassan, and would have been eliminated long ago. I want to ask about something else, Calday, but I'm afraid Maitre will be mad at me. That's the risk you run, Nettle, dear, Horn said. Tell me, and I will. No. If those women could spy and shoot a counselor, I can do this. Calday, I was listening at the door. Maitre caught me and made me quit, but when she went to work on her child again, I came back. I'm not angry, Maitre Marble told her. But you should be angry with yourself. It was wrong, and you knew it. Silk said, It hardly matters now. Yes, it does, because I heard something right at the end, and it's why I got up when I heard you talking to Horn. You just gave up. The counselor they shot, Loris? He was talking about giving away slug guns. And I said that we could discuss terms later, that we surrendered. Uh-huh, Horn objected. We were winning. Everybody said so. Horn, he said they were, because the farmers would fight the Trivagontes and they'd have to leave. Then the Caldays said, all right, we give up. We'll settle the arrangements when we've got more time. Only Maitre said he had to be Calday, because if he wasn't, it wouldn't mean anything. Maitre Silk has never been vindictive, dear. I know, Maitre, and I know that word, but I don't know what you mean by it. Didn't you want to kill the counselors, Calday? Of course not. As far as our insurrection is concerned, what I've always wanted to do is end it. I want peace and a reunited Viron. Echidna ordered Maitre Mint to destroy the Ayuntamiento and return the city to Scylla. Haven't you ever thought about what that last instruction meant, Nettle? Not enough, I guess. Then think now. Silk's fingers groped for his ambien. Returning to Scylla means returning to our charter. Scylla wrote it, and no quantity of prayers and sacrifices would be a convincing demonstration of loyalty as long as we violate it. The charter demands an Ayuntamiento. Did you know that? Horn said. I did, Pater. From that it's clear Echidna does not want us to do away with the institution of the Ayuntamiento. There can be nothing wrong, surely, with a board of advisers elected at 3-year intervals, which is what the Ayuntamiento is intended to be. A council of experienced men and women to whom the Calday can turn in time of trouble. Echidna was demanding that the present and quite clearly illegitimate Ayuntamiento be dissolved, a demand entirely in harmony with her implied demand that our government return to the charter. That being the case, the way to peace was clear, as I had seen from the beginning. I would remain as Calday as long as the people wanted it. I could declare the present Ayuntamiento ended, announce an election, and urge everyone to support the surviving members of the previous Ayuntamiento. Those who still favored their cause would vote for them as well, and they would be re-elected. Would have been, to be realistic. You sound so sad, Calday. Nettle shivered, snuggling against Horn. It might happen yet. Yes, it may. I was thinking of the time at Blood's when Councillor Loris presented a list of demands to Molly and me. Absurd demands, Maitre Marble declared. Extreme demands, certainly. He wanted hostages from the Rani, and he would have put Generalissimo Usyk and the other high-ranking officers on trial. I defied him. You offered to resign, too, Maitre Marble said. You were very brave, Pater, I was very stupid, very tired, and very frightened. If I hadn't been, I would have realized that the thing to do was to agree, stop the fighting, and go to work on the details. Have you ever talked with the clerks in the Husgado, Nettle? No, Calday. I have. I made it a point to, because I knew Hyacinth's father was a head clerk. She hates him, yet she will always be his daughter. I located him, and while we were talking about reforming the Fisk, he said that the devils are in the details. Silk chuckled, cheered by the memory. Later, one of the officers of the Fisk made the same remark, and I recalled what we were taught in the Schola, that the malice of devils is such that they destroy even evil people. My teachers didn't really believe in them, as Pater Pike did, but I believe what they said was true, and that what Hyacinth's father and the official from the Fisk said was true as well. All right, let the Ayuntamiento accommodate the devils. Peace would mean that 9/10 of Sayuf's horde could go home. Thousands of innocent women would be spared horrible deaths in the tunnels. We could buy enough food for those who remained here, and the Ayuntamiento's chief weapon would be snatched from its hands. Let it give our farmers slug guns. Those guns would only make us stronger. You were going to win by giving up? Silk shook his head. No one wins by giving up, Nettle. So many fights are not worth winning. I was going to gain what I wanted, peace, by persuading my enemy that he gained by letting me have it, which happened to be the truth. I still hope to do it, though the prospect isn't bright at the moment. Horn said, General Mint and Colonel Bison got away. So did Generalissimo Usyk, Nettle added. The fat councillor did, too, I think. Is there going to be peace now because of what you said? I don't know, but I doubt it. Silk sighed. It will depend mostly on the Tribigontes, and as long as they hold us, Generalissimo Usyk and General Mint are liable to regard them as enemies, as bad as the Ayuntamiento, if not worse. Mater Marble sniffed. I don't see why they want us. His cognizance is fond of giving short and long answers, Silk told her. In this case, he'd probably say that the short answer was that Sayuf has a bad conscience. She came to Viron as an ally, ostensibly, but with the secret hope of making it dependent upon Tribigonte, a servant city. Did she actually say that, Peter? Of course not. But she was quick to believe that we were plotting against her, and people who always suspect they're being cheated are generally trying to cheat. When General Mint and Pater Remora tried to treat with the Ayuntamiento, Sayuf feared we'd come to an agreement unfavorable to Tribigonte. By taking out Husgado, she showed clearly that she intended to govern Viron. Today, though that's yesterday now, I suppose, I made the mistake of telling Councillor Loris that he and Potto could confer in person with us, since that was what they wanted. I thought it was safe, because Husan would report everything we said to Colonel Abanha, and I was resolved to say nothing that Sayuf could object to. I don't think you did, Calday, except there at the end. Thank you. There at the end it no longer mattered. Horn and Mucor had told me the Tribigontes were on their way, and I knew I'd overplayed my hand just by letting the councillors into the Caldays' palace. Unfortunately, Husan overplayed his as well. If he and his spies had simply kept us from leaving until the troopers arrived, something might have been gained. I doubt it, but it might have been. As things are, a great deal has been lost. Peace, first of all. Peace is always a great deal, but now it's more urgent than ever, because of Parse's threat. Silk wiped his eyes. Having saved our Mantian, I tried to save Viron and the Whorl, Nettle. And now all I can do is sit here crying. That's an awfully big job for just one man, Calday, saving the Whorl. Do you really think Parse is going to destroy us? As if he had not heard her, Silk said, We were talking about those who escaped, and no one mentioned Oreb. Did he get out? Did anyone see him? A hoarse voice croaked, Bird, here! Oreb! I should have known. Come down here. Wings beat in the darkness, and Oreb landed with a thump. His cognizance reminded me once that there are people who love birds so much they cage them, and others who love them so much they free them. Then he said that Echidna and the Seven were people of the first kind, and Parse a person of the second kind. When I bought Oreb, he was in a cage, and when I freed him, I smashed that cage, never thinking that it might have seemed a place of refuge to him. Horn said, I never thought of the Whorl being a cage. I never had either until the outsider showed me what lies outside it. Maybe Orc and Chenille can steal General Saber's airship, Calday, and take Scythian back to Mainframe like he wants.
Good man, Orb informed them. Man fly.
He is Orb in both senses, I believe. So is Orc, and even Chenille is a very competent person in her way. But to tell you the truth, I have no confidence in them at all when it comes to this. Less than I would have in Potto and Spider, if anything. Frankly, I have never imagined that there was any way to get Orc and his followers to Mainframe other than getting General Saber and her crew to fly them there. That was another reason for wanting peace, and in fact it was the most pressing one. As long as there was war, Sayof would want to keep the airship here. It couldn't be used in the tunnels, of course, but eventually the Ayuntamiento would have to send troops to the surface if it hoped to win, and the airship would be a terrible adversary. If the war ended, it might, I say might, have been possible to persuade her to do what we wanted. Now we'll have to wait for it to end, I'm afraid, or at least for Pass to do whatever he plans to do first to drive humanity out. I can think of a dozen possibilities, none pleasant. Silk awaited another question, but even Orb was silent. At length he said, "Now let's sleep if we can. We'll have a trying day tomorrow, I'm afraid." Calday?" Remora's nasal voice floated out of the darkness. "Yes, Pater, I'm sorry we woke you. We tried to keep our voices down." "I have listened with great, edification. Sorry I did not wake sooner, eh? But there is one, point. Eland, eh? I knew him. You said, I said I had a vague description of his killer. Vague from our point of view, anyway. I believe it was Hassan, whom you may have met as Willet, my driver. I won't tell you at present how I obtained it. Let us sleep, Pater.
Good girl,
Orb confided.
"Had caught in that word,"
Tick commented sleepily from his place at Hyacinth's side. Staring up at the still distant airship, Silk clenched his teeth, determined equally that the icy wind that whipped his robe would not make them chatter, and that the airship would not make him gape, though so immense a flying structure seemed less an achievement than a force of nature. Ever so slowly it edged its vast, mummy-colored bulk across the grey midday sky, lost at times among low clouds dark with snow, always reappearing nearer the winter-wet meadow where he and his companions waited under guard. Mater Mint's grip on his arm tightened, and she uttered a sound like a raindrop falling into a scrub bucket, and another and another. He turned from his contemplation of the airship to her. "Why are you making that noise, Mater?" Hyacinth whispered.
"She's crying. Let her alone."
Wise girl,
Orb approved. "You won't be able to take your bird, Calday." Dismounting and dropping her reins, Saber strode over to them, her porcine face sympathetic and severe. "I'm sorry, but you can't." She indicated Hyacinth with her riding crop. "You had some sort of animal too, girlie. Where is it?"
"A catacrest,"
Hyacinth told her through chattering teeth.
"I gave him a little of my food this morning and sent him away."
Silk said, "You'll have to leave, Orb. Fly back to the place where you were caught if you can."
good Silk.
"Good bird, too, but you must go. Go back to the Palustrian marshes. That's where the man in the market said you came from."
Bird stay,
Orb announced, then squawked and took wing as Saber cut at him with her quirt. "Sorry, Calday, I didn't try to hit it. Have a nice breakfast?" "Baked horse fodder," Hyacinth told her. "Horde bread, you mean? We turn little girls like you into troopers with it." Silk said, "I had assumed that we would be questioned by Generalissimo Sayof." Behind him, Incus began,
"We are holy augurs. You cannot simply—"
He was jointed by Remora and Remora by Spider.
quiet,
Saber snapped.
I'll have the lot of you flogged. By Sfigs, I'll flog you myself.
She counted them, her lips twitching. 8, that's right. She raised her voice.
You're going up in my airship. The Calday said he'd like to see it, and he's going to. So are the rest of you as soon as they drop the ish. We're taking you home so the Rani and her ministers can have a look at you, but anybody who gives us trouble might not get there. She might sort of fall off first. Understand?
Seeing Saber's eyes sink and grow dull, Silk took his arm from Hyacinth's shoulders.
Can you and I walk a step or two, General? I'd like a word with you in private. Saber's head nodded like a marionette's. I've been in here all morning, Silk. She thinks you won't come back. I see. He drew Saber aside. But she isn't going to kill us, or she wouldn't have threatened to. I'm not worried about myself, Mucor. The outsider will take care of me in one way or another. I'm worried about Hyacinth and about you. Grandmother will take care of her, Silk. At the moment, Hyacinth's taking care of her, but no doubt you're right. With your grandmother gone, however, there's no one to take care of you. Saber laughed, a mirthless noise that made Silk shudder even as he worried that the watching troopers had heard it. I'm going with you, Silk, way up in the air. The man who broke his wings is there already. You can't. Can't you understand? You absolutely cannot. Assistant Day Manager Feist trotted at Sand's side, snapping and yelping. It's right up there, Sarge. Hammerstone waved toward the sentries before Sayuf's door. See the twist, troopers? Got to be it. The twist troopers in question were moving the safety catches of their slug guns to the fire position. Ignoring them, Sand grasped the front of Feist's tunic and separated his highly polished shoes from Erman's three-finger-thick stair-runner. You say we can't go barging in, right? Feist gasped and choked. Fine, we've got it. So you're going first. You've got to talk your way past those girls and get inside. Sand paused at the top of the stair, displaying Feist to the sentries while covering them with his slug gun, gripped in one hand like a needler. When you get in, tell the Generalissimo we got big news to trade real cheap, and if... The intricately carved sandalwood door of the lyricord room had opened. A tall and strikingly handsome brunette in a diaphanous gown peered out. Hi, you want to see Generalissimo Sayuf? You got it, Plutonium. Sand strode toward the door as an afterthought, tossing Feist over the ornate railing. You tell her the 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, Company S, Army of Virons here. You got all that? The handsome young woman nodded. Close enough, soldier. I'm Violet. Sergeant Sand, pleased. You tell her we won't take much of her time, and we aren't asking much, and she'll be shaggy glad she talked to us. Wait a minute. She's getting dressed. The door closed. What do you think? Slate asked Hammerstone. She going to see us? One way or the other, Hammerstone told him. Almost too swiftly for the eye to follow, his hand shot out, grasped the barrels of the sentries' slug guns, and crushed them. At length, when repeated knockings had produced no result, Mater Amadal's friend Scleroderma employed the butt of her new needler to pound the rearmost door of the Calde's palace. A second-floor window flew open with a bang, and a cracked male voice called, "Who's there? Visitor? Want to see the Calde? So do I." "I'm here to see Molly," Scleroderma announced firmly. "I'm going to. Is she all right?" "Molly? Molly? Good name. Fish name. Relative of mine? Don't know her. Wait." The window slammed down. Scleroderma dropped her needler into the pocket of her winter coat, drawing the coat so tightly about her that for a moment it appeared buttonable. The door flew open. Come in, cold out there. In here, too, walls down. Terrible. No, Molly, you mean Mucor? She's here, skinny girl. Know her?" "I certainly do. She's Molly's granddaughter. Maybe—" "Won't talk," the lean old man who had opened the door declared. "Asked about Molly. She talked to you? Not to me. Upstairs. Want to see her? Maybe she will." Scleroderma, whose weight gave her a pronounced aversion to stairs, shook her head emphatically as she pushed the door shut behind her. "She'll catch her death up there, the poor starved little thing. You bring her down here right away." Waddling after him through the scullery and into the kitchen, she called to the old man's fast-vanishing back, "I'll build a fire in the stove and start her dinner." High above the Trivagonti airship, Orb eyed the cage-like enclosure swinging below it. The question, as Orb saw it, was not whether he should rejoin Silk, but when. It might be best to wait until Silk was alone. It might also be best to find something to eat first. There was always food at the big house on the hill, but Oreb had a score to settle. Bright black eyes, sharper than most telescopes, examined the good girl pressing herself against silk without result, then scanned the orderly rows of pointed houses. The target sighted, Oreb began a wing-over that quickly became a dive. "You," Terror Trooper Nizam told her new pet, "are going to have to be as quiet as a mouse in this barracks bag." "Yes, laddie, as quiet as 2 mice. As soon as we get aboard." A red and black projectile shot between them with a rush of wind and a hoarse cry. The new pet bared small teeth and claws in fury. Add word. Laddie done by scarred." Sans soldiers filled the Lyricord room's luxurious solaria with polite clankings as Sayuf returned his salute. "I have hear of you, Sergeant. Why do you come?" "You've got a couple prisoners," he began. "More than this. 2 I'm talking about. This is Corporal Hammerstone." Hammerstone stiffened to attention. "He's married, only you got his wife and his best buddy. We want 'em back, and what we got to tell you's worth 10 of 'em. So here's what I say. We tell you, and we leave it up to you, sir. If you don't think it's worth it, say so, and we'll clear off. If you do, give 'em back. What do you say?" Sayuf clapped her hands. When the monitor appeared in her glass, she said, "Get Colonel Abanha." "To begin, Sergeant, I do not know that I hold the wife or the friend of this soldier. Violet, my darling, bring for me the list that was last night from Colonel Abanha." Violet grinned and winked at Hammerstone. "Sure thing." "The wife, the friend, they are soldiers also?"
Hammerstone said, "No, sir. My wife's a civilian. Her name's Molly. She's no bigger than you, sir, maybe smaller. My friend's a bio, a augur, His Eminence Pater Incus. People think he's the coadjutor. Really, he's the prolocutor, only people don't know yet." The monitor's face gained color, reshaping itself to become that of Sayuf's intelligence officer. "There is here too much of warlockery, Colonel. You see here soldiers, marbles we should have in museums, but here fight us, and for us also. They are come to offer a bargain. Am I not a woman of honor?" Violet nodded enthusiastically, and Abanha said, "You are indeed, Generalissimo." "Just so. I do not cheat, not even these soldiers. So I must know, do we have the holy man Incus? Violet, my darling, read the names." "How many now, Colonel?" 82, sir. There were some other holy men besides the Calde, and I suppose this might be one of them." Abanha leafed through papers below the field of her glass. Leaning over Violet's shoulder, Hammerstone pointed with a finger thrice the size of hers. "I don't really read so good," she whispered. "What's that second word? It can't. Sweetheart, there's a chenille in here. Is that the Shen we know?" Abanha looked up. "The paramour of the Vironese who was plotting to steal our airship, sir. She was seated across the table from me at that dinner at the Calde's residence." Hammerstone said, "It says, Mater Marble, a holy woman, on here, sir. That's my wife, Molly. Pater is here, too. You got them all right?" "Then you must give me your information," Sayuf told Sand. "If it is worth their freedom, I will free them as soon as I can. I do not say at once. At once may not be possible. But as soon as is possible. You do not betray your city when you do this?" Sand shook his head. "Help it is what we figure. See, if you're smart, you'll let the Calde go when we tell you. And with us, it's him. He's the top of the chain of command, and we know you got him." "Sir, the airship—" Abanha's face was agitated. Sayuf motioned her to silence. "We speak of that later, Colonel. First I must learn what this soldier knows." She turned back to Sand. "I will release your Calde, you say. I do not say this. With regard to Calde Silk, I give no promise. You do not bargain for him, I notice this. Because we know you wouldn't, sir. You'd say you were going to keep him and dismissed. And you'll let him go if you're smart. It'll be better for us and better for you, too. You're going to, is what we think. Only we want to see to it Hammerstone's wife and his buddy get loose, too."
San hesitated, glancing at Abanha's face in the glass, then back to Sayuf. The insurrection's over. That's what we're here to tell you, sir. Give us your word on Molly and Pedro, what's his name? Incus, Hammerstone prompted. And Pedro Incus? And we'll give you the details. Have we got it? I will release both as soon as I am able, have I not said? Bring to me the image of the sole great goddess, and I swear on it. There is not one here, I think. Your word's good enough for us, sir. San glanced at Hammerstone, who nodded. All right. You want me to tell you, or you want to ask questions, sir? First I ask one question, then you tell, and after I ask more if I wish. When I am satisfied, I give the order, and if there is a place to which you wish them brought, we will do it, but not more than a day's travel. Hammerstone said, The Calde's palace. That's where me and Molly have been living. Shale asked, You got any problem with that, sir? No, this is within reason. My question. You say I will let go your Calde, the head of your government. I do not think so, so I am curious. Why do you say this? 'Cause out of all the people you got to deal with here, he's the one that likes you the most, Hammerstone told her. I know him pretty well. Me and Sarge picked him up one time on patrol, and I shot the bull with him before he gave me the slip. Then, too, I've been living in his palace, like I said, and I heard a lot from Molly. I helped Counselor Potto interrogate him the next time we got him, San said, so I know him pretty well, too. He's big for peace. He was trying to stop the insurrection before you got here. For a second or more, Sayuf studied San as if she hoped to find a clue to his thoughts in his blank metal face. You have killed this man, Potto, after, I suppose? This mint tells. But you have not killed him well. He is now back. I've been dead, too, San told her, and Violet gasped. I could give you the scoop on that, but it'd take a while. Rather I would hear of the end of the insurrection. This you proposed. Good here. Last night there was a confab at the Calde's place. None of us were there, but we heard from General Mint. Your people tried to grab everybody. Only 4 made it out, and Counselor Loris is K. The ones that gave you the slip was her and Colonel Bison, and the Generalissimo and Counselor Potto. I know of this. Sayuf delivered a withering glance to Abanha's image in the glass. Shist said, Tell her about surrendering, Sarge. That's pretty important. Yeah, he did. The Calde did. Maybe you don't know that, sir. It was before your people came in. Sayuf nodded. Colonel Abanha have report this. She has had an informant in your Calde's household, a most praiseworthy accomplishment. Abanha said, Thank you, Generalissimo. So the 4 that got clear put their heads together, see? Our Generalissimo, he'd come in a guard floater, and they piled in and took off, Counselor Potto, too. Naturally, he said, Well, your Calde's called quits, so we're in charge again. Counselor Loris is dead, so I'm the new presiding officer. You're working for me, and if you do what I say, maybe I won't shoot you. Shist interjected. He figured they all had it coming, I guess. What we figure is not just them. He'll probably stop Sarge's works real good. Violet said, Ah, and Sayuf laughed. Shade up, after so long a night. Potto is not friend to this soldier who not 1 month past shoot him. Potto has the... what is this word? He'll have it in for him. San nodded. But he can't hand out anything that I can't take. I've been dead already, just like I said. You want to talk about me, or you want to hear the rest? Hammerstone said they went around quite a bit to hear Colonel Bison tell it. Only there was one thing they didn't have any trouble with. Tell him, Sarge. You foreigners, sir. San leveled his huge forefinger at Sayuf. Counselor Potto's mean as a bad wrench, and he hates you worse than dirt in his pump. General Mint, she hates Counselor Potto, but you're number 2 on her list. She is the central, to be sure, the sole woman. Sayuf looked thoughtful. Colonel, what is it you say of this? In the glass, Abanha's image shrugged. It doesn't run counter to any information I have, Generalissimo. You have leave off 2, Sergeant. What of those? I didn't leave 'em out, sir, San protested. I hadn't got to 'em yet. Colonel Bison's General Mint's man. If she says spit oil, he says how far.
I grasp this. Proceed.
We haven't seen Generalissimo Usyk, but Corporal Slate here chewed things over with his driver this morning, the one that brought him and got them clear. Tell her, Slate.
He brought a slug gun to the meeting, sir, Slate began. That's what his driver says, and he says he don't usually have nothing but a needler and his sword, see?
So who was that for?
And when they was talking in back, you know how them armed floaters are laid out, sir? There's no wall or nothing between the seats up front and the back, so he tuned in. General Mint said something about how Councillor Loris was the head of the Ayuntamiento, and it was Generalissimo Usyk that said he was dead. He thinks maybe Generalissimo Usyk did it himself. He seemed so happy about it.
Sand looked from Violet to Abanha, then at Sayuf. Only Councillor Potto's got it in for him, and he knows it. He was like a brigadier back before the insurrection, so he had to be one of the Ayuntamiento's floorbolts. But when Calde's Silk came along, he went over right away and got made head of the whole host of Viron. He knows Councillor Potto, so he's got to know how pissed off he is about that.
Sayuf, who had been slouching in her chair, straightened up. You desire me to set free your Calde to save your Viron, so much is plain. I do not care about your Viron. Violet said, I do, a little. Besides, I know his wife.
You're thinking it's going to go back the way it was, Sand told Sayuf. Them in the tunnels and us on top. Stop it, like we say. There's one thing they're together on.
He paused, and Abanha said, That we must return to our own city, I'm sure. He's probably right, Generalissimo.
I am, only you're not. What they're saying, all four of them, is that they can't let you go back, or won't. To start off, they don't think you'll go.
Sand waited for Sayuf to speak, but she did not.
So they're thinking, let's take care of this. Wipe 'em out. That's you, sir, before they can get reinforcements from Trivagonte.
Hammerstone declared, The Calde wouldn't do that, or I don't think so, sir.
They're getting set now, getting General Mint's troopers together again, and lining up the guard and getting the army into position. If we weren't detached, we'd be with it this minute. You've got maybe a day, maybe two. But if you let the Calde go, he'll put a lid on it.
You are wise, Sayuf said. I agree. Colonel Abanha, you have our friend Calde Silk? Bring him to my husgado. I meet him there. This holy woman Marble, and the holy man also. Saber's airship have not depart? I'm afraid it left an hour ago, Generalissimo. Abanha sounded regretful. I'll contact General Saber on the glass, however, and convey your request that she return to Viron. Hammerstone edged closer, his hard features and scratched paint incongruous among so much satin, porcelain, and polished rosewood.
We don't want a request. We want an order. Tell them to turn around.
This I cannot do, Sayuf explained. When the airship has leave Viron, it come under control of our war minister in Trivagonte. She will send it back, I think, when I ask.
Get her now. Tell her.
This I cannot either. Monitor, this is sufficient of Abanha. She know what she is to do. Sayuf turned back to Sand and Hammerstone. Abanha must speak to General Saber, then Saber to our war minister. While they speak, I must make repairs for this attack. It may be we attack first. This we see. As Abanha's face faded to grey, Violet murmured, I'd help if I could, only...
Sure, plutonium.
Slinging his slug gun, Sand stooped, grasped an astonished Sayuf about the waist, and tossed her headfirst onto his broad steel shoulder.
You come too. You can keep her company.
Shale caught Violet's arm. You make one more for us to trade, see? That don't ever hurt. Sitting cross-legged on one of the ridiculous bladders that served as mattresses aboard the airship, Silk found it almost impossible to remain upright without holding onto the swaying, whispering bamboo grill that substituted for a floor. You're wonderfully cheerful, he told Orc. I admire it more than I can say. Cheerfulness is a sacred duty, he swallowed. A cheerful agreement with the will of the gods is
I've been sick already, Orc told him. Had the dry heaves, too. Worst thing since I busted my head down in the tunnels.
The flyer smiled impishly. I heard no cheerful agreement to the wishes of Mainframe at that time, however. Cursing is not a new thing to me, and my own tongue is a superior vehicle to this common tongue we speak. But never have I heard curses such as that. Face down and miserable behind Orc, Chenille muttered, "Just don't talk about it, all right?" "I do not. Instead I talk of cursing, a different thing. Should I say in this common tongue, may your pubic hair grow longer than your lives and become entangled in the working of a mill, it is but laughable. In my own tongue it soars to the sun and leaves each hearer awed. Yet the cursing of Orc was new to me, grand and hideous as the birth of devils." Silk managed to smile. "I have been sick, actually. I was sick in the cage that swings so horribly in the wind, and we were so tightly packed into it that I couldn't help soiling myself and Hyacinth, and Pater a Remora, too. They bore it with such fortitude and goodwill that I felt worse." Hyacinth smiled as she sat down beside him. "You didn't get a whole lot on me, but you filled up one of his shoes. If you're feeling better now, you should take a look around. Gibbs showed me, and it's pretty interesting." "Not yet." Silk found his handkerchief and wiped his nose. "It's not like the Husgado at all. No bars on the windows."
"Sure," Orc winked. "We can climb right out."
I opened one and looked outside. Not long, because it's so cold. I wish you could see better through the white stuff."
"That's sheep's hide stretched and scraped till it's real thin," Orc told her. "When you get it the way you want it, you rub fat on it, and it lets the daylight in. They use it in the country 'cause they can make it themselves, but glass costs. It's a lot lighter, too, so that's why they got it here. See, Pater, even with this as big as it is, everything's got to be real light 'cause it's lifting the guns and those charges they blew up the Alabrera with, and food and water and palm oil for the engines. That's going to make it easy for us."
"To do what?" Gibb sat down so violently that Silk feared the grill would give way.
"To hook it, Pater. We got to. Only I wish I had Bongo here. He'd be Abram about this place."
Chenille groaned. "You're all Abram." "Me, too."
"This ain't bad," Orc told her. "See, Pater, after they loaded us on in the city, it had to go northeast to get you, louse-wise, into the wind. It was doing this." He illustrated with gestures. "We all got pretty sick. Only now—"
"I did not," Siphon objected. "I am accustomed to the vagaries of winds." "Me neither," Hyacinth told Orc. "I never have been."
"You weren't on it, then. This is nicer, 'cause there's a north wind and we're heading south. That's why you can't hear the engines much. They don't have to work hard."
"We're out over the lake," Hyacinth told Silk, who felt, but did not say, that it would be a blessing if the airship crashed into the water.
"Thing is, Pater, terrible Tartarus is setting this lay up for us. It's like we got somebody inside. The fat counselor said they'd do it in a month, remember? And I said I got the best thieves in the city. We can do it quicker. I was thinking 2 or 3 weeks, 'cause we'd have to get clothes like these troopers and get pals up so they could pull up the rest." Spider joined the group around Silk, sliding across the woven bamboo as he shook his head. "You got a better way. Dimber here. I don't say mine's best, just that's how I was thinking. The queer was it'd have to be mostly morts, likely all morts. Wouldn't be rum finding morts that wouldn't up tail if there was a row up here."
"We'd be too sick." Chenille sat up, pale under her tan. Silk began, "If this is indeed the hand of Tartarus—"
"Got to be. What I was saying, I was figuring maybe 3 weeks, and the fat one maybe a month. Then upstairs here says we only got a couple days."
Siphon nodded.
"Tartarus heard it, and he says Orc needs a hand. Willett, you tell the Trivagontes Orc's not's going to be at the cock. They nab us and haul us up. How long was it? Under a day. So right there's the difference between a gun and a buck like me. 21 to 1.
For a moment there was silence, filled by the distant talk of the other prisoners, the whispered complaints of the bamboo, the almost inaudible hum of the engines, and 100 nameless groanings and creakings. Silk said, "They have slug guns, Orc. And needlers, I suppose. We have nothing."
"Wrong, Pater. We got Tartarus. You watch."
Chenille stood up. Sitting at her feet, Silk found himself a trifle shocked by her height. She said, "I'm feeling better, I guess. Want to show me around, Hi? I'd like to see it." "Sure, wait till you look outside." He made himself stand. "May I come? I'll try not to—" He groped for words, reminding himself of Remora. "Puke," Chenille supplied. "See their beds?" Hyacinth kicked the side of a bladder. "There's 4 rows and 25 in a row, so this gondola's meant for 100 terror troopers. Gondola's what you call this thing we're in, Gibbs says." Silk nodded. "Look through the floor and you can see the guns. Their floor's got to be solid, I guess, so it's iron, or anyhow some kind of a metal. There's 3 on each side, and the barrels stick out through those holes. That's why it's so cold here. It comes up through the floor." "How do you get them open?" Chenille was wrestling with the fastenings of a port. Silk rapped the wall with his knuckles. "Wood." "You've got to pull out both pins, Shen. You're right, they're wood, bent like on a boat, but really thin." Chenille slid back the frame of greased parchment to reveal what looked like a snow-covered plain bright with sun. "There's another gondola ahead of ours," Hyacinth told her, "and 2 in back. You can see them if you stick your head out. I don't know why they don't just have one big, long one." "It would break, I imagine," Silk told her absently. "This airship must bend a good deal at times." He looked out as she had suggested, peering above him as well as to left and right. "Remember when we were up in the air in that floater? I was scared to death." Her thigh pressed his with voluptuous warmth, and his elbow was somehow pushing her breast. "But you weren't scared at all. This is kind of like that." "I was terrified." Silk backed away, fighting with all his strength against the thoughts tugging at his mind. Chenille put her head through the port as he had. She spoke, and Hyacinth said, "Because we're blowing along, or that's what I think. Going with it, you can't feel anything." Chenille retreated. "It's beautiful, really beautiful, only I can't see the lake. You said we were over it, but I guess the fog's too thick. I was hoping to see the place Ork and me bumped out to, that little shrine." She turned to Silk. "Is this how the gods see everything?" "No," he said. "The gods, who were in some incomprehensible fashion contained in Mainframe, saw the Whorl only through their sacred windows, he felt sure, no matter what augurs might say." His sweating hands fumbled the edge of the open port. "Through windows in the eyes of those whom they possessed, although Tartarus could not even do that," Ork said. "Born blind, tenebrous Tartarus could never see." Over the snowy plain the long sun stretched from Mainframe to the end of the Whorl, a place unimaginable, though the end of the Whorl must come very soon. Through sacred windows and other eyes, and perhaps through glasses, too. No, certainly through glasses when they chose, since Kypros had spoken through Orchid's glass, and manifested the holy hues in Hyacinth's glass, while Hyacinth slept. "The outsider," he told Chenille. "I think the outsider must be able to see the Whorl this way. The rest of the gods can't, not even pass. Perhaps that's what's wrong with them." A shoelace had knotted, as it always did when he tried to take off his shoes quickly. He jerked the shoe off anyway. Hyacinth asked, "What are you doing?" "Earning you, I hope." He pulled off his stockings and stuffed them into the toes of his shoes, recalling the chill waters of the tunnels and Lake Limna. "You don't have to earn me. You've already got me, and if you didn't, I wouldn't charge you." He had her, perhaps, but he had not deserved her. He despaired of explaining that. "Dr. Crane and I shared a room at the lake. I doubt that I've mentioned it. I don't care what you did with him. It doesn't matter." "We did nothing. Not the way you mean." Memories flooded back. "I don't believe he was inclined that way. Certainly I'm not, though many augurs are. He told me you'd urged him to give me the Azoth, and said something I'd forgotten until now. He said, when I was your age, it would have had me swinging on the rafters." Hyacinth told Chenille, "Half the time I don't understand a thing he says." She grinned. "Does anybody?" "One does, at least. I looked out the window of that room just as we've been looking out this morning." Silk put his foot on its edge and stepped up and out, holding the upper edge to keep from falling. "I was afraid the guard would come." He had feared the civil guard, and had been willing to try to pull himself up onto the roof of the rusty lantern to escape it. Yet very little had been at stake. If he had been taken, he would have been killed at worst. The roof of the gondola was just out of reach, but the sides slanted inward as the sides of large boats did. Much, much more was at stake now, because Orc's faith might kill them all. How many terror troopers were on this airship? 100? At least that many, and perhaps twice that many. Hyacinth was looking out at him, saying something he could not understand and did not wish to hear. Her hand, or chenille's, grasped his left ankle. Absently he kicked to free it as he waited, gauging the rhythm of the airship's slight roll. Orc and his followers would wait, biding their time until Shadelow, probably, if Shadelow came before the airship reached Trivagonte. Break the hatch that barred them from its body, climb the rope ladder through the canvas tube that he could just glimpse, and strike with a rush, breaking necks and gouging out eyes. At the next roll, it was useless to wait. Hyacinth would have called for help already. Orc and Gib would grapple his legs and pull him inside. He jumped, caught the edge of the top of the gondola, and to his delight found it a small combing. In some remote place someone was screaming. The noise entered his consciousness as he scrambled frantically up the clinker-laid planks, hooking his leg over the combing when the slow roll favored him most. A final effort, and he was up, lying on the safe side of the combing and almost afraid to look at it. Rolling onto his back put half a cubit between him and the edge. He pressed his chest with both hands and shut his eyes, trying to control the pounding of his heart. Almost he might have been on top of Blood's Whorl with its embedded sword blades at his shoulder. Almost, except that a fall from Blood's Whorl would have been survivable. He had survived one, in fact. He sat up and wiped his face with the hem of his robe. How foolish he had been not to take off his robe and leave it with his shoes. The gondola had been cold, the draught from the port colder still, and so he had kept his robe and never so much as considered that he might have lightened himself by some small amount by discarding it. Yet it was comforting to have it now, comforting to draw its soft woolen warmth around him while he considered what to do next. Stand up, though if he stood he might fall. Muttering a prayer to the outsider, he stood. The top of the gondola was a flat and featureless deck, painted mummy brown or perhaps merely varnished. 6 mighty cables supported the gondola, angled out and stabbing upward into the airship's fabric-covered body. Forward the canvas tubes snaked up like an intestine. Aft was a hatch secured with lashings, a hatch that would return him to the gondola, that would equally permit those inside it to leave. Once again he pictured the stealthy advance and wild charge, a score of young terror troopers dead, the rest firing, disorganized at first. Soon shouted orders would render them a coherent body. A few Vironese would have weapons by then, and they might kill more terror troopers, but they would be shot down within a minute or two, and the rest shot as well. Orc and Chenille and Gib would die, and with them Horn and Nettle and even poor Mater Marble, who called herself Molly now. And not long after that, unless he and Hyacinth were lucky indeed. "Hello, Silk." He whirled. Mucor was sitting on the deck, her shins embraced by her skeletal arms. He gasped, and felt the pain of his wound deep in his chest. She repeated her greeting. "Hello." Another gasp. "I'd nearly forgotten you could do this. You did it in the tunnel, sitting on the water. I should have remembered." She bared yellow teeth. "Mirrors are better. Mirrors scare more. This isn't, is it? I'm just here." "It was certainly frightening to hear your voice." Silk sat too, grateful for the chance. "I didn't mean to. I wanted to talk to you, but not where there were so many people." He nodded. "There would have been a riot, I suppose." "You were worried about me with so many people gone. My grandfather came to see if I was all right. The old man and the fat woman are taking care of me. He wanted to know where grandmother and the little ogre went, and I told him." My grandfather was Hammerstone, clearly. Silk nodded and smiled. "Does the old man have a beard and jump around?" "A little beard, yes." Ziphius, in that case, not his cognizance. No doubt the fat woman was a friend of Ziphius's, or a servant. "I've been eating soup." "That's very good. I'm delighted to hear it. Mucor, You possessed General Saber, and there's something that you can tell me that's very, very important to me. When does she expect us to arrive in Trivagonte? Tonight. Silk nodded, he hoped encouragingly. Can you tell me how long after Shadelow? About midnight. This will float over the city, and in the morning they'll let you down. Thank you. Orc intends to try to take control of this airship and fly it to Mainframe. Mucor looked pleased. I didn't know that. He won't be able to. He'll be killed, and so will others I like. The only way that I've been— He heard voices and paused to listen. They're in there. Mucor looked over her shoulder at the dangling canvas tube. Going down into the gondola? Can they hear us? They haven't. He waited until he heard the hatch thrown back. What do they want? I don't know. His forefinger traced small circles on his cheek. When you go, will you try to find out, please? It may be important, and I would be very, very grateful. I'll try. Thank you. You can fly, I know. You told me so in that big room underground where the sleepers are. Have you been all over this airship? Most of it, Silk. I see. The only way that I could think of to stop Orc from trying to take it and being killed was to disable it some way. That was why I climbed up here, and you may be able to tell me how to do it. In a moment I'm going to try to tear the seam of that tube and climb up. There's a trooper up there. I see. A sentry? In any case, I must find a way to open the seam first. I should have gotten new glasses. I could have broken them and cut it with a piece of glass. But Mucor— Silk made his tone as serious as he could to emphasize the urgency of his request. You've given me another way now, at least for the time being. Will you possess General Saber again for me? She was silent, and as seconds crept by, he realized that she had not understood. The fat woman, he said, but Mucor would surely confuse that with the woman Ziphius had found to care for her. The woman that you frightened in the Calde's palace. She spilled her coffee, remember? You talked to me through her before Hyacinth and I went into the cage. Oh, her. Her name is General Saber, and she's the commander of this airship. I want you to possess her and make her turn east, as long as it's going in the direction that Orc— Mucor had begun to fade. For a second or two a ghostly image remained, like a green glimmer upon a pool. Then it was gone, and he was alone. Condemning himself, he rose again. There had been half a dozen things, 8 or 10, and perhaps more, he should have asked. What was taking place in Viren? Was Mater Mint alive? What were Sayuf's plans? The answers had melted into the fabled city of lost opportunities. He walked forward to the tube and examined it. The canvas was thinner than he had feared, but looked strong and nearly new. His pockets yielded only his new prayer beads and a handkerchief, the only items that his captors had let him retain. He detached an arm of Poss's voided cross and tried to tear the canvas with it, but its sharpest corners slipped impotently along the surface. Many men, he reminded himself angrily, carried small knives for just such occasions as this, although any such knife would presumably have been taken from him. Even if he had possessed a knife, there was a sentry at the top of the ladder. If he was able to poke a hole in the canvas and enlarge it enough to climb through, he would almost certainly be captured or killed by that sentry when he emerged from the tube. Saber had no doubt worried that her prisoners might break one of the hatches, but a single Terra trooper there would be able to hold her position until she exhausted her ammunition, and her shots would have brought reinforcements long before then. Saber's prisoners had not escaped through either hatch, not yet, but Saber's logic confined him as though he had been its object. Shaking his head, he crossed the deck of the gondola to the nearest cable. Woven of many ropes, it was as thick as a young tree, and its surface was rougher than the bark of many. Still more significantly, its angle, here where it was bent through a huge ring-bolt, slanted noticeably off the vertical. Removing his robe, he put it over his shoulder and tied it at his waist. Once he had finished praying and begun to climb, he found it relatively easy. As a boy, he had climbed trees and poles far more difficult. The key was to fix his eyes on the surface of the cable, never stealing even a glance at the snowy plain of cloud so achingly far below. He had boasted of his climbing to Horton, while conceding only that he had climbed less adroitly than a monkey. It was time to make good that boast. Gib missed the companionship of his trained baboon. What would Bongo think if Bongo could see him crawling upward with chattering teeth and sweating palms? Would baboons laugh? The airship was just possibly turning ever so slightly to its left. To look down was death, but to look up... The whir of the engines sounded louder, but of course he was somewhat nearer them. He reminded himself sharply that he had not yet climbed far. The airship's southward course must necessarily have put its long axis across the great golden bar of the sun. If he looked up, if he risked it, and it was not much risk surely, he might be able to catch sight of the sun to one side of the vast hull from which the gondola hung. Momentarily he halted to rest the aching muscles in his thighs and glanced upward. Scarcely 10 cubits overhead, the cable entered the monstrous belly of the airship proper. Beyond the opening he glimpsed the beam to which it was attached.
"Done try, laddie."
Tick! Hyacinth stared, blinking away tears. Tick! How in the Whorl... Orc handed him to her.
"Came in through the window, didn't you, Cully? A Dimber cat burglar, ain't you?"
"My see, where's she putty, laddie?"
Tick explained.
"And Gawk sees you come with me, then my add word."
"Low, girl!"
Flapping in advance of Silk, Orab ignored the little catacrest.
"Low, Orc!"
Orc swore. Hyacinth dropped Tick, who landed on his feet, and Silk embraced her. To him, so lost in the ecstasy of her kiss that he scarcely knew that her right leg had twined about his left, or that her loins ground his, Horn's distant shout meant less than nothing.
"So what?"
Orc inquired from the West Pole.
"Let 'em come."
After what seemed an eternity of love, something tapped Silk's arm, and Hyacinth backed away.
"Call thy Silk!"
The harsh voice belonged to a gaunt, hard-faced Trivagonti officer of 40 or more. He blinked, certain that he should recognize her.
"You're called thy Silk. Let's not waste time on evasions."
"Yes, I am." She had clicked into place in his memory, her hand around a wine-glass, her back straight as a slug-gun barrel. "Major Haddale, this is my wife, Hyacinth." "Hyacinth, my darling, may I present Major Haddale? She's one of General Saber's most trusted officers. Major Haddale consented to join me for dinner Thursday, before we were reunited." Orab eyed Haddale apprehensively.
"Good girl?"
The Major herself addressed the lieutenant on her right.
"You were in here an hour ago looking for him. Are you saying he wasn't here then?"
"No, sir." The lieutenant's face was set like stone.
"He was not. I'm familiar with his appearance, and I examined every prisoner in this gondola. He was not present."
Haddale turned to a trooper with a slug-gun.
"How long have you been on post?"
Silk began. "If I may—"
"In a moment. How long, Matar?"
The trooper had stiffened to attention. "Almost my whole watch, sir." Orc spoke into Silk's ear, but if Silk heard him, or anything, he gave no indication of it. "You're going to ask her if anyone left this gondola," he told Haddale. "She'll say no, and then I suppose you'll call her a liar, or the lieutenant will. Can't we—"
"Before we came down here, I asked if she'd seen anybody,"
Haddale interrupted.
"She said she did. She saw a Vironese holy man. He went down into this gondola, and he had an order from General Saber that let him. Is that right, Matar?" "Yes, sir."
Silk fished a folded paper from his pocket. "Here it is. Do you want to see it?"
"No."
Angrily, Haddale took it from him.
"I want to keep it. I intend to. Calde, you were careful to remind me that I've been your guest. You welcomed me and fed me well. That puts me in an uncomfortable position."
She glanced at the crowd that had formed around them.
"Get out of here! Go to the other end of the gondola, all of you!"
Orc smiled and shook his head. Scython tugged the sleeve of Silk's robe. "Now you wish it. If not, you must stop it." "You're right, of course." Silk raised both hands.
"Orc, all of you, go to the other end. You're very brave, and there are only 3 of them. But there are at least 100 others on this airship."
He took Hyacinth's hand.
"Go away!"
Orab seconded him. Mater Marble added her voice to theirs, the crisp tones of a teacher bringing her classroom to order. "Hear that bird? He's a night chuff, sacred to Tartarus. Trust Tartarus.
I speak for the gods. Incas stood on tiptoe, making wide gestures. We must obey the Calde, whom the immortal gods have chosen for all of us.
Thank you, Silk told the little flyer. Thank you very much. Molly, thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence. Hadale exhaled a weary sigh that recalled Mater of Marble. And I thank you, Calde. They wouldn't have succeeded, but there would have been a lot of killing. By scarring, Sfigs, I don't like this. A few days ago we were drinking toasts. I like it less, Silk told her. I propose that we put an end to it. May I speak with General Saber? Hadale shook her head. Lieutenant, you and Matar go over there and keep an eye on those people. They may try to jump you. Shoot if they do. Silk watched them go. I'd imagine you've got a glass on this airship. If you won't let me speak with General Saber, may I use it to speak to your Generalissimo? No. Hadale paused to listen. We just lost an engine. The second one, Hyacinth told her. That was what Orc whispered to my husband, that the first one had stopped. I've been paying attention to them ever since. Orc's the man who was talking to my wife and me when you came, Silk explained. I apologize for not introducing you. I should be in the cockpit. They'll be going crazy up there. Calde, are you doing this? Good man, Orab assured Hadale. Good Silk. She gave him a look intended to fry him. Your bird's an oracle of Tartarus, so if he says you're good, that settles it. Don't you know that many of us don't believe in Tartarus, Calde? We have a faction that teaches that Sphigs is the only true god, and Pass and the rest are just legends. A lot of us believe it. Silk nodded, looking at the dangling ladder behind her. I can sympathize with that. No doubt it's nearer the truth than many of our beliefs. May I offer a suggestion, Major? I've got one, too, but let's hear yours. What is it? He showed her his hands. We're unarmed. You may search us if you wish, and we won't attack you. We'll swear to that by Sphigs or any other god you choose. If you were to hand your needler to Hyacinth or me, we wouldn't employ it against you, though of course I'm not asking you to do anything of the kind. That said, I suggest we go to the place from which this airship is commanded, where the tiller is, or whatever you call it. Is that the cockpit? Hadale nodded, her eyes suspicious. First, because we'd like to see it. That's a selfish reason, I admit, but we would. Second, because they may need you there. You're clearly anxious to go, and we can talk there as well as anywhere. Third, Hadale pointed to the dangling ladder. That's enough. All right, you two first and stay in front. So, Sayuf began as she sat down in the wooden chair the round-faced stranger pulled out for her. Are we today at war? I hope you are lose, General Mint. Without evident curiosity, her quick dark eyes surveyed the Spartan room and the snow-splotched drill field and leaden sky beyond its windows. Usyk nodded as he took his seat. That was a point we planned to discuss, Generalissimo. Events have overtaken us. Trivagonte declared war on Viron an hour ago, Mater of Mint said briskly. We feel we owe it to you to explain the situation. Our Calde thinks you care nothing for the lives of your troops. He's told me so. I'm doing something here that's quite foreign to me. I'm assuming he's wrong. If he isn't, no harm will be done by this meeting. If he is, she smiled, some good may come of it. Are your troopers' lives precious to you? The elevation and decline of Sayuf's epaulets was scarcely visible. Valuable is certain. Precious we must speak about, I think. Do you know how greatly I have desired to meet you, Mint? Do they tell this? Is Bison to sit in one of these empty chairs? He know of this. A new voice exclaimed, So do I! I vouch for her, my dear young general. She's expressed the wish many times. Sayuf turned to the fat man who had come in. You I know from a picture. You are Poto of the Ayuntamiento that would make war on my city. You have win, I think, if we are at war. Poto sat gingerly, unsure of the strength of his chair. If only a declaration were all it took. I'm Councillor Newt, the round-faced stranger explained, the newest member of the Ayuntamiento. He offered his hand. She accepted it. I am your prisoner, Sayuf. Not a badly treated one, I hope.
Potto giggled.
A very well-treated one so far, cousin. Since you're a councillor now, I've appointed you an honorary cousin. Do you mind?
Usyk cleared his throat.
Perhaps I should outline the entire situation, Generalissimo.
We are at war, you say. I believe this. I therefore give my name and rank. These alone, no other fact. Do you desire to exchange me? I will go. Mater Mint said, We do, very much. Then I will fight you after. It is to be regretted, but it is so. You cannot make me answer your questions. Potto giggled again. No more can I make you to answer mine. I ask anyway. Do you fight me together, Mint, or do you fight each other also? When I return to my horde, it would be good that I know this. Virons reunited. It's been our Colday's dearest wish, and I'm delighted to say we've realized it. Potto rocked with mirth.
Wait till he finds out we're on the same side. I can't wait to see his face.
He'll be radiant with joy. If you understand him as I do, you'd know it. Mater Mint spoke to Sayuf. Let me explain, because all this hinges on your understanding what your troops are up against. We've not only made peace among ourselves, but given the city a new government. There are two main provisions to our agreement. One is that ours is a charterial government, which means there must be a Calde and an ayuntamiento. We agree mutually that Calde Silk is my prisoner, Sayuf interrupted.
Hardly.
Usyk leaned forward, his elbows upon the old deal table, his bass voice dominating the room.
He may be a prisoner of your city. We don't know that yet. It is one of the things we need to discuss.
Sayuf looked back to Mater Marble. You wish to tell me of the charter of your city before this man have interrupt you. I find this of interest. I think it's vital. If we're to secure the favor of the gods, we have to govern according to the charter they gave us. We've been trying from the start. Now we've succeeded. I would ask who it is who rule this government, but you say Silk, who is not here. Who is commander here? You? Mater Mint shook her head. In military affairs, my own superior, Generalissimo Usyk. In civil, Councillor Potto, the presiding officer of the Ayuntamiento. In this case, you are not needed, Sayuf told her, and turned to Newt. Neither you, I think. Yet both sit at this table where is one chair more. You take our custom that each bring a subordinate? Is that the explanation I require? You for Potto, Mint for Usyk, Violet for me, perhaps? I do not think this I have say. I'm breaking in, Newt told her. I'm the new boy. He sounded anything but humble. I'm here, Mater Mint explained, because we think you may listen to a woman when you won't really hear a man. Usyk rumbled. You've the quickest mind I know. You are present because we are likely to succeed because you are here. I'm less apt to kill him, too, Potto confided. He's only joking, Newt assured Sayuf. Not, I hope. You are a new councillor, you say. Where is it they find you? Mater Mint said, In the Husgado. Councillor Newt was a commissioner there, the one who bought supplies for the Colday's Guard, made out the payroll, and so forth. She paused. When I began, when Echidna called me her sword, I thought all we had to do was fight. I'm learning that fighting is the smallest part of it, and in some ways the easiest. Smiling, Sayuf nodded. Quite often it's the other things that count most. You have to get supplies to the people who need them, and not just ammunition, but food and bedding and warm clothes. At any rate, part of our agreement was an acknowledgment by all of us that the charter demands an ayuntamiento. Potto made her a seated bow. But not just an ayuntamiento. An elected one with a full complement of councillors. We can't hold elections because of the state things are in, so we've promised them after a year of peace. Meanwhile, the present members will continue to serve with Councillor Potto as presiding officer. New councillors are to be appointed as necessary by the Calde, or in his absence, by a de facto board of those who have his confidence. It consists of the current ayuntamiento, including Councillor Newt now, with Generalissimo Usyk, his cognizance, and me. I wanted a woman councillor. You will not have her, Sayuf put in. They are all men. So we appointed Kingcup. She's not here because she is out explaining all this to our people. I felt we needed— Mater Mint groped for words. An ordinary woman with extraordinary gifts. Kingcup's from a poor family, but she built a successful livery stable from scratch, so she's used to managing. Besides, she's the bravest woman in Viron." Usyk muttered, "No one but you would say that, General." She brushed the compliment aside. "So Kingcup for the people and Newt for the Husgado." "With such as these you prepare to fight me," Sayuf mused. "But I am not there. This is sad. I beat you, I think. Does my General Raima beat you also?" "I do not know. She is a good officer." "You ask of love for my horde. Why is this?" "Because we hope that you will want to preserve it," Usyk told her, "as I want to preserve the Guard. There has been some skirmishing already. If we fight in earnest, your horde will be destroyed and my Guard decimated." Mater Mint added, "To say nothing of what will happen to our city," and Usyk nodded. "We wish victory. None but cowards count life more high." Mater Mint started to speak, but Usyk silenced her with a gesture. "I am confident General Raima is an able officer. You're not the sort to tolerate anything else. There is a gulf, however, between an able officer and an exceptional leader. The ranks sense it at once, and the public almost as quickly. I will not ask if you care about your troops. We're too close for that, you and I, so close I can hear my own voice in everything you've said. You long for victory, and you know, as I do, that it would be more probable if you were in command of your troops. Wouldn't you agree that for any other—" Otto interrupted. "A subject of the Ranis." "That for another citizen of your city," Usyk continued, "to prevent you from resuming your place would be treason? It is not an idle question." "You think someone does this? I wish to know." "Let me." Mater Mint's small, not uncomely face shone with energy and resolve. "You want to fight me, Sayuf, because of what you've heard about me. I don't want to fight you, and in fact it's the last thing I want. I want peace. I want to end this foolish fighting and let everybody in our city and yours go back to their proper lives. But it's been clear ever since your spies tried to arrest us that as long as you have our Calde, there can be no peace. I'm going to assume you understand that, because if you don't, there's no use talking." "I am captive also." Sayuf touched her chest. "Exactly. You've saved me a lot of time. We've got you, but in a very important way we don't want you, since your city will fight to get you back. Clearly the sensible thing is to exchange you for our Calde. Peace would be possible then, but if we still couldn't make peace, you and I would be fighting each other, which is what you want. Now if—" Sayuf made a quick motion, the gesture of one accustomed to instant obedience. "I have pledged to your sand that I will free Incus, the holy man, and Marble. She is your friend?" "Yes, she is." Mater Mint glanced at Usyk, but he did not speak. "You cheated Sergeant Sand and Corporal Hammerstone. You know you did. You knew those prisoners were already on your airship when you promised to let them go. Over this we fight a duel, perhaps, if I am free. It may still be so. I did not know, Mint. If you have deal with Sabre and her airship, as I, you know that what is to be at Shade-Up may not be until midday, or not this day or the next. Let me go. I get them again and free them. Calde's silk also." For a second or two Mater Mint studied her with pursed lips. "All right, I'll accept that. I apologize." Otto tittered. "But your airship doesn't seem to have reached Trivagante yet. Does that bother you?" Sayuf shook her head. "Tonight, or I think the morning." Usyk rumbled. "Suppose I were to say tomorrow afternoon, Generalissimo. Your knowledge, I contend, is not so deep as you pretend. Tomorrow afternoon." Sayuf shrugged. "If you say, perhaps." "In that case, I proffer a further supposition. Not before Shadelow next feast day." "What would you say to that?" "That you are a fool. The airship could be here once more in such a time." "Just so." Usyk wound his white-tipped mustache about his finger. "We have contacted Trivagante by glass, Generalissimo. We have spoken to your Minister of War. We have explained how things stand here and offered to exchange you for Calde's silk." "They won't," Newt declared. "Won't do it or even talk about it, by Scylla. We invite your comments. I offer what is better. Let me speak with her. Potto roared, slapping his thigh.
"This is too rich. My dear young general, you're not even smiling. How do you do it?"
He turned back to Sayuf, speaking across the empty chair.
"You already have, and it didn't help a bit."
"I have not. A banha for me, perhaps." Mater Mint said, "We think it's politics. By we, I mean Generalissimo Usyk and I. The internal politics of your city. We'd like confirmation of that, and some suggestions about what to do about it." "If this, you say, is true—" Sayuf shrugged again. Usyk muttered, "Every city has its feuds, Generalissimo. Mine also. Our war minister, you do not say her name." "This is Liam? A scar here?" Sayuf touched her upper lip. Newt and Mater Mint nodded. "This is not possible. My city has politics, as your Generalissimo say. Feuds, plottings, hatreds, of these very many. But Liam is with me most near. If I fail here, she fail also, you understand? Lose her ministry, perhaps her head." Usyk regarded Sayuf through slitted eyes. "You're saying it is impossible for her to betray you, Generalissimo?" "She cannot unless she is betray herself," Potto sang.
I told you.
"He thinks your airship's wrecked, or it's gone off course somehow." Mater Mint looked somber. "Naturally they won't say so, and Generalissimo Usyk and I thought it was more likely they were playing some game, though Councillor Potto received a report implying it's gone. Now it seems he must be right. This is truly unfortunate."
"But we're going to let you go anyhow,"
Potto told Sayuf.
"Isn't that nice of us?"
He bounced from his chair and went to the door, calling, "You can send them in." It was opened by a soldier, and Violet and a second Sayuf entered, Violet with her arm linked with the second Sayuf's. She stared at the first in open-mouthed amazement.
"You'll have to go now, my dear young strumpet,"
Potto told her.
"We don't want you, though I'm sure many do. Have a seat, Generalissimo. I'll be with you in a half a moment."
"I am to sit beside this bio?" the second Sayuf inquired. "This I do not like. You say you send me to my horde, I think. When is it you do this?" "You'll escape," Newt explained to the first Sayuf. "Or rather, she will." Too much warlockery for me. Hadale dropped into one of the cockpit's black leather seats. "Too much in your city and too much on our airship now that you're here. People at home say you're all warlocks, but I discounted it. I should have tripled everything. You're a warlock, Cole, and I'd call you the chief warlock if I hadn't met the old man who sat between our Generalissimo and General Saber." "She refers to his cognizance," Silk told Hyacinth. Awed and delighted, he tried to stare at everything at once. "Like a conservatory," Oreb croaked.
"Bad thing,"
as Tick squirmed in Hyacinth's grasp. "Add word due." 3 engines gone. Hadale peered morosely through the nearest rectangle of glass at the parting clouds and the rocky sandscape that they revealed. "What do you want? Surrender? I'll shoot you first and take my chances with the desert." "Then we don't want it," Hyacinth declared. "We don't in any case," Silk said. "And I'm no warlock. The truth is that I'm hardly an augur anymore. I certainly don't feel like one." "General Saber told me the other day that you read about our advance in sheep guts. Do you deny it?" "No, though it isn't true. Denying it would waste time, so you may believe it if you like. There are 5 engines still in operation. Is that enough to keep us in the air?" The navigator looked up from her charts, then returned to them. Hadale pointed to the ceiling. "None are needed to keep us up. The gas does it." "Are we going to lose all our engines?" Silk considered. "I can't promise that. I hope so." "You hope so?"
"No, shoot,"
Oreb advised Hadale nervously.
"Good man."
"It was what I intended." For a moment Silk allowed his eyes to feast on Hyacinth's loveliness. "The risk that gave me most concern was that Hyacinth might be killed as a result of what I was doing. I hoped it wouldn't happen, and I'm very glad it won't. I betrayed my God for her. I was horribly afraid that it would recoil on me, as such things do." She brought his hand to the soft warmth of her thigh. You betrayed the outsider for me. I'd never asked you to do that.
Haredale turned to the pilot. We've still got 5? The pilot nodded.
Can't make much headway against this wind with 5, though, sir.
Hyacinth asked,
Aren't we going south anyway? Isn't the wind blowing us south to Trivagonte? Somebody said something like that.
It's blowing us south, Haredale told her bitterly, but not to Trivagonte. We turned east for about an hour before the first one quit.
Veering north-northwest, sir, the pilot reported. Having freed himself from Hyacinth's grasp, Tick stood on his hind legs to pat Haredale's knee. Rast milk, laddie. Milk bill take hit all tight.
He says you can trust my husband, Hyacinth interpreted.
He's right, too. And I don't think you ought to pay too much attention to what my husband says about betraying a god. I don't know how to explain. He's forever blaming himself for the wrong things. He's sorry for holding me too tight when I wish he'd hold me tighter, see?
Your catechist's an oracle of our goddess, so I have to trust him implicitly. Is that it?
I didn't say that. Hyacinth sat down. I guess I would have, though, if I thought you'd believe it. Maybe it's right, and she isn't telling us. Hats! Shoo! Tick exclaimed.
Silk smiled. I take it that General Saber's no longer in charge. Where is she?
In her bunk with 3 troopers to watch her. I won't ask how you drove her mad. I'm sure you wouldn't tell me. I didn't. He leaned over the crescent-shaped instrument panel for a better view of the desert below. I arranged for her to be possessed, that's all. You saw the same thing at our dinner. Are you in charge now? There's no one over you?
The War Minister. In a moment I'm going to have to report this situation to her.
No talk, Orb advised. By this situation you mean 3 engines out. I've told her about Saber turning east already. I had to. I was hoping you'd agree to repair the engines before I had to report them too. That's why I let you come up here.
Will you?
I can't. Silk took the seat next to Hyacinth's. Nor would I if I could. We'd be back where we began, with Orc's people trying to seize control and everyone, all of us, I mean, dying. I said I betrayed the outsider because that was how I felt.
Wind's due west now, sir, the pilot reported.
Course,
east by south, sir. We might try dropping down.
Do it, Haredale considered. 150 cubits. She turned back to Silk. You were afraid we'd crash. We may. It's dangerous to fly that low in weather as windy as this. If a downdraft catches us, we could be finished, but the wind won't be as strong down there. Hyacinth gasped, and Silk said, I can feel the airship descend. I rode in a moving room once that felt like this. You want to go east. That was how you had General Saber steering us. He nodded and smiled again. To Mainframe. Orc wants to carry out the plan of Pass, and the outsider wants it too, which is why I felt I was betraying him when I did what I did to your engines. But letting Orc try to take your airship wouldn't have achieved anything, and this was the only way I could think of to prevent him. So now that we don't have enough engines to fight the wind, you're working your magic on that. Silk shook his head. I can't. All that I can do is pray, which isn't magic at all, but begging. I've been doing it, and perhaps I've been heard. He drew a deep breath. You want your engines back in operation, Major. You want to preserve this airship and to deliver me to your superiors in Trivagonte. The rest of your prisoners don't matter greatly, as you must know. I do. Slowly, Haredale nodded. We can do all that if only you'll cooperate. Take us to Mainframe as Pass commands and the outsider wishes. Orc and his people can leave the Whorl and thus begin carrying out the plan. Hyacinth and I will return. Shut up! Haredale cocked her head, listening. The pilot said, Number 7's quit, sir. The absence of all emotion in her voice conveyed what she felt.
Take her up fast, just below the cloud cover.
Hyacinth asked Silk, Won't the wind be stronger there? Haredale was on her feet, scanning the desert below. A lot stronger, but I'm going to set her down and try to fix the engines. Even if we can't, we won't be blowing farther from Trivagonte. We want a big level stretch to land on, and an oasis, if we can find one.
No land, Orb advised sharply.
Hyacinth began. If you'll go to Mainframe like he— Adele whirled.
He can't fix them, he admits it.
Silk had risen, too. Almost whispering, he said, You must have faith, Major.
All right, I've got faith. Slashing sfigs sucker us. Meanwhile, I need a place to set us down on.
I said I couldn't repair your engines. I said it because it's the truth. I should have added, as I do now, that if only we were doing the God's will instead of opposing it, a way to repair them— Sir! The pilot pointed. I see them.
Can you get us over there?
I think so, sir. I'll try. Silk leaned forward, squinting. Hyacinth said, Something like ants, but they're leagues and leagues away.
That's a caravan,
Adele told Silk.
Could be one of ours. Even if it isn't, they'll have food and water, and a few of us can ride to the city to guide a rescue party.
I just hope they're friendly, Hyacinth murmured.
Rubbing her hands, Adele looked 10 years younger. They will be soon. I've got 2 platoons of terror troopers on board.
Chapter 15. To Mainframe.
Silk, say!
Settling on Orc's extended wrist, Orb whistled sharply to emphasize the urgency of his message.
Say, Orc!
All right, spill it.
Matar prodded Orc's ribs with the muzzle of her slug gun.
The lieutenant says for you to stop leaning out of this port. She's afraid you'll jump out.
Orc withdrew his head and arm.
Not me. I could, though. With our gun deck. That's what you call it?
Both Matar and Chenille nodded.
Shaggy near on the ground like this, it's maybe 8 cubits. That's sand down there, too, so it'd be candy.
Matar was studying Orb. Where did you find that bird? I thought your Calday had it.
Girls, go!
Orb reported hoarsely.
Say, Orc!
He just flew down and lit on me, Orc explained. Me and him's a old knot.
Gently he stroked Orb with his forefinger. Chenille told Matar. We were together down in the tunnels under our city. It was pretty rough. It was, my daughter. Incus joined the group. It was there, however, that I reached the divine favor of surging Scylla, our patroness. From her seat at the front of the gondola, the lieutenant called,
What are you talking about back there?
Tunnels, sir. Matar was a lean young woman 2 fingers smaller than most. There, Incus elucidated. I learned to load and shoot a needler. He approached the lieutenant, his plump face wreathed in smiles. It is an accomplishment of which very few augurs indeed can boast. I had a most excellent teacher and my faithful friend, Corporal Hammerstone.
Girls, go!
Orb repeated.
Camels! Girl, take!
Matar! The lieutenant called. Get over here! Matar hurried to obey. Matar Marble caught Orc's sleeve. There's something else, she whispered. That little cat creature Pater's wife had is back. Orc nodded absently.
He's got word from Silk, I'll lay.
Something about milk and mammals, she explained, and strong twine off caramels. I can't quite make out what it's so excited about. Gib has it.
That's camels in a caravan, Orc said under his breath. I saw him, and I saw troopers going after him. Now I got to take the Dell and her Hefe before that flash little butcher does it and nabs the credit.
The flat crack of a needler came from the front of the gondola. A woman screamed. Silk had been watching 2 distant Trivagontes probe the desert sand for soil with enough cohesion to hold a mooring stake. As the faint thuddings of the heavy maul reached the cockpit, he turned to the pilot. Could we take off without untying those ropes? The mooring lines? The pilot shook her head. That's unfortunate. It might have saved lives. He sat down beside Hyacinth again and took her hand, listening to the moan of a winter wind that raised sand devils in the distance. We ought to have 6 more, the pilot told him. We will, too, pretty soon. We used 24 at home. You have 5 already. The number suggested Hyacinth's 5 fingers. Silk raised them to his lips, kissing them and the cheap and foolish ring that had been the only ring they had. His padded leather seat lifted sharply beneath him, a forceful upward push like that of Blood's floater rising from the grassway. Feel that? The pilot said. Hyacinth pointed. Something flashed way over there.
She swung wide the pane they had opened for Tick. "Don't do that," the pilot told her. "We've got plenty of cold air in here already." Silk put his own finger to his lips. Almost beyond the edge of hearing, faint, irregular booms filled the intervals between the blows of the maul. "They're firing," he informed the pilot. "I know the sound from the fighting in our city." Then the gondola heaved beneath them again, faster than the moving room had ever moved, and wilder even than Usik's armed floater, rocked and shook them as it soared into the air. Nearer than the besieged caravan, a slug gun boomed, loud among the gondola's tormented creaks and groans. Reeling, the pilot jerked out her needler. Hyacinth knocked it from her hand and rammed both thumbs into her eyes, kicking savagely at her knees until both she and the pilot fell. "What are you doing?" Hawk inquired. "Dropping ballast," Silk pointed. "If you look down there, you should see something like smoke falling from under the rear gondola." Hawk thrust his head and shoulders through the opening left by a shot-out pane of glass. "Yeah." "That's desert sand," Hyacinth explained. "They started shoveling more on as soon as we got down, and the pilot told us about it. You can make this go up with the engines or pull it down with them. That's what we did when we landed. But if you want to fly high up for a long while, the easiest way is to drop sand, like he's doing." Chenille said, "This floor's about level now." Silk nodded, pointing toward the bubble in a horizontal tube on the instrument panel. Hawk took the seat nearest him. "If you want me to, I can get somebody else to do this, even that pilot. I'd have one of ours sit here to watch her." "She's blind," Silk told her. He threw a lever on the instrument panel. Hyacinth blinded her. "I saw it." "She's just got sore eyes, Pedro. She'll be dandy." Hyacinth sat on Silk's left. "You like this, don't you?" "I love it. And I'm terrified by it at the same time. I'm afraid I'm going to kill us all, but the pilot or another Trivagonte might do so intentionally, and I certainly won't. But—" His voice trailed away. "Even if we had a pilot we could trust, you'd want to." He cleared his throat. "We do have a pilot we can trust. Me. I'm not very experienced as yet, but there must have been a time when that woman wasn't either." Chenille sat down next to Hyacinth. "You poke her glims?" Hyacinth nodded. "She was going to shoot us, Shen." "No, shoot!" Oreb sailed into the cockpit. "Right," Hyacinth told him. "That's what I thought, but we had shooting anyway when Orc's culls fought it out with the troopers watching the general." "Only Pater is still sort of bothered by what you did to her. I can tell." Silk glanced at Chenille. "Am I so transparent as that?" "Sure," she grinned. "Listen, Pater, do you think us Dells at Orchids were always really polite? Do you think we always said please and thank you and excuse me, Bluebell, but that gown you've got on looks a whole lot like one of mine?" "I don't know," Silk admitted. "I would hope so." From his shoulder, Oreb eyed him quizzically. "You think I'm rough because I'm big, and you think those Dells from Trivagonte are because they don't wear makeup, and they had needlers and slug guns. I never had to fight a lot at Orchids because I was the longest Dell there. You know where Hyacinth comes on me?" "I believe I do, yes." "Without those heels she always wears, the top of her head doesn't even hit my shoulder. She's beautiful, too, like you always say. The whole time she lived there, she was the best-looking Dell Orchid had, and Orchid would tell you so herself. You know who looks the most like Hi now? It's Poppy, and Poppy looks like Hi about as much as a sham card looks like a lily one. You know how that is? They look the same till you look hard. But when you do, you know it's not even close. The gold in the sham one looks brassy, and it feels greasy. You look at Hi, at her eyes and nose. Look at her chin. Just look. The first couple weeks I knew her, I couldn't see her chin without feeling like a toad in the road." The huskiness that affects women's voices when they speak of matters of genuine importance entered Chenille's. "Poppy's cute, Pater. High's real gold." "I know." "So just about everybody hated her." Chenille coughed. "I nearly did myself. The second or third day—" "Second," Hyacinth interjected. "She came to the big room with a mouse under both eyes. Orchid threw a fit. But you know what?" Silk shook his head. Hyacinth said, "That's plenty, Shen," and he swiveled his seat to face Chenille. "Please tell me. I promise you that I won't hold it against her, whatever it is." "No talk," Oreb croaked. "I was going to tell you what happened next, but I'll skip it. She doesn't want me to, and she's probably right. Only she learned fast. She had to, or she'd have been killed. A couple days after that, I saw Adele shove her, and High tripped her and whapped her with a chair. A lot of the other Dells saw it, too, and they left her alone. Are you wanting to ask something?" Silk said, "No." "I kind of thought you were, that you were about to ask me if High and I ever got into it." Hyacinth shook her head. "If I could have worn her clothes, maybe we would. Or if she could have worn mine. We weren't a knot, either. I'd be lying if I said we were. For one thing, she wasn't there long enough. I didn't like her a whole lot, even. But there were things I liked about her. I told you one time." Orc said, "Sitting in that thing they got for the grapes back at your Mantean, Pedra. I was there." Silk nodded. "Yes, I remember. I could tell you what you said, Chenille, almost word for word. Not because my memory is remarkable, but because Hyacinth is so important to me." He turned away to scan the instrument panel and the cloud-smeared sky, then turned to Orc. "As a favor, would you please bring Scythen?" "Sure." Orc rose. "Only I got to talk to you about those engines, see? I need you to tell me what you did to him, and if we're going to lose any more." "I'll get him," Hyacinth said, and left the cockpit before Silk could stop her. Chenille leaned nearer Silk. "She thinks you ought to be proud of her. I do, too." He nodded. "Only you're not, and it hurts. The first time you saw her, she had an Azoth, and you had to jump out the window to get away. Isn't that right? Molly told me." "It was terrifying," Silk admitted. Although he was not perspiring, he wiped his face with the hem of his robe. "The Azoth cut through a stone windowsill. I don't believe I will ever forget it." Orc said, "You think she was just some village chit after that, Pedra?" No, I didn't. I knew exactly what she was." He was silent then until Scythen came into the cockpit and bowed, saying, "Do you desire to speak to me, Calde Silk?" "Yes." "Have you flown an airship like this one?" "Never. I have flown with my wings many times, but we crew have nothing like this save the Whorl itself, and that is flown by Mainframe, not by us." "I understand. Just the same, you know a great deal about updrafts and downdrafts and storms, more than I'll ever learn. I've been flying this airship since a gust dispatched for our benefit by Molpe, or the Outsider, as I prefer to believe, returned us to the air. Now I want to leave the controls for a while. Will you take my place? I'd be extremely grateful." The flyer nodded eagerly. "Oh, yes. Thank you, Calde Silk. Thank you very much." "Then sit here." Silk left his seat, and Scythen slid into it. "There are no reins, nor is there a wheel one turns as there is in a floater. One steers with the engines. Do you understand?" Scythen nodded, and Orc cleared his throat. "A west wind is carrying us toward Mainframe. We could fly faster, but it may be wise to conserve fuel. These dials give the speeds of all 8 engines. As you see, 4 are no longer operating." As quickly as he could, Silk outlined what he had learned of the functions of the levers and knobs on the panel. As soon as the flyer seemed to comprehend, Silk turned to Orc. "You wanted to know what I did to the engines. I did very little. I climbed up there into the cloth-covered body." Orc said, "Sure, I knew you must have." "Most of the space, it's enormous, is occupied by rows of huge balloons. There are bamboo walkways and wooden beams." "I've been on some." "Yes, of course, you'd have had to in the fighting. What I was going to say is that there are tanks and hoses, too. I'd found a clamp, a simple one, such as a carpenter might use." Silk paused to glance at the bird on his shoulder. It was then that Oreb joined me. I'd just picked it up. Anyway, I put it on a hose, I suppose a fuel hose, and screwed it closed as tightly as I could. I doubt that it stopped the flow entirely, but it must have reduced it very considerably. It shouldn't be hard to find when you know what to look for." Orc rubbed his chin. "Don't sound like it." "For my conscience's sake, I should tell you that I lied to Major Hadale. Or anyway, I came very close to lying. She asked whether I could repair the engines, and I said, quite honestly, I believe, that I could not. One speaks of repairs when a thing is broken. To the best of my knowledge, the engines we've lost aren't, but if they were, I wouldn't have the faintest notion how they might be repaired. Thus I told her truthfully that repairing them was beyond my power. It was not a lie, though I certainly intended it to deceive her. If I'd said I might be able to set them in motion again, she would have had me beaten, I imagine, to compel me to do it. Without turning toward them, Sciathon nodded vigorously. I'll ask Pater Incus to shrive me later today. Will you excuse me now? I would like very much to be alone. As he left the cockpit, Orc told his back, Get him to tell you how he charmed the slug gun. A flimsy door of canvas stretched over a bamboo frame was all that separated the cockpit from a narrow aisle lined with green-curtained cubicles. Hearing a familiar voice, Silk pushed aside the curtain on his right. The cubicle seemed overfilled by a bunk, a small table, and a stool. Nettle occupied the stool, holding a needler, and Saber smiled in a way that Silk found painful from the bunk. "Poor girl," Oreb muttered. Silk traced the sign of addition in the air. "Blessed be you, General Saber, in the sacred name of Pas, father of the gods, in that of gracious Echidna, his consort, in those of their sons and their daughters alike, in that of the overseeing outsider, and in the names of all other gods whatsoever, this day and forever. So say I, Silk, in the name of their youngest, fairest child, steely Sphigs, goddess of hardihood and courage, sabered Sphigs, the glad and glorious patroness of General Saber and General Saber's native city." "Gracious of you, Calde. I thought you'd come to gloat." Nettle shook her head. "You don't know him." "I came, or at least I left the cockpit, to escape my friends," Silk told Saber. "I had no more than stepped out when I heard you and looked in. When neither our fellows nor our gods spoil our plans, we spoil them ourselves. I read that when I was a boy, and I've learned since how very true it is." Nettle said, "She was telling me about Trivagante, Calde. I don't think I'd want to live there, but I'd like to see it." "We go in for towers," Saber smiled. "We say it's because we build such good ones, but maybe we build good ones because we build so many of them. Towers and whitewash and wide, clean streets. Your city looks—" She paused, searching for a telling word. "Squatty, like a camp. Squatty and dirty. I know you love it, but that's how it looks to us." Silk nodded. "I understand. The interiors of our houses are clean, I believe, for the most part. But our streets are filthy, as you say. I was trying to do something about it and a great many other things when I was arrested." "Not by me," Saber told him. "I didn't order it." "I never thought you did." "But you were talking to the enemy without telling us. If—" Saber's voice broke, and Oreb croaked in sympathy. "We each have our sorrows." Silk let the green curtain fall behind him. "I won't ask you to palliate mine, but I may be able to ease yours. I'll try." "What were you about to say?" "I started to say I'd put in a word for you back home, that's all. Because we'll get you again when we get back this airship. If Sayuf's not running your city yet, she soon will be." Saber chuckled wryly. "Then I remembered where I stand. I'd forgotten talking to this girl. I'm the general who went crazy and turned the airship east when it ought to have been headed home. That's what Hadale told them at the palace, that I'd gone crazy. They'll think it was treachery and she was covering for me." "You weren't insane," Silk told her. "You were possessed by Mucor at my urging. You were possessed in the same way at my dinner. Others must have told you about it, Major Hadale particularly, since she is your subordinate." "I didn't want to hear it. Is Hadale your prisoner, too?" Silk shook his head. "She left the airship with most of your terror troopers to capture a caravan. That let Orc and Gib and their friends overcome the rest." Nettle held up her needler. "We fought, too, Horn and me both. We'd fought Harpies already for General Mint, but a lot of Orc's people had never fought before. Hardly any of the women." To Saber she added, "Your terror troopers were good, but our Harpies were better. You couldn't panic them." "I'm sure you acquitted yourself creditably," Silk told her. "I, unfortunately, did not. Hyacinth knocked a needler from the pilot's hand and subdued her. I picked it up and held it, feeling an utter fool. I couldn't fire for fear of hitting Hyacinth." and with the needler in my hand I couldn't think of anything else to do. Then someone back here started shooting. Slugs came into the cockpit, and it was only by the favor of a god that all three of us weren't killed. Silk paused, reflecting. Have I thanked you, General, for your obvious goodwill? I should, and I do. I'll see to it that you're not mistreated, of course. Saber shrugged. That man Orc said I could stay in here, which was nice of him. Those were my jailers that almost shot you. I like this girl better. She fell silent, and Silk found himself listening to the hum of the engines. My terror troopers fought alongside Mintz when we were the only Trivagontes in Viron, Calde. We fought beside your guard to get you out of that place outside the city, too. If I said I was planning to put in a good word for you already when we left Viron, would you believe it? Of course. I wasn't, but I should have been. I was thinking about covering my own arse, as if that mattered. Don't torment yourself, General, I beg you. Silk pushed back the curtain that served the cubicle as a door. In the second gondola there was a hatch toward the rear that opened onto the roof. Is there a similar hatch here? Sure. I'll show you if it's all right with her. That won't be necessary. Silk stepped back and let the curtain fall. A rope ladder rolled and tied at the ceiling marked the hatch. Pulling a cord released the ladder. The light wooden hatch was held shut by a simple pagan cord retainer. Silk removed the peg, threw back the hatch, and climbed out onto the open, empty deck. With a glad cry, Orub left his shoulder, racing the length of the gondola, shooting ahead of the airship until he was nearly lost to Silk's myopic vision, wheeling and soaring. More circumspectly, Silk followed until he stood at the gondola's semicircular prow, the toes of the scuffed old shoes he had never found time to replace, hanging over the aching void. He looked down at them, seeing them as if he had never seen them before, noting as items new and strange small cracks in their leather, and the ways in which the shoes had shaped themselves to his feet. Beside his left shoe there was a brass socket set into the deck. Presumably a flagpole would be put in it when the airship took part in military ceremonies in Trivagonte. Even more probably, similar sockets ringed the entire deck. Light poles would support railings of rope, used perhaps when dignitaries stood where he was standing now, bemedaled women in gorgeous uniforms waving to the populace below. It was even possible that the Rani herself had stood upon this very spot. He recalled then that he had wished for flags to be raised on this airship to signal the approach of Sayuf's horde. The signalmen, who would more plausibly have been signal women, would have kept watch from here with telescopes, would have run their flags up one of the immense cables from which the gondola hung. Below them, some minute motion of the gondola, some response to a tiny variation in the wind, nearly caused him to lose his balance. He came very close to putting his right foot forward to regain it, and would have fallen if he had, ending the persistent pain in its ankle. It would not have been such a bad thing, perhaps, to have fallen. If one did not dread death, it would be an experience of unparalleled interest. To fall from such a height as this, a height greater than that of the loftiest mountain, would provide ample time for observation, prayer, and reflection, surely. Eventually his body would strike the ground, probably in some unpeopled spot. His spirit would return to the aureate path, where once he had encountered his mothers and fathers. His bones would not be found, if they were found at all, until Nettle's children were grown. To the living he would not die, but disappear, a source of wonder rather than sorrow. All men died, and all died very quickly in the eyes of the outsider. Few died so well as that. He peered upward to study the aureate path as it stretched before the airship's blunt nose, and again felt himself, very slightly, lose balance. If his parents waited there for him, they were not to be seen by the eyes of life. One father had been Chenille's father as well. He, Silk, who had possessed no family save his mother, had gained a sister now. Although neither Chenille nor Hyacinth nor any other woman could take his mother's place, no one could. Recalling the unmarked razor he had puzzled over so often, he fingered his stubbled cheeks. He had not shaved in well over a day. No doubt his beard was apparent to everyone. It was better, though, to know to whom the razor had belonged. He looked down at his shoes again.
Beneath them, Sciathon sat at the controls, steering a structure 100 times larger than the Grand Mantian with the touch of a finger. There was no sacred window on the airship. That would have been almost impossible. But there was a glass somewhere. Idly, Silk found himself wondering where it was. Not in the cockpit, certainly, nor in Saber's cubicle. Yet it would almost have to be in this gondola in which the Ranee's officers ate and slept, and from which they steered her airship. Perhaps in the chart room. He had climbed to this deck from that chart room without seeing it, but then he had been occupied with his thoughts. Too much so to do anything to relieve Saber's depression. Yes, too self-centered for that. Saber and her terror-troopers might be outnumbered at present, but... Hands upon his shoulders. "Don't jump, Calday!" He took a cautious step backward. "I hadn't intended to," he said, and wondered whether he lied. He turned. Horn's pale face showed very clearly what Horn thought. "I'm sorry I frightened you," Silk told him. "I didn't know you were there." "Just come away from the edge, please, Calday. For me." To soothe Horn, he took a step. "You can't have been up here when I came. I would have seen you. You weren't on the roof of our old gondola either, because I looked back at it. Nettle told you I asked about a hatch, of course." "A little farther, Calday, please." "No, this is foolish. But to reassure you, I'll sit down." He did, spreading his robe over his crossed legs. "You see, I can't possibly fall from here, and neither can you if you sit. I need someone to talk to." Horn sat, his relief apparent. "When I was in the cockpit, I wanted to leave it in order to pray. That was what I told myself, at least. But when I was up here alone and might have prayed to my heart's content, I did not. I contemplated my shoes instead, and thought about certain things. They weren't foolish things for the most part, but I feel very foolish for having thought so much about them. Are you going with Orc when he leaves the Whorl? That's what he's going to do, you know. The crew, as Sciathon calls the people of his city, have some of the underground towers Mamelta showed me. Intact underground towers. And they're going to give Orc one. I forget what Mamelta called them." "You never told me about towers, Calday." Silk did, striving unsuccessfully to make his description concise. "That isn't all I can recall, but that's all that's of importance, I believe. And now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever told anyone except for Dr. Crane while we were fellow captives, and Dr. Crane is dead." "I never even got to see him," Horn said. "I wish I had because of the way you talk about him." "Is the underwater boat like this airship?" "Not at all. It's all metal. Practically all iron, I'm certain. There's a hole at the bottom, too, through which the Ayuntamiento can launch a smaller boat. You'd think that would sink the big one, wouldn't you? But it didn't, and we got away through that hole, Dr. Crane and I." Silk paused, lost in thought. "There are monstrous fish in the lake, Horn. Fish bigger than you can imagine. Chenille told me that once, and she's quite correct." "You wanted to know if I was going with Orc. Nettle and me, because either way we'd do it together." "Yes, of course." "I don't think so. He hasn't asked us, but I don't think Nettle would want to if he did. There's my father and mother back home, and my brothers and sisters, and Nettle's family." "Of course," Silk repeated. "I like Chenille. I like her a lot, but Orc's not what I call a good man, even if Tartarus did choose him to enlighten. You remember what I told you about him that time? He's still the same, I think. The people he's got with him aren't much better, either. He calls them the best thieves in the world. Did you know that, Calday? Because of stealing this airship." "They're not all thieves," Silk said, "though Orc may like to pretend they are. Most are just poor people from the area and our own quarter. I doubt that many real thieves have the sort of faith something like this requires." He fell silent, by no means sure that he should say more. "What is it, Calday?" "I doubt that all of them will go. Chenille will, I think, though she would be a wealthy woman in Viren. But I wouldn't be in the least surprised to see more than a few of the others hold back." "You're not going, are you, Calday?" Silk shook his head. "I would like to. I don't believe Hyacinth would, however, and these are Orc's people when all is said and done, not mine." "Then Nettle and me will come home with you and Hyacinth. Molly wants to go back, too. She wants to find her husband and get back to building their daughter. And there's Pater Incus and Pater Remora." Silk nodded.
But we will not be numerous enough to keep the Trivagontes we have on board from reclaiming their airship, even so. Had you thought of that, Horn? Not unless a great many of Orc's followers desert him at the last moment. It had just occurred to me when you laid hold of my shoulders. Horn frowned. Can we leave the Trivagontes in Mainframe, Calday? I can't think of anything else we can do.
I can. Or at least I believe I have, which gave me a very good reason not to step off the edge. Perhaps I needed one more than I knew. Noticing Horn's expression, he added, I'm sorry if I distress you. Horn swallowed. I want to tell you something, sort of a secret. I haven't told anybody yet except Nettle. I know you won't laugh, but please don't tell anybody else. I won't unless I believe it absolutely necessary. You know the cat's meat woman? She comes to sacrifice just about every Sills Day. Silk nodded. Very well. She likes Matera. Molly, I mean. She came to see her one time at the palace. I wouldn't have thought she'd walk all the way up the hill, but she did. They were sitting in the kitchen, and the cat's meat woman... Scleroderma, Silk murmured. His eyes were on the purple slopes of faraway mountains. It's a puffball. It grows in forests. She was the one that held General Mint's horse for her before she charged the floaters in Cage Street, Horn continued. She told Molly, and naturally Molly wanted to know all about it, so they talked about that and the fighting and how Kypris came to Armantian for the funeral. Then she said she was writing all about it, writing down everything that had happened, and how she'd been right in the middle of all the most important parts. Silk tried not to smile, but failed. So she wants her grandchildren to be able to read about everything, and how she met you when you were just out of the Schola, and how she walked up to the Caldays' palace, and they let her right in. I thought it was pretty funny, too. I think it heartwarming, Silk told him. We may laugh. I wouldn't be surprised if she laughed herself. And yet she's right. Her grandchildren are still small, I imagine, and though they've lived in these unsettled times themselves, they won't remember much about them. When they're older, they'll be delighted to have a history written by their own grandmother from the perspective of their family. I applaud her. Well, maybe I should have thought like that too, Calday, but I didn't. To tell the truth, I got kind of mad. You didn't play some trick on her, I hope. No, but I started thinking about what had happened, and if she'd really been in the middle like she said. Pretty soon I saw she hadn't at all, that you'd been there more than anybody, more even than General Mint. And what Scleroderma said about meeting you when you got out of the Schola, well, I met you then, too. You used to come into our class and talk to us, and naturally I'd see you helping Pater a Pike at sacrifice. So I decided I'm going to write down everything I can remember as soon as I get some paper. I'll call it Pater Silk's Book, or something like that. I'm flattered. This time Silk succeeded in suppressing his smile. Are you going to write about this, too? Sitting up here talking to me? Yes, I am. Horn filled his lungs with the still, pure air. And that's another reason for you not to jump off. If you did, I'd have to end it right here. He rapped the deck with his knuckles. Right up here, and then maybe I'd wonder a little about why you did it, and then it would be over. I don't think that would be a very good ending. Nor would it be, Silk agreed. But that's the way you were thinking of ending it. You were standing too close to the edge to have been thinking about anything else. What's the trouble, Calday? Something's, I don't know, hurt you somehow, hurt you a lot. If I knew what it was, maybe I could help, or Nettle could. Without rising, Silk turned away. After a moment, he slid across the varnished wood so that he could let his legs dangle over the edge. Come here, Horn. I'm afraid to. You aren't going to fall. Feel how smooth the motion of the airship is. Nor am I going to push you off. Did you think I might? I won't, I promise. Face down, Horn crept forward. That's the way. It's such a magnificent view, perhaps the most magnificent that either of us will ever see. When you mentioned your class, you reminded me that I'm supposed to be teaching you. It's one of my many duties, and one that I've neglected shamefully since you and I talked in the manse. As your teacher, it's my pleasure as well as my duty to show you things like this whenever I can, and to make you look at them as well, if I must. Look. Isn't it magnificent? It's like the Skylands, Horn ventured, except we're a little closer and it's daytime. A great deal closer. and the sun has already begun to narrow. We haven't much time left in which to look at this. A few hours at most.
We could again tomorrow. We could look out of one of those windows. All the gondolas have them.
This airship may crash tonight, Silk told him. Or it may be forced to land for some reason. Or the Whorl below us might be hidden by clouds, as it was when I looked out of one of the windows earlier today.
Let's look while we can.
Horn crept a finger's width nearer the edge. Down there's a city bigger than Byron, and those tiny pale dots are its people. See them? They look like that, I believe, because they're staring up at us. In all probability, they've never seen an airship or seen anything larger than the flyers that can fly. They'll speculate about us for months, perhaps for years.
Is it Palustria, Calde?
Silk shook his head. Palustria doesn't even lie in this direction, so it's certainly not Palustria. Besides, I think we've gone farther than that already. We were hoisted up early this morning, and we've been flying south or east ever since. A well-mounted man can ride there in less than a week.
I've never seen off-center buildings like those, Horn ventured. Besides, there aren't any swamps. Everybody says Palustria is in the middle of swamps.
They've turned them into rice fields, or so I'm told. If not all of them, at least a large part of them, no doubt the part closest to their city. Their rice crops failed this year because of the drought. They say it's the first time the rice crops failed in the entire history of Palustria. For a while Silk sat in silence, staring down at the foreign city below.
Can I ask you something, Calde?
Certainly. What is it?
Why isn't it windier up here? I've never been up on a mountain, but Matero read something about that to us one time, and it said it was real windy just about all the time. Looking down, it seems like we're going fast. It's not taking us very long at all to go over this, and it's big, so the wind ought to be in our faces.
I asked our pilot the same thing, Silk told him, and I was ready to kick myself for stupidity when she told me. Look there, up and out, and you can see one of the engines that's still running. Notice how slowly it's turning? You can almost make out the wooden arms. But when the engines were going fast, those were just a blur, a shimmer in front of each engine.
Like a mill.
Somewhat. But while the arms of a windmill are turned by the wind, these are turned by their engines to create a wind that will blow us wherever we wish. They're making very little wind at present, just enough to keep us from tumbling about. We're being carried by a natural wind, but because we're blown along by it like a dry leaf or one of those paper streamers the wind tore off our Victory Arch, it seems to us that the air is scarcely moving.
I think I understand. What if we turned around and tried to go the other way?
Then this still air would at once become a gale. The smooth wooden deck on which Silk was sitting tilted, seeming almost to fall away from under him.
Petra!
He felt Horn clutch his robe. The sound of the remaining engines rose. I'm all right, he said.
You could have slid off. I almost did.
Not unless the gondola were to slope much more steeply. A vagrant breeze ruffled Silk's straw-colored hair.
What happened?
From the sound of Horn's voice, he was far from the edge now, perhaps halfway to the hatch. The wind increased, I imagine. The new wind would have reached our tail first. Presumably it lifted it.
You still want to die.
The plaintive note in Horn's voice was more painful than an accusation.
No, Silk said. Won't you tell me what's wrong? Please, Calde.
I would if I could explain it. The city was behind them already, its houses and fields replaced by forbidding forests. I might say that it's an accumulation of small matters. Have you ever had a day when everything went amiss? Of course you have. Everyone has.
Sure,
Horn said. Can you come a little closer? I can scarcely hear you.
All right, Calde.
I also want to say that it has to do with the plan of Pass, but that isn't quite right. Pass, you see, isn't the only guard who has a plan. I've just understood this one, perhaps while I was still in the cockpit, as it's called, guiding this airship and thinking, and I didn't have to think much about that, about Hyacinth's overpowering our pilot. Or perhaps only when I was talking with General Sabre just before I came up here. It might be fair to say that I understood in the cockpit, but that the full import of what I had understood had come only when I was talking with Nettle and General Sabre.
I think I get it.
On the other hand, I could say that it was about facts that the outsider confided on my wedding night. You see, Horn, I was enlightened again then. Nothing I learned at the Schola had prepared me for the possibility of multiple enlightenments. But clearly they can and do take place. Which would you like to hear about first? The little things going wrong, I guess. Only please come back here with me, Petra. You said it was hard to hear me. Well, I can hardly hear you. I'm perfectly safe, Horn. Silk discovered that he was grasping the edge of the deck. He forced himself to relax, placing his hands together as if in prayer. We might begin anywhere, but let us begin with Maitre Marble. With Molly, as she asks us to call her now. Do you think her name was really Molly, Molybdenum, before she became a Sibyl? Honestly. That's what she says, Calday. Horn was moving closer. Silk heard the faint scrub of his coat and trousers against the planking. I don't. She hasn't told me she's lying, but I hope she will soon. I don't think so, Calday. Horn's tones grew deeper as he asserted his opinion. She's really careful about that kind of thing. I know she is. That's why it's such a torment to her. I'm going to ask Pater Incas to shrive me. I hope that it will lead her to ask him, or Pater Remora, though Incas would be better, to do the same. Why are there so few chems now, Horn? There the plan of Pass has clearly gone awry. He made them both male and female, and clearly intended them to reproduce and so maintain their numbers, perhaps even increase them. Let us assume that he peopled our Whorl with equal numbers of each sex, which would seem to be the logical thing for him to do. What went wrong? He was becoming colder, or Silk more sensitive to the cold. He drew his thick winter robe about him. I don't know, Calday. The soldiers sleep a lot, and naturally they can't, build anybody then. Ours do, at least. Most of the soldiers in most other cities are dead. Most have been dead for a century or longer. Pass should have made female soldiers like the troopers from Trivagonte. He didn't, and that was clearly an error. You shouldn't say things like that, Pater. Why not, if I think them true? Would Pass like me better if I were a coward? Some male chems were artisans and farm labourers, from what I know of them, and a few were servants, butlers, and so forth. But most were soldiers, and the soldiers fought for their cities and died, or slept, as Hammerstone did. The female chems, who were largely cooks or maids, wore out and died childless. Nearly every soldier must have courted a cook or a maid 300 years ago, and nearly every such cook and maid must have loved a soldier. How likely is it that such a couple would be reunited by chance after centuries? It could happen, Horn sounded defiant. Of course it could. All sorts of unlikely things can, but they rarely do. Something has been troubling her ever since she and Hammerstone were married, and I believe I know what it is. Let's leave it at that. Even if you're right, Horn said, that's not a very good reason to want to die. I disagree, but let's move on. In the cockpit I realized that Chenille and Hyacinth had fought when both of them were at Orchids. She was the woman who paid for the funeral at which Kypros spoke to us, not that it matters. My sister— I didn't know you had a sister, Calday. Silk smiled. Forget I said that, please. It was a slip of the tongue. I was about to say that Chenille blacked Hyacinth's eyes, which isn't surprising since she is considerably larger and stronger. Or do I blame her? If Hyacinth has forgiven her, and she clearly has, I can do no less. But they lied about it, both of them, and I found it very painful. I can't prove they lied, Horn, but if you'd been there you would have caught the lie just as I did. Hyacinth identified an incident to which Chenille was about to refer before Chenille specified it. That could only mean that Chenille was much more closely involved than she pretended. A wide river dotted with ice divided the forest below. Silk leaned forward to study it. You'll say that what I've told you is not a good reason to die. Again, I disagree. Calday? Yes. What is it? You don't look like her. Like Chenille. She's got that red hair, but it's dyed. Underneath her hair's dark, I think. Your eyes are blue, but hers are brown, and like you said, she's real big and strong. You're tall and pretty strong, but you need not proceed, Horn, if it embarrasses you. What I mean is she'd be a lot like Orc, if she was a man. You'd be a better runner, but we are alike in certain ways, I suppose. That's not it. Horn was less at ease than ever.
Since you've been called everybody talks about the old one. And last night before those women came, you were talking about his will. Nettle told me, and this is her idea, really. He said he had an adopted son, and this son was going to be the next one. What Nettle says is, he didn't say to make it happen. He just said it would. Is that right? Silk nodded. Though he is not the son of my body, my son will succeed me. Chenille's his real daughter. Nettle told me that too. And you're the next Calde. So if she's your sister, we will go no further than this, Horn. It has nothing to do with our topic. All right. I won't tell anybody. There are so many lies in the Whorl that it's not likely anyone would credit you if you did. May I instance one more? Hyacinth subdued our pilot. Hyacinth alone. I mentioned it. Yes, Calde. I've been trying to think of an enlightening analogy for you, but I can't. Suppose I were to say that it was like seeing Pater Incus overpower Orc. The analogy would be flawed, because I've never supposed that Pater Incus could not fight, only that he would fight badly. I had imagined Hyacinth would be helpless in the face of violence. She spoke of taking fencing from Master Xiphias once, yet I never... I can't hear you. Can't you turn around this way? No, come closer. Silk found Horn's hand and drew him nearer the edge. Nobody thought you could fight either, Calde. I know, and they had almost convinced me of it. That was a part of the reason I broke into Bloods. I needed to prove I wasn't the milksop everyone took me for. Nor was I, though I was badly frightened most of the time. Maybe that's how Hyacinth felt about the pilot. Greatly daring, Horn sat up, his legs stretched before him and his feet on the edge of the deck. Hyacinth's real girly when you're around. We got lots of it this morning. She smiles whenever you look at her, and holds on like she can't stand up. She wants you to like her. Calde, you know that big cat Mucor's got. Silk was staring down in a mountain valley, following the snowy rush of a young river over red stones. You mean Lion? I don't know the name, but Lion sounds like a boy. This was a girl cat, I think, kind of gray, with long pointed ears and a little short tail. I saw it one time when I brought up Mucor's dinner. It really liked her. It would rub up against her and smile. Cats can smile, Calde. I know. It kept putting its paw in Mucor's lap so she'd pet it, but it wasn't too sure about me. It showed me its teeth, pulling its lips back without making any noise. I was pretty scared. So was I, Horn. I shot 2 of those horned cats once. I'm very sorry for that now. Silk leaned forward again. Look at that cliff, Horn. Can you see it? Sure, I saw it just a minute ago. I don't think I could climb it, but I'd like to try. Horn made himself speak more loudly. I know what Hyacinth seems like to you, Calde, but she seems a lot like Mucor's cat to Nettle and me. She's respectful to Molly, though. Silk glanced over his shoulder. You're right. There is a great deal of good in Hyacinth, though I would love her even if there were none. Horn shook his head. I was going to say she sort of hits it off with Hammerstone. He can be awful rough. Yes, I'm well aware of it. He likes Molly and Pater Incus, so he's nice to them, but he treats Nettle and me like sprats, and with other people he's like Orc. Hyacinth won't give him half a step, and once when she got mad she called him all kinds of names. I thought I knew all those. I learned most of that stuff when I was little, but she had some I never heard. If the pilot pulled a needler on Mucor, what do you think her cat would do? Come here, Silk told him. Sit with me. Are you afraid I'll take you with me if I jump? I'm not going to, and I'd like you beside me. I'm still pretty scared. You would have climbed that cliff given the chance. You would be no more dead falling from here. All right. Gingerly, Horn edged forward until his legs dangled over the abyss of air. Oreb settled on his shoulder. As I said, I've neglected my duty to teach you. Now I can actually show you part of the plan. I find it enlightening, and you may too. See the city ahead? The mountains we crossed isolate it from the west. Soon we'll see what isolates it from the east, and if we were to turn north or south, we'd come upon barriers there as well. Some are more formidable than others, of course. Their houses are like people, Calde. Look, there's Pass with the 2 heads. Even the little ones are like people lying down, see? The thatch makes it look like they've got blankets."
"Good place."
Orab bobbed on Horn's shoulder. "It is," Silk agreed. "But if we weren't used to seeing Pass pictured like this, we'd think this image the more horrible. And it is horrible, for being so large." "I won't ask if you've lain with a woman, Horn. It's too personal a matter to broach, save in shriving, and I know you too well to shrive you. Should you wish to be shriven, I hope you'll go to Pater Remora." "All right." "I had not until my wedding night. Indeed, it remains my only such experience. You needn't tell me that Hyacinth has lain with scores of men. I knew it, and was acutely conscious of it. So was she. I can't say what our experience meant to her, and perhaps it meant little or nothing. To me, it was wonderful. Wonderful. I came to her as one starving, and yet—" Still very frightened, Horn jerked his head. "I know." "Good. I'm glad you understand. There was a taint that came from neither Hyacinth nor me, but from the act itself. After 2 hours, or about that, I rested. We had done what men and women do more than once and more than twice. I was happy, exhausted, and soiled. I felt that Echidna particularly was displeased, and I doubt that I would have had the courage if I had not rejected her in my heart after her theophany. You were there, I know." Horn nodded again. "She's a very great goddess, Calday." "She is, great and terrible. It may be that I was wrong to reject her. I won't argue the point. I only say that I had and felt as I did. As I've said, the outsider enlightened me a second time then. I won't tell you all that he told me. I couldn't. But one thing was that he created Pass. The 7, as everyone knows, are the children of Pass and Echidna. It had never occurred to me to wonder whence they themselves came. Why do you think Pass built barriers between our cities, Horn?" The sudden question caught him off guard. "To keep them from fighting, Calday?" "Not at all. Not only do they fight, but he knew that they would. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have provided them with armies. No. He erected mountains and dug rivers and lakes so they could not combine against him. More specifically, so they couldn't combine against Mainframe, the home he was to set over them." "Did the outsider tell you that, Calday?" Silk shook his head. "Hammerstone did, and Hammerstone is right. The outsider, as he showed me, has no reason to fear our leaguing against him. We've done it innumerable times, just as we betray him daily as individuals. His fear, he is afraid for our sake, not his own, is that we may come to love other things more than we love him. When I was at your Mantean on Sun Street, foolish people used to ask me why Pass or Scylla permitted some action that they regarded as evil, as if a god had to sign a paper before a man could be struck or a child fall ill. On my wedding night, the outsider explained why it is that he permits what people call evil at all. Not this theft or that uncleanness, but the thing itself. It serves him, you see. It hates him, yet it serves him too. Does this make sense to you, Horn?" "Like a mule that kicks whenever it gets a chance." "Exactly. That mule is harnessed like the rest, and draws the wagon, however unwillingly. Given the freedom of the Whorl, and even of those beyond it, evil directs us back to the outsider. I told you I rejected Echidna. I thought I did it because she is evil, but the truth is that I did it because he is better. A child who burns its hand says the fire's bad, as the saying goes, but the fire itself is saying, 'Not to me, child. Reach out to him.'" "I think I see. Calday, I'm getting pretty cold."
"Fish heads?"
Orab inquired. Silk nodded. "We'll go in soon, so you and Orab will be warm and can get something to eat. But first, have you been looking at our Whorl, Horn? This is winter wheat below us, I believe. See how the sunlight plays on it, how it ripples in the wind, displaying every conceivable shade of green. You still haven't told me, maybe I shouldn't ask you, why I was tempted to jump. It's obvious, isn't it?" Orab squawked, "Look out!" Already Horn was sliding from the edge of the deck. The face he turned toward Silk displayed Mucor's deathly grin. "You know where Silk is?" Orc stepped into the cockpit and shut the flimsy door behind him. Scythan pointed to the ceiling, his urchin face all sharp V's. "Upstairs, which is what you call me. I saw shoes and stockings and the legs of trousers at the top." He gestured toward the slanted pane before him. "The trousers were black, the shoes and stockings the same, the legs too long for the smallest auger. The tallest, I think, would not do this."
"They ain't there any more."
Orc bent, craning his neck to peer upward.
"I ought to tell you, too. Number 7 ought to work if you started."
Scythen flicked 2 switches and nodded appreciatively as a needle rose. "You have removed his clamp."
"There was more to it than that. We're working on number 5 now. They got him out on booms, see?"
"I have observed this. In a moment I shall tell you what else I have observed."
"Only you can haul the booms in to fix the engines. It's a pretty good system. We had to yank the heads and beat on the pistons some, but we didn't hurt 'em much. What did you see?"
"Another seated beside Silk. It is hazardous to sit thus."
"You said it."
The other was almost chilled. Scythen paused, his head cocked. "Calde Silk comes now to General Saber's cabin. I hear his voice." Leaving the cockpit, Orc saw that Saber's curtain was drawn back. Silk stood where it had hung, and a perspiring Horn had crowded into the cubicle beside Nettle. "Don't know how to put this exactly," Silk was saying. "I ought to have given that more thought while I was up on the roof, a moment ago." He glanced over his shoulder. "Hello, Orc. I'm glad you're here. I was going to send Nettle for you. We're about to return her airship to General Saber." Orb bobbed in assent as Orc stared. "I don't mean, of course, that we're not going to take you to Mainframe, you and Scythen and the rest. We are. Or rather, she is. Hyacinth and I will accompany her, with Nettle, Horn, His Eminence, Pater of Remora, and Molly." Saber grinned at Orc. "I don't understand this either, but I like it." "Of course you do," Silk told her, "and so will Orc. We all should, because it will help every one of us." He turned back to Orc. "A small ceremony at which you return General Saber's sword might be appropriate. Would you like that?" Orc shook his head. "It wasn't taken from her in any event. It's still in that box at the foot of her bed, she tells me." Nettle displayed her needler. "Can I put this up?" Orc snapped. "Keep it." "A very small ceremony, then, here and now. Would you get out your sword for me, General? I'll give it to Orc, who will give it back to you. You should wear it thereafter. It will hearten your troopers, I'm confident." Orc declared.
"We're not giving the slug guns back."
"Not now, at least. That will depend upon whether there are arms on the craft the crew provide you, though I imagine there will be." Horn mopped his forehead. "Nobody understands this except you, Calde. It's simple enough. Neither General Saber nor I desire a war between Viren and Trivagonte. We Vironese have seized this airship, the pride of its city." Horn looked to Nettle, who said, "They'd seized us?" "Exactly. Another reason for war which General Saber and I wish to prevent. The solution is obvious. Our freedom for the airship." "We're free now." "Nobody can be truly free without peace. Consider the alternative. When we return to Viren, Generalissimo Sayof would try to recapture this airship by force, while General Mint and Generalissimo Usik tried to prevent her. It would cost 500 lives the first day, at least that many and perhaps more." Saber told Nettle, "You're going to have to wait a little before you get a tour of Trivagonte. When he wanted to know if I'd take you home if I got my airship back, I was too surprised to say anything. But I will, and let Orc hear on the rabble we loaded first out at Mainframe, if that's what he wants." She bent over her footlocker. "Some of you are afraid I'm going to cross you. All of you except your Calde, most likely." Orc grunted. She straightened up, holding a sharply curved saber with a gem-studded hilt. "This is the sword of honor the Ronnie awarded me last year, and I'm proud of it. Maybe I haven't worn it as much as I ought to, for fear something might happen to it." Orb whistled, and Nettle told Saber, "It's beautiful." Saber smiled at Orc. "The girl let me keep it. I told her about it, and she said leave it where it is. Orc won't mind." He muttered, "I'd like mine back. That colonel's got it." "If you come back with us, I'll try to get it for you." "No cut!" Orb hopped from Silk's shoulder to Saber's to examine the sword more closely. She drew it and took a half-step backward, holding it at eye level with both hands grasping the blade. "By this sword I swear that as long as Calday Silk's on my airship, I'll do whatever he tells me, and when I land him and his friends at their city, it will be as passengers and not prisoners." Silk nodded. "On the terms you have described, General, we return command to you." "You're going to let me talk to the palace on the glass and tell them what we're doing?" "If you choose to, you are in command." Sabre lowered her sword. "Then if I break my oath, you can take this and break it." She led them through the gondola to the airy compartment from which Silk had climbed to the deck. It held cabinets, a sizable table, and 2 leather seats. There was a glass on the wall next to the door. "This is the chart room," Sabre told Silk. "The nerve center of my airship, where our navigational instruments and maps are. There's a speaking tube that runs through officers' quarters to the cockpit. Do you know about those? Like a glass, but only to the one place, and all you can do is talk."
"This is where you ought to be,"
Hawk said, but Silk shook his head. Sabre pointed. "Right up there's the hatch. We go up to take the angle between the ship and the sun, mostly. Now it should be 0. She swallowed. "I'll check it as soon as I talk to the palace." Horn touched Silk's arm. "Don't go back, Calday. Please?" Hawk asked.
"You were up there, huh? Somebody nearly got killed is what I heard."
"He was going to jump off," Horn told Hawk. "I grabbed him, and I guess I got him back, only I don't remember, just sort of wrestling, and the roof gone, and music." Puzzled, he stared at Silk. "Some place down there was having a concert, I guess." "I saw the evil in the Whorl," Silk explained. "I thought I knew it when I actually had no idea. A few days ago I began to see it clearly." He waited for someone to speak, but no one did. "An hour ago I saw it very clearly indeed, and it was horrible. What was worse was that instead of focusing on the evil in myself as I should have, I gave my attention to the evil in others. I would have told you then that I saw a great deal in Horn, for example. I still do." "Calday, I never said—" "That was utterly, utterly wrong. I don't mean that the evil isn't there. It is, and it always will be because it is ineradicable. But seeing it alone, not merely Horn's evil, but everyone else's too, did something to me far worse than anything Horn himself would ever do, I'm sure. It blinded me to good. Seeing only evil, I wanted with all my heart to reunite myself with the outsider. That would itself have been an evil act, but Horn saved me from it." "I'm so glad." Nettle looked at Horn with shining eyes. "Just by coming up on the roof of this gondola, really. For Horn's sake, I won't go there again, though it's such a marvelous thing to stand in the sky smiling down to the Whorl that I find it difficult to renounce it. Merely by standing there I came to understand how Sciathan feels about flying." Hawk cleared his throat.
"I want to tell you about that clamp. All right if I do it now, before she talks to him back in Trivagante?"
"You found it, I assume?"
"Yeah, only that wasn't a fuel hose. It was a lube hose."
Sabre's eyes opened wide. "What?" Hawk ignored her.
"The clamp cut the flow to where they got hot and seized. It didn't show on the gauge up front because it just measures tank temperature. The tank was all right and the pump was running, but there wasn't much getting through. We got number 7 busted loose, and maybe we can fix the rest."
"They'll never be as good as they were." Sabre sounded disgusted.
"They weren't anyhow," Hawk told her. "I made a couple little improvements already."
Oreb eyed them both.
"Fish heads?"
"I feel the same way myself," Silk announced. "If I'm to live after all, I'd like something to eat." Sabre stepped to the glass and clapped. It grew luminous as the monitor's grey face coalesced. At once dancing flecks of colour replaced it, peach, pink, and an ethereal blue that deepened until it was nearly black. Silk fell to his knees. For him the sunlit chart room and its occupants vanished. "Silk?" The face in the glass was innocent and sensual, preternaturally lovely. "Silk, wouldn't you like to be past? We'd be together then, Silk." He bowed his head, unable to speak. "They can scan you at Mainframe, as I was scanned, Silk, with him. He held my hand." Silk found that he was staring up at her. She smiled, and his spirit melted. You'll go on with your life. Silk, just as it is. You'd be past, too, and he would be you. Look." The face lovelier than any mortal woman's dispersed like smoke. In its place stood a bronze-limbed man with rippling muscles and 2 heads. One was Silk's. Chapter 16. Exodus from the Long Sun. They floated in an infinite emptiness lit by a remote, spool-shaped black sun. Sciathon the Flyer, Pater Incus and Pater Remora, the old woman who called herself Molly, Nettle and Horn, the Calde's wife, and the Calde. The shrinking red dot that was the lander winked out. "Goodbye, Orc, my noctilator." The speaker seemed near, though there was a note in his voice that had travelled far. It was a man's voice, deep and heavy with sorrow. "Goodbye, Orc," Silk repeated. Until he heard his own voice, he did not realize he had spoken aloud. "Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, Gib. Farewell." Mater Marble murmured, "Heartbroken. Poor General Mint will be simply heartbroken." "He goes to a better place than any you have seen." "I disliked him, though the harlot chenille was not devoid of preeminent qualities. Notwithstanding, I feel bereft." So softly that Silk supposed that only he could hear her, Hyacinth inquired, "Is that where? Those little dots?" "To one or the other," the god replied. "The blue Whorl or the green. Orc's lander cannot carry them to both." "Orc, devoted to you, eh? As we, all. He was, reformed, devout, if you are not, hey?" There was no reply. The distant sparks faded. Hyacinth gripped Silk's arm, pointing to the black, spool-shaped sun behind them, from which light streamed. "What is that? Is it... The lander came out of it." "That is our Whorl." Sciathon wiped his eyes. "That little thing?" Already the little thing was fading. Silk relaxed. "You liked Orc, didn't you?" "So did I. If I live as long as his cognizance, I won't forget meeting him in the Cock, sipping brandy while I tried to make out his face in the shadows. When I saw Air die, I did not weep. That pain was too deep for weeping. Orc is not dead, but no one will call me upstairs any more. I weep for that. Wish that he stated unequivocally, eh?" Remora had already activated his propulsion module and was drifting toward the circular aperture. "Is, Great Pass satisfied? Is this adequate? Sufficient?" Silk and Hyacinth followed him. Silk said, "If he were, we cargo would return to our herds and fields. Orc has bought us a brief respite, that's all. Pass will not be satisfied until the last person in the Whorl has gone. It has served its purpose." They emerged into the penumbra shade that seemed blinding light after the darkness. "I don't see how Tartarus showed us the Whorl from outside," Hyacinth murmured. "There can't be an eye out there, can there?" When Silk did not reply, "I don't like not walking. My thighs are getting fat. I can feel it." Mater Marble overtook them. "They can't be, dear. You don't eat anything. I'm worried about you." "I don't like people seeing up my gown, either. I know it sounds silly, but I don't. Every time I feel like somebody's looking up there, my thighs swell up and never go back down." "There is no up," Incus called as he accelerated toward them. "Nor is there any down. All is a realm of light. The, deceased—" Remora glanced back at him, vaguely worried. "How shall we explain that, Your Eminence? The, faithful, eh? They expect the, dear decedent." "Do you desire a visitation by your dead?" Sciathon asked. Silk said firmly, "No." Hyacinth's jaw dropped, and for a moment her sculptured face looked foolish. Silk decelerated to allow Sciathon to catch up. "I speak only for myself. I've met mine and know and love them. The temptation to rejoin them would be too great. I know your offer was well-intended, but no, I do not. There is no physicality, the little flyer explained. Mainframe recreates them and beams the data to one's mind. Molly, would you escort Hyacinth back to the airship for me, please? I have to confer with Cyathon. Silk took the flyer's arm. Horn asked, Can we come? Silk hesitated, then shook his head. Oreb launched himself from Horn's shoulder to flap after them upside down. One by one the pilot was testing the engines. Horn counted as each coughed, roared to life, and declined to a hum. Nettle asked, Aren't you going to knock? He would have preferred that she do it, but could not say so. What on? On the frame, I guess. They're pretty solid. Silk pushed the curtain to one side as Horn raised his fist. Hyacinth isn't here. Were you looking for me? Both nodded. Very well, what can I do for you? Horn cleared his throat. You promised me you wouldn't go up on the roof again, Calday, remember? Of course. I've kept my promise. Me and Nettle have been up there, Horn said, and Oreb applauded with joyful wings. Nettle said, It's not scary when you can float. Her eyes appealed to Horn, who added, We want you to go up with us. You're releasing me from my promise? Horn nodded. Yeah. Say yes, Horn. Silk looked thoughtful. You bear the repute of your palestra. Yes, Calday. Calday, is Pater Remora really going to be our new augur? No. Absent-mindedly, Silk glanced around the cubicle for his propulsion module before remembering that he had returned it. He cannot become your new augur, since he is augur there already. He'll take up his duties when we get home. How do you keep from floating away? That might not be frightening, I'll allow, but I would think it serious. Bird save! Yes, if I'm adrift, you must tow me to safety. There's supplies in the last gondola, Horn explained as Silk pushed off from the doorway. We found a coil of rope in there. The table in the chart room's bolted down, so we tie onto the legs. It's better than having that thing on your back, Nettle told Silk. You just float around without having to worry about anything. When you're tired of it, you pull yourself in. Horn added, But I don't get tired of it. There's something you want me to see. They had floated through the officers' sleeping quarters. Silk stopped, bulging the canvas partition, and opened the door to the mess room. Just everything you can see from out there. Something to ask in that case. In the chart room, Silk knotted the finger-thick line about his waist in accordance with Horn's instructions, and pushed off from the table out through the open hatch. The airship had revolved, whether from the torque of its engines or the pressure of some passing breeze, until Mainframe stood upright as a wall, its black slabs of colossal mechanism jutting toward them, and its pylon an endless bridge that dwarfed the airship and vanished into night. Horn gestured. See, Calday? We don't have to sit on the edge, but we can go over there if you want to. Way, way down you can see the mountains that look at mountains, I guess. It's kind of blue at first, and so bright you can't be sure. Nettle emerged from the hatch. I still don't understand what Mainframe is, Calday. Just all those things with the lights running over them? And why do they have roofs here if it can't rain? How would they get the rain to come down? This is Mainframe, Silk told her. You are seeing it. The big square things? With what underlies its meadows and lawns. Mainframe is dispersed among them all. Imagine millions of tiny circuits like those in a card. Billions of billions, actually. The warmth of each is less than the twinkle of a firefly. But there are so many that if they were packed together, their own heat would destroy them. They would become a second sun. As things are, it is always summer here, thanks to those circuits. That's what you call the little wiggly gold lines in card? Nettle inquired. Circuits? They don't do anything. They would if they were returned to their proper places in a lander. We will have to return some ourselves soon. Horn was watching Silk narrowly. Did Cyathon tell you all that? Not in so many words, but he said enough to let me infer the rest. What was it you wanted to ask? A whole bunch of stuff. You know, Calday, from my book. Is it all right if I call you Calday? Of course. or Paterer, or Silk, or even Paterer Calday, which is what his cognizance calls me, as you like. I heard Chenille tell Molly that when she was Kyprus she made you call her Chenille anyway. It must have seemed funny. Nettle said, I'm not writing a book, Calday, but I've got stuff I want to ask, too. I'm helping Horn with his, I guess. I'll have to, probably. Did you make the dead people come back and talk to us like they did?
Mainframe did that, Nettle. Silk smiled. Believe me, I'm unable to compel it to do anything. I asked Scythen to ask it on our behalf, but he explained that it was unnecessary. Mainframe knows everything that takes place here. As soon as I formulated my request, Mainframe took it under consideration. I'm delighted that it was granted, immensely grateful. But not back home. Nettle waved vaguely at the deck some 10 cubits below. It doesn't hear everything there. No, it doesn't. But it discovers more than I would have believed. Since Echidna's theophany, I've assumed the gods knew only what they saw and heard through sacred windows and glasses, which seems to be very near the truth. Those are Mainframe's principal sources, too. But it has others. The Flyer's data, for example. Horn said, I've got a tough one, Calday. I'm not trying to show you up or anything. Of course not. What is it? Tartarus told Orc the short sun Whorl would be like ours, only there wouldn't be any people, or no people like us. Orc told Chenille, and I asked her. She said it means there'll be grass and rocks and flowers, only not like we're used to. Why is that? Nettle shook her head in disbelief. That's not hard at all, because Pa's picked them out for us to make it easy. Or difficult, Silk muttered. I don't understand. Suppose there were no plants or animals. We'll leave the rocks aside. Orc's lander is stocked with seeds and embryos, as you saw. He'll be able to grow whichever ones he wants, and if the Whorl he chooses had none of its own, those would be the only plants and animals with which he would have to deal. As things are, he'll have a much more interesting time of it, as well as a much harder one. The hum of their engines deepened, and the three of them drifted toward the prow of the second gondola until the ropes that united them with the first were taut. We're under way, Horn announced. Orab agreed. Go home! As soon as we're gone, I don't think I'll believe I was here, Nettle sighed. Grandma came for a talk. I said, stay with me and we'll take you back, but she said she couldn't. Paterer Remera's mother came to see him, Horn told Silk. He's been smiling at everybody. He told her he had his own Mantian now, and he'd sacrifice and shrive and bring the peace and wouldn't have to work in the palace any more. And she said it's what she'd wanted for him all the time. Hyacinth's mother visited her, too. Nettle looked surprised. I didn't think her mother was dead, Calday. Neither did Hyacinth. Hand over hand, they pulled themselves forward again until they were standing on the deck, although standing very lightly. Silk freed himself from the loop of rope. Nettle said, Calday, you never did answer my question about the roofs, and I wanted to know why the shade's so close here and we can't see the sun. The pylon makes it, Horn declared, or anyhow it shoots it into the sky. Isn't that right, Calday? Then the sun burns it, but instead of smoke it turns into air. If the pylon didn't shoot out more, the shade would burn up and there'd be daylight all the time. Only Mainframe would fry because it's so close. The sun starts at the top of the pylon and goes all the way to the West Pole. Long way, Orab elaborated. We too have a long way to go, Silk said, addressing neither Horn nor Nettle. But at last we've begun. I understand about the roofs now, Nettle said. He looked around at her. Do you? Tell me. We used to go to the lake every summer when I was little. Then, I don't know, something happened, and it seemed like we never had enough money. Taxes went up after the old Calday died, Horn told her. They went up a lot. Maybe that was it. Anyway, one year when I was 9 or 10, we waited till everybody else had gone home and went when it was cheaper, and after that we never went any more. Silk nodded. It would be nice sometimes in the afternoons, and we'd swim, but it was pretty cold in the morning. One morning I got up when everybody else was still asleep and walked to the lake just to look at it. I think I knew this was the last year, and we wouldn't come any more. Maybe we were going home that day. This isn't about roofs, Horn said, but Silk put a finger to his lips. The lake was all covered with ghosts.
white shapes coming up out of the water and reaching for the air, getting bigger and stronger all the time. I was thinking about ghosts a lot then, because Gam had, gone to Mainframe, the one I talked to today. We were supposed to say she was in Mainframe, but we didn't think it meant anything. Aren't you going to say that it wasn't really ghosts, Horn? He shook his head. It wasn't. It was fog. There was an old lady fishing off the pier, and I guess she liked me, because when I asked, she said there was water in the air over the lake, and when it got cold enough, it came together and made tiny little drops that take a long, long while to fall, and that was what you saw. I'd never wondered where fog came from before then. Fog? Good. That's right. You're a marsh bird. Don't they come from Palustria, Calde? The swamps around there? Silk nodded. I believe so. What I was going to say was that the fog got thicker and thicker that day and got everything wet. So if they have a lot of fogs here, we're not hardly there, though, anymore. But you know what I mean, only you wouldn't want it inside, so you'd have roofs. And they do. Horn said, the fountains get the grass wet, too, like it does at home on a windy day. It's not as much as you'd think, because there's a thing that sucks in air at the bottom and takes the water out for the pump. If they shut that off, it would water everything. Silk tossed aside his rope and watched it settle to the deck. We have weight once more. Yeah, I know. Yes. I should consider this better before I speak, Horn, but I find it exhilarating. When we arrived and could fly after a fashion, after Scython secured propulsion modules for us, I found that exhilarating as well. I'm contradicting myself, I suppose. Horn looked to Nettle, who said, I don't think so. It's not easy for me to sort out, and even less easy for me to explain. Scython is a flyer, in love with flight, and pardonably proud of his wings and his special status among the crew. Until we got here, I was confident that I understood his feelings. Horn looked puzzled. Everybody flies here, Calde. Exactly, they have to, and we flew in the same way. Or floated. Floated may be the better term. It's easy, so much so that all three of us floated here without modules. But we floated under a lowering shade that never brought night or rose to bring a new day. It's getting to be daylight here. Horn gestured toward the sky-filling brown bulk of the airship. We've reached the foothills of the mountains that look at mountains, Silk said. And if we had tried to float this far, we'd have settled to the ground. But Scython flies over these hills and across the mountains, too, or soars from valley to valley if he chooses. Bird fly! Yes. Scython flies like Orb here, or the eagle that brought down poor Iola. I had a taste of that when I piloted this airship. For a moment, Silk's smile was radiant. Saber's head emerged from the hatch. Hello, Calde. Going to take a reading? I wouldn't know how. She swung herself easily onto the deck. I do, and I've got the protractor, so I can show you. It's early yet, but I wanted to climb up here while it didn't take so much lifting. She chuckled. I heard you talking about flying. I command 1,000 paratroopers, but I can't fly like they do. Neither could you. We're both too heavy. Even this girl would have to lose a little to be much good. I was about to explain to Horn and Nettle that while wings are wonderful, and they are truly, truly wonderful, feet are wonderful too. Dr. Crane, if he were still alive, would amputate my legs, and then I'd be light enough to fly the way your troopers do, and perhaps even as Scython does. But as much as I envy them, I wouldn't want him to. It would be marvelous to fly as they do, so it's not surprising that we envy them. But imagine how much someone without legs must envy us. I don't have to imagine. Some of my dearest friends have lost their legs. Horn asked, Are you going to be pilots some on the way back, Calde? You like it so much I think you ought to. You were good at it, too. Saber said, For somebody without training, he was better than good. He'll be taking over in 4 hours. Horn looked relieved. When we're past the mountains, Silk told him, and walked forward to the prow of the gondola. Saber trotted after him. I wouldn't do that, Calde. We still haven't got all the altitude we want, and mountains can give you some tricky winds. I'll be fine, but you must remain where you are. Behind Saber, Nettle called, Horn's afraid you're going to jump, Calde. That's all it is. I'm not. When General Sabre said you were going to be the pilot, he felt a lot better because he thought you wouldn't want to miss it. We both did. Looking down upon the green and rising slopes far below, where hillside meadows yielded to forested heights, Silk smiled. You don't have to worry. I love life and Hyacinth too much to jump. Besides, if I jumped, I wouldn't be able to wrestle with your questions, Nettle. Now that might be good for both of us. Have you more? I was going to ask you about the mountains. Timorously she edged past Sabre to grasp Silk's hand. It scares me to look at them. You know how lampreys look in the market? Those round mouths with rings and rings of teeth. These look like that to me, under us and up in the skylands, too. Only 1,000,000 times bigger. Were you going to ask me why they exist? Because Poss built them to guard Mainframe. But that's sheer speculation. I don't know any more than you do. If anybody lives there, and why there's snow on the tops. The tops are closer to the sun, so they ought to be warmer. I don't believe that the sun heats air, Silk told her absently. Not much, and perhaps not at all. If it did, the sun's heat couldn't reach us. If you think about it, you'll soon realize that sunlight doesn't illuminate air either. We could see air if it did, and we can't. Behind Silk, Horn said, No kind of light does, then. Correct, I'm sure. The warmth of the sun heats the soil and the waters, and they, in return, warm the air above them. Up here, where there are only widely separated peaks, the air must be cold of necessity. Hence, snow. And in the mountains that look at mountains, snow has weight enough to fall. Silk paused, considering. I never asked Scython who lived in the mountains, or whether anyone did. I've seen no cities, but I would think a few people who fled the cities or were driven out. It must be a wild and lawless place. No doubt many like it for just that reason. From the hatch, Hyacinth called, Silk, is that you? And he turned to smile at her. I've been looking all over for you, but nobody'd seen you. Oh, hello, General. As gracefully as ever, Hyacinth stepped from the ladder onto the deck. Hi, Sprats. Got a better view from up here? It's bigger, anyway. You can leave me to my own devices now, Silk told Horn. It was snowing in Vyron, a hard fall that converted misery to unrelieved wretchedness. Snow that rendered every surface slippery and made every garment damp, and rushed into Mater Mint's eyes each time she faced the wind. We have done what we can, my general. Under stress of weather, the captain stood beside, not before her. Both had their coat collars turned up against the wind and cold. His uniform cap was pulled over his ears like her striped stocking cap, his right arm inadequately immobilized by a blood-stained sling. I'm sure you have, Colonel. They'll start dying in a few hours, I'm afraid, just the same. I am not a colonel, my general. You are. I just promoted you. Now show me you deserve it. Find them shelter. I have tried, my general. I shall try again, though every house in this quarter has been burned. He was not a tall man, yet he seemed tall as he spoke. That about the houses had been unnecessary, Mater Mint thought, and showed how tired he was. She said, I know. This was your own quarter, was it not? Near the Aurea? It was, and it is. I go. May I say first that I would prefer to fight for you and the gods, my general. Vyron must be free. She shivered. What if you lose that arm, Colonel? One hand suffices to fire a needler, my general. She smiled in spite of her determination not to. Even the left? Could you hit anything? He took a step backward, saluting with his uninjured arm. When one cannot aim well, one closes with the enemy. He had vanished into the falling snow before she could return his salute. She lowered the hand that had not quite gotten to her eyebrow, and began to walk among the huddled hundreds who had fled the fighting. I would know every face, she thought, if I could see their faces. Not the names, because I have never been good with names. Dear Poss, won't you let us have even a single ray of sun? Children and old people and children. Did old people not fight because they were too feeble? Or was it that they had, over 70 or 80 years, come to appreciate the futility of it? Something caught at her skirt. Are they bringing food? She dropped to one knee. The aged face might almost have been Mater of Rose's. "I've ordered it, but there's very little to be had, and we've very few people we can spare to look for it, wounded troopers mostly." "They'll eat it themselves." Perhaps they will, Mater Mint thought. They are hungry too, I'm sure, and they've earned it. Somebody will bring you something soon, before Shadelow. She stood up. Sib, Mama's over there, and she's real cold." She peered into the pale little face. "Perhaps you could find wood and start a fire. Someone must have an igniter." "She won't." The child's voice fell away. Mater Mint dropped to one knee again. "Won't what?" "She won't take my coat, Mater. Will you make her?" "Oh, my. Oh, Echidna. No, I cannot possibly interfere with so brave a woman." There was something familiar about the small face beneath the old rabbit-skin cap. "Don't I know you? Didn't you go to our palestra?" The child nodded. "Mater Marble's group. What's your name?" "Phyllis, Mater." A deep inhalation for words requiring boldness. "I was sick, Mater. I got bit by a big snake. I really did. I'm not lying." "I'm sure you're not, Phyllis." "That's why she won't, so tell her I'm well." The small coat stood open now, displaying what appeared to be an adult's sweater far too large. "No, Phyllis, button those again before you freeze." Her own fingers were fumbling with the buttons as she spoke. "Find wood, as I told you. There must be a little left, even if it's charred on the outside. Make a fire." As she stood, the wind brought faint boomings that might almost have been thunder. Distant, she decided, yet not distant enough. It probably meant the enemy had broken through, but it would be worse than futile for her to rush back knowing nothing. Bison would send a messenger with news and a fresh horse. These two. "Are you all right?" "We'll keep." An old man's voice, an old man with his arm around a woman just as old. The old woman said, "We're not hurt or anything." "We've been talking about that." The man again. "We'd stay warmer moving around." "We were pretty tired when we got here." "I'm trying to get you some food," Mater Mint told them. "We could help, couldn't we, Dahlia? Help pass it out or anything you want done." "That's good of you, very good. Do either of you have an igniter?" They shook their heads. "Then you might look for one, ask other people. I set a little boy to gathering fuel a moment ago. If we could build a few fires, that would help a great deal." "All this burned." The old man made an unfocused gesture with his free hand. "Should be coals yet," his wife confirmed. "Bound to be, snow or no snow." "I smell smoke." Sniffing, he struggled to stand, and Mater Mint helped him up. "I'll have a look," he said. "Here I am, Mater Mock-Orange. I am the Sibyl I dreamed of becoming, moving among sufferers and helping them, though I have so little help to give." She visualized Mater Mock-Orange's severe features. The girl who would soon assume the new name Mint had yearned for renunciation, and pictured herself walking through the Whorl she would give up like a blessing. Mater Mock-Orange had warned her of missed meals and meager food, of hard beds and hard, thankless work, of year after year of loneliness. They had both been right. Mater Mint fell to her knees with folded hands and bowed head. "O great Pos, O mothering Echidna, you have given me my heart's desire." A feeling she had never known thrilled her. Her body alone knelt in the snow. Her spirit was kneeling among violets, baby's breath, and lily of the valley in a bower of roses. "I have won life's battle. I am complete. End my life today, if that is your pleasure. I shall rush into the arms of Hierax, exulting." "We tried, Mater." It had been a woman's voice to her left, and its words had not been addressed to her. To another Sibyl, then? Mater Mint got to her feet. "Cold," the woman was saying, "and there's not a scrap of flesh on her poor bones." 4 people. 2 fat people sitting in the snow, with a starved face between the round, ruddy ones. The figure in black bending over them was the Sibyl, clearly. What had been that young one's name? Mater? Mater Maple? Is that you?" "No, Sib." She straightened up, turning her head farther than seemed possible, eyes glowing in a tarnished metal face. "It's me, Sib. It's Maggie." Oh, Sib. Molly." And they were hugging and dancing as they had on the Palatine. "Sib, Sib, Sib." Another distant boom. "Molly. Oh, Molly, may I call you Mater Marble just once? I've missed you so." "Be quick. I'm about to become an abandoned woman." "You, Molly?" "Yes, I am." Mater Marble's voice was firm as granite. "And don't call me Molly, please. It's not my name. It never was. My name's Magnesia. Call me Maggie, or Marble, if it makes you happy. My husband will... Never mind. Have you met my granddaughter, Sib? This is she, but I don't think she'll talk right now. You must excuse her." "Mucor?" Mater Mint knelt beside the emaciated girl. "Our Calday described you to me, and I'm an old friend of your grandmother's." "Wake up." Mucor's pinched face grinned without meaning. "Break it." There was no hint of intelligence in her stare. She said nothing further, and the silence of the snow closed about them until the fat woman ended it by saying, "This is my husband, General. Shrike's his name." "Scleroderma. Scleroderma, I didn't recognize you." "Well, I knew you right off. I said, 'That's General Mint,' and I held her horse when she charged them on Cage Street, I did, and if you'd gone like you ought to, you'd know her, too." The fat man tugged the brim of his hat. "I went up to the Caldays' palace to see Mater, only she wasn't home and half the wall down, so I've been taking care of her granddaughter ever since, poor little thing. Did those bad women carry you off, Mater? That's what I heard." "You'd better call me Maggie," Mater Marble said, and pulled her habit over her head. "Mater." "I am not a Sibyl any more," the slender, shining figure declared. "I have become an abandoned woman, as I warned you I would." She dropped the voluminous black gown over Mucor's head and pulled it down around her. "Put your arms into the sleeves, dear. It's easy. They're wide." "There was an old man that helped me with her," Scleroderma explained. "But he went to fight. Then the bad women came, and we had to scoot." If it had not been for the shock of seeing Mater Marble nude, Mater Mint would have smiled. "I think it means he's dead, but I hope not. Aren't you cold, Mater?" "Not a bit." Mater Marble straightened up. "This is much cooler and more comfortable, though I'm sure I'll miss my pockets." She turned to Mater Mint. "I've been consorting with other abandoned women, a dozen at least. I'm afraid it's rubbed off." Mater Mint swallowed and coughed, wanting to bat the snowflakes away, to sit down with a mug of hot tea, to awaken and find that this lithe, pewter-colored creature was not the elderly Sibyl she had thought she knew. Did they capture? With nimble fingers, Mater Marble wound the long top of Mater Mint's blue-striped stocking cap about her neck like a scarf. "This way, dear, then you won't be so cold. That's what it's for. You tuck the end in your coat." She tucked it, "and the tassel keeps it from coming out. See?" These women! Mater Mint had spoken more loudly than she had intended, but she continued with the same vehemence, telling herself, "I am a general, after all." "Are you referring to enemy troopers, or Willet's spies?" No, dear Chenille, who's really quite a nice girl in her way, and the Caldays' wife. She's no better than she ought to be, if you know what I mean. And the women our thieves brought. They were more interesting than the poor women, though the poor women were interesting too. But the thieves' women didn't mind taking their clothes off, or not very much. Dear Chenille actually enjoys it, I'd say. Her figure's prettier than her face, so I find it understandable." Scleroderma said, "So's yours, Mater," and her husband nodded enthusiastically. Another explosion punctuated the sentence. Cocking her head, Mater Mint decided it had been nearer than the last. There had been something portentous about the sound. "Cognizance told us," Scleroderma finished. Mater Mint asked, "Did you say his cognizance?" then before anyone could answer, put her finger to her lips. The stammering, popping reports seemed to come from above her head. They were followed after an interval by the remote crash of shells. "What is it, General?" Scleroderma asked. "I heard guns. A battery of light pieces. You don't often hear the shots, just the whine of the shells and the explosions. These are near, so they may be ours." Maitre Marble took Mucor's hand and got her to her feet. "Will you excuse us? I want to take her to the fire." "Fire?" Maitre Mint looked around. "Right over there. I just saw it. Come along, darling." Scleroderma and Shrike were getting to their feet as well, not swiftly, but with so much effort, scrambling and grunting that they gave the impression of frantic action. The messenger should be here by now, Maitre Mint told herself, and stepped in front of Scleroderma. "You said his cognizance was here? You must tell me before you go. But before you do, have you seen a mounted trooper leading another horse?" Scleroderma shook her head. "But his cognizance was here?" The fat man said, "Stopped and had a chat, nice as anybody. I wouldn't have known, only the wife, she knows all that. Goes twice, 3 times most weeks, just a little man older'n my pa. Had on a plain black whatchacallit like any other auger." He paused, his eyes following Maitre Marble and Mucor. "Crowd around any harder and they'll shove somebody in." "You're right." Maitre Mint trotted through the snow to the fire. "People, this little fire can't warm even half of you. Collect more wood. Build another. You can light it from this one." They dispersed with an alacrity that surprised her. "Now then," she whirled upon Scleroderma and Shrike. "If his cognizance is here, I must speak to him, as a courtesy, if for no other reason. Where did he go?" Shrike shrugged. Scleroderma said, "I don't know, General," and her husband added, "Said we'd have to leave this Whorl, then the Calday come and got him. First time I ever seen him." "Calday Silk?" Scleroderma nodded. "He didn't know him, either." The Trivagontes had released their prisoners, as General Sabre had promised. No other explanation made sense, and it was vitally important. Maitre Mint looked around frantically, for the messenger Bison would surely have dispatched minutes ago. "He was looking for the Calday," Shrike explained, "only it was Calday Silk what found him." "There aren't as many as there were." Maitre Mint stood on tiptoe, blinking away snow. "You told him to go find wood, General." "General! General!" Beneath the shouted words, she heard the stumbling clatter of a horse ridden too fast across littered ground. "This way!" She waved blindly. Scleroderma muttered, "Just listen to those drums. Makes me want to go myself." "Drums?" Maitre Mint laughed nervously and was ashamed of it at once. "I thought it was my heart. I really did." Through the snow, Bison's messenger called, "General!" She waved as before, listening. Not the cadent rattle of the thin, cylindrical drums the Trivagontes used, but the steady thump-a-thump-a-thump of Vironese war drums, drums that suggested the Palestra's big copper stew-pot whenever she saw them, war drums beating out the quick-step used to draw up troops in order of battle. Bison was about to attack, and was letting both the enemy and his own troopers know it. "General!" The messenger dismounted, half falling off his raw-boned brown pony. "Colonel Bison says we got to take it to him. The airship's back. Probably you heard it, sir." Maitre Mint nodded. "I suppose I did." "They've been dropping mortar bombs on us out of it all up and down the line, sir. Colonel says we got to get in close and mix up with them so they can't." "Where is he? Didn't you bring a horse for me?" "Yes, sir, only the Calday took it. Maybe I shouldn't have let him, sir, but—" "Certainly you should if he wanted it." She pushed the messenger out of her way and swung into the saddle. "I'll have to take yours. Return on foot. Where's Bison?" "In the old boathouse, sir." The messenger pointed vaguely through the twilit snow, leaving her by no means certain that he was not as lost as she felt. "Good luck," Scleroderma called, and then, "I'm coming." "You are not." Maitre Mint locked her knees around the hard-used pony, heedless of the way the saddle hiked her wide black skirt past her knees. "You stay right here and take care of your husband. Help Maggie with the mad girl." She pointed to the messenger, realizing too late that she was doing it with the hilt of her Azoth. "Are you certain he's in the boathouse? I ordered him to stay back and not get himself killed." "Safest place, sir, with them bombs dropping on us." A floating blur resolved itself into 2 riders in dark clothing upon a single white horse.
A familiar voice shouted, "Go, follow that officer! He'll take you to shelter! Get away from that fire!" The voice was Silk's. As she watched in utter disbelief, he galloped through the fire. For a moment she hesitated, then the boom of slug guns decided her. "I like this part, though," Hyacinth whispered, hugging Silk tighter than ever. "Just don't let it trot again." He did not, but lacked the breath to say so. Reining up, he shielded his eyes with the right hand that snatched at the pommel whenever he was distracted. The group he had glimpsed through the snow might be a woman with children, and probably was. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his heels into the white gelding's flanks. It was essential not to trot. Trotting shook them helpless. More essential not to lose the stirrups that fought free of his shoes whenever they were not gouging his ankles. The gelding slipped in the snow. For an instant he was sure it would fall. Behind him Hyacinth shrieked, "Up! Stand up! That way!" She sounded angry, and briefly and disloyally he wished that she possessed the clarion voice that Cyprus had bestowed upon Mater Mint, though it would have been still more useful to have it himself. "My Calde!" A snow-speckled figure had caught the bridle. "Yes, what is it?" "All are within, my Calde. They are gone. You must too before you die." He shook his head. "But a few remain, I swear. I shall send them. You must compel him, madam." Then the captain was running, and the gelding trotting after him, and they were being shaken as if by a terrier. "Here is the entrance, my Calde. I regret I cannot assist you and your lady to dismount." Too shaken even to think of disobeying, Silk slid from the gelding's back and helped Hyacinth down. The captain pointed to a deep crater almost at his feet. Its bottom gleamed with greenish light. Too sharply for comfort, Silk recalled the grave he had been shown in a dream. "We got to ride on a dead coach the first time," he told Hyacinth. It was difficult to keep his voice casual. That was a lot more comfortable, but there was dust instead of snow. She stared at him. "You must climb down." The captain pointed again. "The climb is somewhat difficult. Several have fallen, though none were injured seriously." He produced a needler, fumbling the safety with his left thumb. Silk said, "You're about to join the fighting." "Yes, my Calde, if you permit it." Silk shook his head. "I won't. I have a message for you to give to General Mint. Do you know where Hyacinth and I are going?" "Into this tunnel below the city, my Calde, to preserve yourself for Viren, as is proper." Hyacinth smoothed her gown. "We're supposed to leave the whole Whorl with thousands and thousands of cards. If we get to whatever it is, we'll be rich." She spat into the snow. "I've taken all the funds I could out of the Fisk," Silk explained, "and his cognizance has emptied the burse, the chapter's funds. I'm telling you this so you can tell General Mint what's become of us, and what's happened to the money. Do you know which Scythe you're fighting?" A voice called, "Calde!" "Is that you down there, Horn?" "Yes, Calde." Horn climbed toward him, his feet loosening stones that rattled down the slope to fall into the tunnel. "Go back down," Silk told him. "My Calde, we have been so fortunate as to chance upon this refuge opened for the defenseless by the enemy's bombs. I thank the good gods for it. You and your lady must employ it as well. Her airship cannot but see the fire." Horn caught Silk's hand and joined them. "As for this boy," the captain finished, "I shall procure a weapon for him." "If we're going, we better go," Hyacinth declared. "You inquire concerning the two Scythes, my Calde. I have heard only rumors. Are they true?" "I spoke to General Mint on a glass before we returned," Silk told him. "One of the councillors, Tarsier, I imagine, has altered a chem to look like Scythe. She was supposed to mend relations between Trivagonte and Viren, or see to it that the Trivagonte is lost if she could not. She appears to have chosen to occupy Scythe's place permanently, and conquer Viren for herself instead. Generalissimo Usyk has freed the real Scythe in the hope—" The final words were lost in an explosion. Silk found himself half in the crater, with Horn beside him and Hyacinth clinging and sobbing. After a few seconds he managed to gasp, "That was too near. Near enough to ring my ears." "Where's the captain?" Horn asked. From the bottom, Nettle shouted, "Horn!" "I don't know." Silk raised his head to look around. "I can't see him. Are those horses?" "Our horse." Hyacinth staggered but managed to stand. "It must have been killed. Unless the captain mounted it and rode away. In either case, we'd better go."
She glared at him, then turned abruptly and slid down the slanting wall of the crater, pushing past Nettle and vanishing into the tunnel. Horn caught Silk's arm. "You were sort of waiting here with the captain, Calday, like you didn't want to." "Because I wasn't sure all the people who fled the battle had gotten inside." Silk coughed and spat. That explosion blew dirt into my mouth. I suppose it was open, as it usually is. I shouldn't talk so much. At any rate, I wanted to tell him I was resigning my office, and General Mint is to succeed me. Don't feel you have to chase after him with the message. Nettle called, "I'm going inside with Hyacinth. Are you coming?" "In a minute," Horn told her. "No, Caldy, I won't. But I promised his cognizance I'd find you and bring you down there, and I'm going to as soon as—" He paused, shamefaced. "What is it, Horn?" "It's a long way," he says, "to the big cave where the people are asleep in bottles, and when we get there we'll have to wake them up. Maybe we'd better get going." "No, Horn." With the air of one who intends to remain for some time, Silk seated himself on the edge of the crater. "I asked Mucor to awaken the strongest man she could find and have him break the cylinder before the gas inside it killed him. If I could break one with Hyacinth's needler as easily as I did, I'd think a very strong man might break one from within with his fists. They'll be coming to meet us, or at least I hope they will, and may be able to show us a shorter route to the belly of the Whorl, where the landers are." He studied Horn with troubled eyes. "Now, why did you stop me from following Hyacinth? What is it?" "Nothing, Calday." Like noisy spirits, troopers on horseback thundered past, their faces obscured and their clothing dyed black by the snow. "Those were Trivagontes, I believe," Silk said. "I don't know whether that's good or bad. Bad, I suppose. If I say it myself, tell you what I believe you were about to say. Will you at least confess I'm right?" "I don't want to, Calday, but you will, I know. You were going to tell me why you and Nettle took me up on the roof of the gondola, where General Sabre and Hyacinth joined us, pretending that they hadn't." "I was going to tell you about falling off the time before, Calday. You said you tried to kill yourself, and I stopped you, but it was the other way. I started to slide off on purpose. I don't know what got into me, but you grabbed me. You were just about killed, too, and now I remember. I'd be dead if it weren't for you." Silk shook his head. "If I hadn't acted foolishly, you wouldn't have been in danger at all. I provoked your danger and very nearly occasioned your death." He sighed. "That wasn't what you came so close to telling me, however." Hyacinth had been in General Sabre's cabin, though both pretended they had not been together. The walls of those cabins are cloth and bamboo, and you and Nettle were afraid I'd overhear them and realize they were doing the things that women do at times to provide each other pleasure." Seeing Horn's expression, he smiled sadly. "Did you think I didn't know such things occur? I've shriven women often, and in any event we were taught about them, and worse things, at the Schola. We're far too innocent for our duties when we leave it, I'm afraid. But our instructors ready us for the Whorl as well as they can." He looked down at the object that Horn was offering him. "What is that?" "Your needler, Calday. It used to be the pilot's, I guess. Hyacinth knocked it out of her hand, you said, and you picked it up. You must have left it there in the cockpit, because the flyer found it there and gave it to me." Silk accepted it, tucking it into his waistband. "You want me to kill Hyacinth with it? Is that the plan?" "If you want to." Wretchedly, Horn nodded. "I don't. I won't. I'm taking this because I may need it. I've been down there, and I may have to protect her. Haven't I told you about that?" "Yes, Calday. On the airship, for my book." "Good, I won't have to go over it again. Now listen. You feel that Hyacinth has betrayed me, and unnaturally. I want you to at least consider, as I do, that Hyacinth herself may feel differently. Isn't it possible, in fact likely, that she feared that General Sabre might regain her airship in fact as well as in name? That in that case it would be well for us, for Hyacinth and me and every Vironese on board, if she were as friendly toward us as we could render her?" Horn nodded reluctantly. "I guess so, Calday. Furthermore, Hyacinth knew that I meant to return General Sabre's airship when we returned to the city. May not Hyacinth have considered that General Sabre might at some future date be a good and strong friend to Viron?" Through the break in the tunnel wall, Hyacinth called, "Aren't you coming down?" "Soon," Silk told her.
We're not finished here."
"Calday, she's the one dropping mortar bombs on us. General Saber is. That's her up there in the airship right now."
"It is indeed, but she's dropping them because she's been ordered to, as any good officer would. I doubt very much that Hyacinth cherished any hope of suborning General Saber from her duty. But there are many times when an officer, particularly a high-ranking one, may exercise discretion. Hyacinth tried, I believe, to do what she could to make certain any such decisions would favor us, more specifically my government."
"But we're going. You said so on the airship, and before we found this way we were going to have to walk all the way to the Husgado. On the short sun, Whorl, it won't matter whether General Saber likes us or not, will it?"
"No. But Hyacinth could not have known aboard the airship that we would be leaving this soon, and she may even have hoped that we would not leave at all. I think she did."
"I see."
Horton nodded, and when Silk did not speak again, he said,
"Calday, we'd better go."
"Soon, as I said. There's one more thing. No, two. The first is that whatever that act might mean to me, or to you, or even to General Saber, it meant next to nothing to Hyacinth. She has performed similar ones hundreds of times with any number of partners, with Generalissimo Usyk, for example."
"I didn't know that."
"No, but I do. He told me. When she had to leave the house of the commissioner who had obtained her from her father, I don't even know which it was, she lived for a time with a captain. Eventually they quarreled and separated."
"You don't have to tell me all this, Calday."
"Yes, I do. Not for your book, which you will probably never complete or even begin, but for guidance in your own life. Who was that captain? Would you care to guess?"
Horton shook his head.
"I think I can. He was very formal with her, but I saw his eyes, particularly when he stopped our horse. I don't believe he meant much to her. He was a protector and provider when she needed one. She meant a great deal to him, however. No doubt she always will."
Horton whispered, "She's climbing back up," and pointed.
Silk scrambled halfway down the crater to meet and assist her. "I won't say I'm not delighted to see you. I'm always overjoyed to see you, Hyacinth, you know that, but Horn and I were about to join you down there." Entering the crater from the tunnel, Nettle called, "You wouldn't believe all the people down here, Calday. Half the quarter. Marrow the greengrocer, and Shrike the butcher, and even the new augur that was with us on the airship. Molly's here, and he's making her wear his robe. The prolocutor made everybody sit down." Horn offered his hand to Hyacinth and the other to Silk. "My mother and my brothers and sisters. That's what I care about, only—" Something caught in his throat. "Only that sounds like I don't care about my father." "But you do," Hyacinth muttered. "I know how it is."
"Yeah, I guess so. He made me work in the shop every day after Palestra, and we'd fight about that and lots of other stuff."
"I understand." "I'm the oldest," Horn said, as though that accounted for everything. Silk called, "If half the quarter's down there, what about our Mantian? The congregation, I mean, the people who came to sacrifice on Sill's Day, and the children from the Palestra." "They're just about all here," Nettle told him. "Not some of the men. They're off fighting for General Mint. But Goldcrest and Feather and Villas and my friend Ginger. Wait, let me think. Teasel is, and her sisters and brothers and her mother, and Asphodella and Aster, and Kit, he's Carrier's little brother, and she's there too. And Holly and Hart, he's wounded, and the cat's meat woman, and that old man that sells ices in the summer, and a whole lot more." Silk nodded, then smiled at Hyacinth. "I've done it. Saved it from the dissolution of the Whorl. Or at least I will have when we reach the new one. I was to save our Mantian, and that is the Mantian, all of those people coming together to worship. The rest was trimming, very much including me." Hyacinth could not look at him. "When you came back up, I was explaining to Horn that in the end it is only love that matters. The outsider once told me that though he's not Kypris, she cannot help becoming him. The more she becomes a goddess of love in truth, the more they will unite. It was before we met in Ermines by the goldfish pool." He smiled again. "Where Thelks holds up a mirror." Hyacinth nodded, and Horn saw that her eyes were filled with tears. He asked, "Did you really see him there, Calday? The outsider?" "Yes, in a dream, standing upon the water."
I had only this left to say, Horn, and there's no reason I shouldn't say it now, or that Hyacinth and Nettle shouldn't hear it. It is that love forgets injuries. I know that Hyacinth would never betray me, just as you know that Nettle would never betray you. But if she did 1,000 times, I would still love her. Almost violently, Hyacinth pushed herself away from the crater. I can't listen to any more of this. I don't want to, and I won't. She stood up. Silk said, "Then let us go," and began to climb down to the break in the tunnel wall. "I'm not going!" Hyacinth shouted. Her lovely face was savage. "You told me about that place, and I've seen it, and it's horrible. All the landers are broken, you said, not like ox, and you're just hoping to fix them. And you're giving up the whole city." She turned and dashed away, vanishing in the swirling snow before she had taken 5 strides. Silk tried to scramble back, but in his haste set off a slide that carried him almost to Nettle, who followed him when he began to climb again. When he reached the surface and started after Hyacinth, Horn and Nettle went with him. A bomb burst near enough to shake the earth beneath their feet, and he stopped. "You have to go, both of you, and you must go together." His eyes flashed even in that snowy twilight. "Nettle, do you understand? Do you, Horn? I'll find her and enough cards to repair another lander. Get down there, find his cognizance, and tell him. We'll meet you at the landers if we can." Nettle took Horn's hand, and Silk said, "Make him go, by force if you must." He offered her his needler, but she drew her own, the one that had been Sabre's. He nodded, put his back in his waistband, and disappeared into the snow like a ghost. Overhead, the harsh voice of his bird sounded again and again. "Silk! Silk! Silk!" For a score of poundings of their hearts, Nettle and Horn stood together, staring after him and wondering what the future held for them, until at length they smiled as one. She gave him Sabre's needler, and hand in hand they returned to the crater and scrambled down to the opening that a bomb had made in the tunnel wall, and went into the tunnel where Horn's mother was waiting for them. My defense. With the account you have now read, I had intended to conclude the Book of Silk, for we never saw him again. I am adding this continuation in response to criticisms and questions directed to us by those who read the earlier sections which Nettle has corrected and transcribed in a hand clearer than mine. Many of you urge me to tell the story in my proper person, relating only what I saw, and in effect making myself my own hero. I reply that any of you might write such an account. I invite you to do so. My purpose is not, as you wish, merely to describe the way in which we who were born in Viren reached Blue, but to recount the story of Paterus Silk, who was its Chaldee at the time we left, and was the greatest and most extraordinary man I have known. As I have indicated, I had planned to call my account The Book of Silk, and not Star-Crosser's Landfall, or any of the other titles, many equally foolish, that have been suggested. In the event, it has become known as The Book of the Long Sun, because it is much read by young people who do not recall our long sun Whorl, or were born after Landing Day. I do not object. You may call it what you wish, as long as you read it. To our critics I say this. Paterus Silk was personally known to Nettle and me. I recall his look, his voice, and his gait to this day, and when young I was punished for imitating him too well, as you have read. Nettle knew him as well as I. We knew Mater Marble, who also employed the names Molly, Molybdenum, Maggie, and Magnesia, the last being her original name, at least as well. Until we reached our teens, she was our instructress in the Palestra on Sun Street, as Mater Mint and Mater Rose were subsequently. Silk loved her and confided in her. In fact, I have often thought that she had been given the child she longed for, although she was not conscious of it. She in turn confided in us during the time we worked in the Chaldee's palace under her direction, during the time we were together on the airship, and during our passage through the abyss and here on Blue. To prevent confusion, I have called her Mater Marble throughout my account. There was never a more practical woman, nor a better one. On the flight to Mainframe we had many opportunities to see and hear Orc, though he was not generally communicative. Chenille, with whom we had worked at the Calde's palace, often spoke of him as well. Silk did not, as some readers assume, confide to us the content of Orc's shriving, although he told me that he had shriven him upon meeting him in the cock. That Orc had kicked a man to death was known throughout the quarter, and it seems probable that it was one of the offences of which he was shriven. Chenille confided to Nettle that he had struck her on 2 occasions, and described them. More than one reader has taxed me with whitewashing Orc's character. It is more probable that I have painted it too dark. I disliked him, and even after so many years have found it hard to treat him fairly. As I have tried to make clear, he was a big man and an extremely strong one, far from handsome, with a beard so heavy that he appeared unshaven even when he had just shaved. Although he was said to be courageous and a free spender, few besides Silk, Chenille, and Gib ever spoke well of him. If I found it hard to be fair to Orc, I found it harder still to be fair to Hyacinth, whose extraordinary beauty was at once her blessing and her curse. She had little education, far too much vanity, and a savage temper. When Nettle was present, she displayed herself to me, posing, bending over to exhibit her décolletage, raising her skirt to adjust her hose, and so forth. In Nettle's absence, she cursed me if I so much as glanced at her. She saw all human relationships in terms of money, power, and lust, and understood Silk less well than Tick understood her. Very few of us, I would say, have known such a woman as General Mint, and it is almost impossible to convey an accurate impression of her to those who have not. She was small, with a smooth little face, a sharp nose, and a dart of brown hair that divided her forehead almost to the eyebrows. In conversation her voice was the soft and timorous one we recalled from her classroom, but when the need for quick, decisive action arose, the little Sibyl was cast off immediately. Her glance was fire and steel then, and at the sound of her voice wounded troopers who had seemed too weak to stand snatched up weapons and joined the advance. Unless restrained by her subordinates, she led her troops in person, striding boldly ahead of the boldest, and never slackening her pace as she shouted encouragement to those behind her. If it had not been for Bison and Captain Serval, she would certainly have been killed by the second day. As a tactician, she understood better than most the need for a simple, workable plan which could be put into effect before conditions changed. That, and the astounding loyalty she inspired, were the keys to her success. Although she is better known as General Mint, I have titled her Matera, just as I have referred to her Sib as Matera Marble throughout my account. Fewer than I had expected have found fault with Silk's assertion that she took her warlike character from the goddess of love, although it seems implausible to me. Nettle suggests that many women thus inspired by love of their city and their gods might exhibit the same dauntless courage. Certainly love will face the inhumae at midnight, as we say now. Although neither of us spoke to Blood, both of us saw and heard him when he visited the Mantian, and saw him and Musk when they offered their white rabbits. Blood's conversations with Silk and Matera Marble were detailed to us by them. They, I would guess, saw more good in him than Nettle or I would have. Neither of us ever saw Dr. Crane, but Matera Marble had met him and liked him, as Silk had. Chenille, who had known him intimately, said that he looked on injury and illness as a butcher looks on pigs and steers, and I have tried to convey something of that. From what Silk said of him, he believed in Svigs no more than any other god, and had her reality been proven to him, he would only have turned from ridiculing those who credited it to ridiculing her. I have taken Incas's character from Remera's description and our own observations during the flight to Mainframe. He was physically unimpressive, and perhaps for that reason frequently impelled to assert his importance, but not lacking in courage. On the airship I watched him enchant a slug gun by slipping his finger behind the trigger, then snatch it from the trooper as she struggled to fire it. Many readers have demanded that I include an account of our passage through the tunnels to the lander and our flight through the abyss. Again, I invite them to pen their own, as Scleroderma did. Her grandson has it and permits visitors to copy it. I intend to say no more here than is necessary to illuminate the character of the inhumu Nettle, and I knew as Pater Quetzal. His cognizance the prolocutor of Byron. No doubt many will object to my writing character in such a context, urging that a monster of that kind can no more have character than a huss. But those who trap huss and tame them have told me they differ at least as much as dogs. To us, Quetzal was not an inhumi, but a venerable old man, wise and compassionate, Silk's supporter and steadfast friend. When Nettle and I returned to the tunnel, it was to him that we brought Silk's message. When they had heard it, many wanted to return to the surface to look for Silk and help him search for Hyacinth. Quetzal forbade it, pointing out that it was contrary to Silk's own instructions, and led us down the tunnel in the direction of the lake. Then I remembered something that Remora had told me on the airship, how Quetzal had vanished when Spider forced him into the cellar of Blood's ruined villa. When we had walked a long way down the tunnel, and even the hardiest had grown weary, and Quetzal himself had fallen behind nearly all of our straggling company, I was able to ask about it. "Walk beside me, my son." He put a hand on my shoulder. I recall how light and boneless it felt through the thin jacket I wore, as if he had laid a strip of soft leather beside my neck. "I can't keep up any more. Will you support me? You're young and strong. Pater Alcalde likes you. Did you know that?" I said I hoped he did, and that he had always been kind to me. "He likes you. He speaks of you warmly, and of you, my child. You're both good children. Good children, I say. But men and women with children are children to me. No fool like an old man. You women are wiser when you're old, my child. You're grown, both of you. I doubt you know it, but you are." We thanked him. "I can hardly get along, like the fat woman. Can't leave her, can we? Can't leave them back there, and she's too heavy to carry." He was wearing an ordinary augur's robe, but he bore the baculus, his rod of office, which he used as a staff. I said that we would have to stop soon for Scleroderma's sake, and many others, and offered to go ahead if he would tell me what to look for. "I want you to sleep, my son." He seemed to suck his gums and reconsidered. "No, to keep watch. Can you stay awake?" I assured him that I could. "Good. Someone must, and I can't. I'm always nodding off. Ask young Remora. I can't keep up this pace myself, but I have to keep urging everybody to walk faster. What tricks the gods play! Have you a weapon, my child?" Nettle shook her head. I explained that she had brought a needler from the airship, but had given it to me and offered to return it to her. Keep it. You'll need it when you stand guard." He turned his head. He had a long and very wrinkled neck that would have betrayed his true nature at once had I known then of the hooded inhumi. As it was, I was suddenly frightened because there was nothing of warmth or kindness in his look. It was as though I was seeing a mask or the features of a corpse propped erect. He said, "You won't shoot me, will you?" Naturally, I assured him that I would not. "Because I'll walk. I always do. They see me around the palace all night long. They say it's my spirit, that I step out of my skin and walk all night. Do you believe it, my child?" Nettle nodded. "If your cognizance says so." "I don't." I had the impression that he was leaning most of his weight upon my shoulder, yet he was certainly not heavy. "Never believe such stuff. I can't sleep, and so I wander about dazed and tired, that's all. My son, would you tell those in front to go faster? I haven't the breath." I shouted, "His cognizance says we must walk faster," or something of the kind. "Thank you. Now we can stop. Let the fat woman and her man catch up." He turned, motioning to them urgently. Nettle whispered, "We're in danger down here. We must be, or he wouldn't be in such a hurry." She had spoken in my ear, and I myself had hardly heard her. Yet Pater Quetzal, as I thought of him, said, "We are, my daughter, but I don't know how much. When you don't know, you have to act as though it were great." Wishing to return to my question, I asked him, "Were you in very much danger from Spider, your cognizance?" He shook his head, not as a man does, turning it from side to side, but swaying it while holding it nearly upright. From him? None. No, a lot, since he would have wasted my time. I'd a lot to do, so I left. He laughed, an old man's high-pitched cackle. Vanished in the darkness. Is that what young Remora told you? He told somebody that, I know. Want to know how to do it? He turned his back and raised his black robe to cover his head, standing with his hands and the baculus out of sight in front of him. That stretch of tunnel was as well lit by the creeping green lights the first settlers brought as any, yet he seemed almost to have disappeared, baculus and all. I said, I see your cognizance. I mean, I don't. Scleroderma and her husband caught up with us then, she waddling very slowly and dolefully, he limping in a way that showed how his feet hurt. Nettle told them that Quetzal was worried about them. I'm worried about him, Scleroderma said, and holding on to her husband and me as though we were a couple of trees, lowered herself to the ship-rock floor and kicked off her shoes. Her husband said, You sprats walk too fast. How's his cognizance supposed to keep up? He sat down beside his wife and pulled off his as well. Recalling that Quetzal had been concerned for their safety, I motioned for Nettle to sit and sat down myself. Scleroderma said accusingly, I heard you yell at them in front, trying to get them to go faster. I explained that Quetzal had instructed me to, and Nettle asked, Where is he? He was here with us a minute ago. Up ahead, Shrike told her. Haven't seen him in quite a while. We rested for perhaps an hour, during which Nettle and I worried that we were becoming permanently separated from the rest. For a long way, however, it was impossible for our route to diverge from theirs. The tunnel ran nearly straight, slanting gently and in fact pleasantly downward. At length we came upon a side tunnel, but we found a note there signed by Hart, saying that his cognizance had instructed him to write it, that they would follow the main tunnel, and that anyone who found the note was to leave it to direct others. After another half-league or so, we heard a baby crying and faint snores, and soon we caught up with our friends from the quarter and my mother, brothers, and sisters, all of them sound asleep. Scleroderma and her husband lay down at once, and I got Nettle to lie down as well, telling her to sleep if she could. She had no more than pillowed her head on my jacket, and she was sleeping as soundly as Scleroderma. I sat down, took off my shoes, and rubbed my feet, and tried to decide what I ought to do. I had promised Quetzal I would stay awake, and I recalled very clearly what Silka told me about the dog-like creatures the soldiers called gods, and the convicts bufs. But I was tired and hungry, and longed to rest, and though Quetzal had asked me to protect the company, which by then numbered more than 400, he had said nothing about anyone's protecting me while I slept an hour or two. After turning the matter over for what seemed a very long while in the dilatory fashion in which I weigh problems when I'm fatigued, I decided I would watch faithfully until someone woke, charge him or her to take my place, and sleep myself. Then it almost seemed that I was asleep already, because it seemed that I could hear the soft sigh of wings, as if a big owl were flying along the tunnel a considerable distance from where I sat. I sat up straight and listened with all my might, but heard nothing more. Soon afterward it struck me that Quetzal had said he often had difficulty sleeping. Thinking he might watch for me if he were wakeful, I stood up and padded among the sleepers looking for him, but he was not there. I cannot describe the consternation I felt. Over and over I told myself that I must surely be mistaken, that someone had lent him a blanket or coat that covered his black robe, and so I peered into the same faces that I had peered into a few minutes before, until I sincerely believed that I could have described everyone present and said where each of them lay. We had among us a dozen infants, a large contingent of children, and a good many women, but not more than 40 men, including Pater Remora and Shrike. I told myself very firmly then that a woman or even a girl could guard us as well as I could. She would only have to wake me if danger threatened. Eventually it occurred to me to ask myself what Silk would have done in my situation. Silk would have prayed, I decided, and so I knelt, folded my hands, and bowed my head, and implored the outsider to take pity on my plight, and cause one at least of those sleeping around me to wake up, very carefully specifying that a woman or a girl would be entirely acceptable to me. When I raised my head, Someone was sitting up in the midst of the sleepers. When I saw her dark and deathly eyes, I knew at once the mocking fashion in which the outsider had answered my prayer. "Mucor," I called softly, "please come over here and talk to me." Her face floated upward like a ghost's, and seemed almost to drift along the tunnel. She was wearing a sibyl's black gown. "Mucor," I inquired, "where is your grandmother? She was here before." Very tardily it had occurred to me that Mater Marble rarely slept, and would be the ideal person to relieve me so that I could. "Gone," Mucor said. I expected to get nothing more out of her, having learned at the Calde's palace how seldom she spoke. But after a few seconds she added, "She went with the man who isn't there." It was encouraging, but there seemed little use in asking who the man who wasn't there was. I asked instead if she would send her spirit to learn where her grandmother was and whether she was in need of help. Mucor nodded, and we sat side by side in silence for what I felt sure was at least a quarter-hour. I was nearly asleep when she said, "She's carrying him, crying. She'd like somebody to come." "Your grandmother?" I must have spoken more loudly than I had intended, because Nettle sat up and asked what was wrong. Mucor pointed down the tunnel, saying, "Not far." Nor was she. We had hardly lost sight of our friends when we met Mater Marble, more or less dressed in an augur's robe so long it swept the tunnel floor, with Quetzal in her arms. Her face could not display emotion, as I have tried to make clear, but every limb expressed the most heart-rending anguish. "He's been shot," she told us. "He won't let me do anything to stop the bleeding." Her voice was agonized. As slowly as a flower's, Quetzal's face turned toward us. It was terrible, not merely swollen or sunken, but misshapen, as if death's grip had crushed his chin and cheekbones. "I am not bleeding," he said. "Do you see blood, my children?" I suppose we shook our heads. "You can't stop my bleeding if I'm not bleeding." I offered to carry him, but Mater Marble refused, saying he weighed nothing. Later I was to find that she was not far wrong. I had lifted younger brothers who weighed more. Nettle asked who had shot him. "Troopers from Tribegonte." He tried to smile, achieving only a grimace. "They're down here now, my child. They were digging trenches east of the city, looking for a tunnel near the surface, and found one. They think Silk's with us." He gasped. "But they'd try to stop us anyway. Sfigs commands it." I said, "We have to do the will of Pass." "Yes, my son. Never forget what you just said." By that time we had nearly reached the sleepers. Nettle ran ahead and woke up Remora, knowing that where there is no doctor, an augur makes the best substitute. But Quetzal would not let him see his wound. "I'm an old man," he said. "I'm ready to die. Let me go fast." Yet he did not die until the following day, when we had begun to cross the abyss. Remora brought him the peace, and when it was over, Quetzal gave him his Gamadian, saying, "Your turn now, Pater. You were cheated by Scylla, but you'll have to guide the chapter in the short sun Whorl." So it came to be. Although there are many other holy men here, his cognizance, Pater Remora, heads what people from other cities call the Vironese faith. I am adding this note because I know that not all of my readers came from Viron, and as Nettle's copies are themselves copied, still more will be unfamiliar with the chapter. But I am running ahead of my account. When Quetzal would no more answer our questions than permit us to treat his wound, we asked Mater Marble what had happened. "I was lying awake," she said, "thinking things over. How we'd seen Mainframe, and about dear Chenille and Orc and Pater Silk and Hyacinth, wondering, too, whether my husband was still alive, and, well, various things. I saw his cognizance get up and start down the tunnel, so I told Mucor not to worry. I'd be back soon, and went after him and asked where he was going. He said he was afraid there might be danger ahead, so since he couldn't sleep, he was going to see. I said he shouldn't risk himself like that he should send Macaque or one of the other boys." She broke down at that point, sobbing uncontrollably, and cried for so long that many of her listeners left to talk among themselves. But Nettle and I stayed, with Remora, Scleroderma, and a few others. When she had regained her self-possession, she continued, I wanted him to send someone else. He ordered me to go back, and I said, thanks be to Past that I'm a laywoman now and don't have to obey, because I'm not going to let you run off alone like this, your cognizance, and get killed. I'm going with you. He said he knew these tunnels because he'd come down here alone to make the Ayuntamiento talk to him when they didn't want to, and he knew the dangers, but I wouldn't leave. Nettles said, This isn't your fault, Maggie. I don't know how it happened, but I know you, and it can't be. The rest of us seconded her. Mater Marble shook her head. After we'd walked a long, long way, we came to a crossing where 4 tunnels met. I asked which way we were going, and he said he was turning right, but I had to go back. Then he went into the right-hand tunnel. It was the darkest, the one he went into was. I followed him, and for a little while I saw him up ahead, but he wouldn't slow down. We were both practically running. Then I really did run as fast as I could, but I lost sight of him. I walked on, and there were these tunnels off to the side, but I always kept to the one I was in. Then there was a big iron door, and I couldn't go any farther, so I went back. I got to the place— She choked and sobbed, where the tunnels crossed, and I could hear him walking, not the way he had been when I'd been following him, but slowly, stumbling every step or two. He was a long way off, but I had good ears, and I gave them to Marble. Nettle looked puzzled. I signaled her not to speak. So I ran some more. Mater Mint looked up at us, and it seemed worse to me than any weeping that her eyes were not full of tears. He'd fallen down when I got there. He was bleeding terribly, like the animals do after the augur pulls his knife out, but he wouldn't let me look at it, so I carried him. We ourselves carried him after that, carrying him in our arms like a child, because we had no poles from which to make a stretcher. He directed us, for he knew where the Tribigontes were, and down which tunnel the sleepers were coming. I will say nothing of our brush with the Tribigontes. It has been talked about until everyone is tired of listening. Shrike, Scleroderma, and I had needlers, as did certain others. Scleroderma risked her life to get our wounded to safety, and as the fighting grew hotter, she was wounded and wounded again, but she continued to nurse us when her skirt was stiff with her own blood. She has been dead for years now. I very much regret that it has taken me so long to pay her this well-deserved tribute. Her grandchildren are very proud of her and tell everyone that she was a great woman in Vyron. Nobody in Vyron thought her a great woman, only a short, fat woman who trudged from house to house selling meat scraps, an amusing woman with a joke for everyone, who had dumped a bucket of scraps over Silk while he sat with her on a doorstep because she felt he was patronizing her. But the truth is that her grandchildren are right, and we in Vyron were wrong. She was a very great woman, second only to General Mint. She would have ridden with General Mint if she could, and she fought the guard in Cage Street and nursed the wounded afterward, and fought fires that night when it seemed the whole city might burn. In the end, she and Shrike lost their home and their shop, all that they possessed, to the fire that swept our quarter. Even then she did not despair. Quetzal had brought hundreds of cards from the Bourse. He had already entrusted most of them to Remora, and he gave him the rest when we reached the Landers. Some of us had thought that he had refused to have his wound bandaged for fear his cards would be stolen, but when they had been turned over to the sleepers, he still refused. With the sleepers we filled 2 Landers. It was thought best to have some of them on each, because they knew much more about their operation than any of us did. As has been told many times, the monitor who controlled our lander appeared in the glasses, displayed blue and green to us, and asked which was our destination. No one knew, so we consulted Quetzal, although he was too weak almost to speak. He asked to be carried to the cockpit, as we called that part of our lander which Silk had called the nose. The monitor there displayed both Whorls to him, as it had to Remora, Marrow, and me, and he chose green, and choosing, died. Remora then personally carried his body back to the small sick bay. It was no easy task, because our engines were firing as never before, not even when we had left the long sun Whorl. As it chanced, there was a glass in this sick bay, I suppose to advise those who cared for the sick. There was a woman named Moorgrass on board, whose trade it had been to wash the bodies of the dead and perfume them and prepare them for burial. Remora asked her to wash and prepare Quetzals, and Mater Marble and Nettle volunteered to help her. I shall never forget their screams. We did not know then that the Inhumai live on green, nor that they fly to blue when the Whorls are in conjunction, nor that they drink blood, nor even how they change their shapes, or in fact anything about them. Yet everyone who saw Quetzal's body was deeply disturbed, and Marrow and I urged that we come here to blue instead of going to green, as he had advised. Remora heard us out. But when we had finished, he affirmed his faith in Pater Quetzal, whose coadjutor he had been for so many years, and declared that we would remain on the course he had recommended. It was not until 3 days later, when it had become apparent to anyone who went into the cockpit that we were really on course to blue, that we learned that the Monitor had overruled him. No one questions its decision now. Here I close my defense, having, as I hope, satisfied the demands of my critics. Whether I have or have not, having compromised my principles more than I wished, I repeat that I set out to tell Silk's story, and no other. It may be that he is dead, having been killed in the Long Sun Whorl. It may also be that he and Hyacinth later boarded a lander that carried them to Green, and died there. But it also may be that he is still alive, and in my heart I feel that he is, either in the Long Sun Whorl, or, as I hope, on another part of this short sun whorl we call blue. The years will have changed him as they change all of us. I can only describe him as he looked on that overheated summer afternoon when he snatched the ball from my hand as I was about to score, a man well above average height, with a clear, somewhat pale complexion, bright blue eyes, and straw-colored hair that would never lie flat. A slender man, but not a slow or a weak one. He will have a scar upon his back where the needle left it, and may have faint scars on his right arm left by the beak of the vulture Mucor called the white-headed one. My own name is Horn. My wife Nettle and I live with our sons on Lizard Island toward the tail, where we make and sell such paper as this. We will be grateful to anyone who brings us word of Pater Silk. Afterward. Horn wiped the point of his quill with a scrap of soft leather, and corked the ink that he and his wife had concocted from soot and sap, pushed back his chair, and stood. It was done. It was done at last. And now perhaps the ghost of the boy he had been would leave him in peace. Outside, the short sun's fiery rim had touched the sea. A golden road, an aureate path, stretched westward across the whitecaps toward a new Mainframe that almost certainly did not exist. He walked to the beach where Hoof and Hyde were playing, and asked where Sinew was. "Hunting," Hyde declared. Hoof added, "Over on the big island, father." Hoof's wide, dark eyes showed plainly how deeply he was impressed. "He should be home by this time," Nettle called from the kitchen window as he spoke. "Go inside." When the twins objected, he gave each a push in the direction of the sturdy walls. From the summit of the tor he had a clear view of the strait. Still, a half-minute passed before he could be certain of the coracle lifted upon distant waves only to vanish from sight. Night had come already to the eastern sky, scattering the short suns of other whorls across its black velvet. Soon Green would rise, almost a second sun, yet baleful as a curse. It had brought a succession of storms and monstrous tides. There. Horn watched and waited until he was sure the faint gleam was actually moving against its glittering backdrop. Within that point of light he had been born, and had grown almost to manhood. Within that point of light Sinew had been conceived, in all probability, in the Culde's palace. It did not seem possible. Almost too quickly to be noticed, something dark flitted between Horn and the whorl that had been his, and he shuddered. End of Exodus from the Long Sun, the Book of the Long Sun, Book 4, by Gene Wolfe. Read by John Horton in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, May 1998. Published by Tom Doherty Associates, Incorporated, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.